Yeah, I know. All right, we're live. Camera turned. Thanks to the doggo. Microphone's up. Everything's good. Okay, everything looks good.
Did he leave this?
Yep. Here, you want this back? You can put it here for now. All right, we're gonna start off with Timcast. See what he's got to say about this Chicago crap that's going down. Maybe we'll play some games tonight. We'll see. I'm feeling a little bit better today, thanks to getting some more needed meds and rest last night. Hadn't been sleeping too well the past few nights.
We got this one from
Let's see what
Fox
Tim's got.
32 Chicago. This is the channel I used to watch all the time growing up.
Yeah, dude, 32.
32, Simpsons on at 5:30.
That's right.
Yeah, Border Patrol vehicle rammed before clash on Chicago's southeast side, officials say. They say it happened around noon near South Avenue N and East 105th Street in the East Side neighborhood. Chicago police say officers were called to the 10500 block of South Avenue for a crash involving federal authorities. CPD says they weren't part of the operation but responded. A DHS spokesperson said the incident began when a vehicle driven by an illegal alien rammed a Border Patrol vehicle and tried to flee. Agents pursued and eventually stopped the vehicle using a precision immobilization technique, a pit maneuver. DHS says two people then ran from the car but were caught and taken into custody. We actually have this video from Nick Sorter of what happened, ABC7. This is wild. Check this out. A crowd starts forming with flags to defend the illegals who attacked DHS, and then they begin lobbing stones at the police.
Again, when you first got on scene and you were able to talk
Yeah,
to
that's
some
crazy.
neighbors and some witnesses there on the
They
scene
need
and describe to us
more
what
police.
Judy,
National Guard to arrest all those people that were
Chicago
throwing
police
stones.
are arriving and putting themselves in the middle of the situation right now. It appears there might be someone in command, from what I can see, approaching the area. I'm not sure if this is in an
Not
attempt
enough
to
police.
start dispersing the crowds. But we have just in the last few seconds seen Chicago police who had remained at bay now starting to
Oh wow! Finally,
put themselves
police might
in the
do something.
middle of the.
They're throwing rocks now. There it is. You see them?
Protesters are starting.
Let's go back. Because he throws tear gas, but I want you guys. You can see one of the DHS guys looks over as a rock goes flying. Immediately after another rock goes flying.
Police who had remained at bay.
So take a look at this cop right here.
To put themselves
He's going to look up
in
and
the
over as
middle
there.
of
Something
the,
was just
oh,
thrown.
God.
There's another rock thrown.
Protesters are
They just
starting
launched
to throw
tear gas.
rocks. We're going to get away from the scene right now, Judy.
Yeah.
Okay, Michelle, you take care of yourself. I'm going to let her get off the phone. We really appreciate it. Get to a safe place.
Rocks are deadly weapons.
So what you're watching,
Indeed.
what you
Absolutely.
need to
You know
watch
what-
is
you know what-
exactly
so
what
the
Michelle
tear
had
gas-
possibly moved
look at
their
this.
vehicles, and it was at that
They
point
threw up more
there
gas.
at
So,
this-
you know, I love this because
so
these
much gas,
liberals are like, you're a bootlicker, blah, 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 because you're defending the cops. And I'm like, they're my cops. Like, it's when I hire security guards and they tell me, like, stand back, I don't go, hey, you don't tell me what to do. Like, we were driving in Phoenix and we had this guy who's a SEAL, he's like a SEAL guy doing our security. And it was me and Brandon. And then Brandon was like, hey, you want to park? Like, where do you want to park? And then I said, it's up to him. Security guy is hired specifically to tell me how to stay safe. These cops, these agents on the ground are doing the job we voted for them to do.
That's exactly
We have
right.
asked them to do this. They have stood in harm's way on our behalf for us. And this is important. Police were trying to arrest a criminal, and these people started attacking the police. So I'm not here to play these stupid games with these psychotic terrorists. When we asked these brave men to please go out here and do this job, and they got attacked.
Well, dude, and also you can't take the phrase bootlicker seriously because 99% of the people who use it want higher taxes. Like, you all right? You know, they want more gun restrictions. They want to be told what to do.
Look, if they're throwing rocks, those are deadly weapons. Like that is an escalation, and they're lucky that the police respond with tear gas.
Amen.
And with
Yeah.
with like rubber bullets or less than lethal means. You're throwing rocks at the cops. You're trying to significantly injure them. Like serious bodily harm or death is what you're hoping for. If they hit a cop in the head that didn't have a helmet on, you could break his skull open. Like you get what you ask for, man.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're asking for violence from the police.
Yeah, and like again, aside from
Yeah,
I
what?
agree with you.
Well,
Aside
they're
from,
starting
They're
violence.
starting
No.
violence. Aside from just the morality of it, it is obviously not a smart idea to throw a rock at a person who has a gun.
No, it's not.
That
a
is
smart
Most,
idea.
I don't think that they actually do have
Because
guns.
then they might shoot the rock out of the sky. You know?
I think they
No,
most
he
likely
just-
have less
being
less
goofy.
lethal stuff. So they have paintball guns that have.
Yeah.
I'm
have
pretty sure these
paintballs
guys
in
have
them.
guns, though.
Yeah, I think they.
I mean, these
probably have
these
both.
guys aren't riot control. These guys were out trying to arrest criminals,
Oh, all right.
and then they got attacked by them.
Yeah. Well,
This is what the Democrat administration did. I'm gonna go back to Elad because he made this point that I hear a lot of people on the like moderate right say like, well, Democrats are eventually going to get back into power, and you better watch out. It's like, bro, they brought in at the low end 10 million illegal immigrants who are now engaged in violence against our law enforcement trying to deal with it. If Democrats get back into power, there's not going to be a United States.
They should all be deported.
The Democrats?
Those who are violent
Agreed.
against
Yeah, the Democrats, yeah.
DHS agents.
they're not guaranteed to be immigrants, though.
No, but I think you should be denaturalized and deported if you are violent towards our DHS agents, though. I don't care about this if you were born in America.
No,
then
I mean, it's-
therefore, you are an American citizenship. The anchor babies are an issue. People who are advocating violence against our DHS agents
Just
are a
put 'em in
serious
jail
issue.
for a
People who lobby for revolution are a serious issue in our country. DHS agents, I feel very bad for because there's so much fear mongering surrounding them between activists online. I cover a lot of DHS arrests, and you could tell from the comments online, the activist groups around them, likening them to Nazis, talk about shooting officers online very often on all these social media platforms. And it doesn't stop there because then you also have Democrat politicians likening them to the Gestapo, people like Tim Walz in Minnesota and whatnot. So I foresee an increase in violence towards these agents, not decreasing it. And it makes me more sympathetic to the argument that these guys should be able to be masked because we're seeing a ton of people dox these agents, and then they're not only seeing violence towards them in the streets, but also online and towards their families once they go home. I'm ambivalent on the masking stuff.
Well, it's interesting. No, I mean, I think a lot of what you said there is right on the money. The left just murdered a moderate conservative who was speaking to college students. When you say this law enforcement agency that some fraction of the public doesn't like are Gestapo or are Nazis, what are you obviously calling for, right?
You know, I need to hit up Constantine and Francis over trigonometry again and have a follow up to our conversation from when was it, earlier in the year, right? It was
Yeah,
like
it's like
April
probably-
or something.
Yeah, it was springtime.
Because I was talking about the fears of a civil war emerging, and now we've seen such a dramatic escalation.
In England or here?
No, here.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, there's talk of in Great Britain as well, conflict breaking out. But I was talking to them about fear of
Pretty
civil
high
war in the
chance
United
that
States.
conflict will break out in
And they made the
UK.
point that most people who are unlearned on the issue make, and that is not meant to be derisive. It is most people aren't aware of how the conflicts emerge. And so the point they made is actually fairly common, and it's I go outside and I don't see anything like this. So why should I assume any of this is going to happen? And it's fascinating because literally never in history has it been that a government changed and there's a revolution or a civil war because every single person in every city went out of their house and started fighting somebody randomly in the street. You would not see it. However, based on that conversation, where are we now? If you look at Chicago, it looks like we have front lines forming. The fact that DHS has now been rammed and attacked, I think this may be the third or fourth time or more. Because our news team was like, I've lost track of how many rammings we've seen, attacks in Chicago. One of the most infuriating videos I've seen was DHS trying to arrest a guy who is presumed to be an illegal immigrant because we don't know the story. And this guy is screaming, Ayúdame, help me. And people run up and help him. So you've got a guy who's here illegally. We voted as Americans to remove these people and for law enforcement to do this job. And there are people attacking our law enforcement to shut that job down and help the criminals escape. That is a terrifying reality as to what's going on in this country. We voted. The will of the people be done. They're responding in places like Chicago, Portland, and the entirety of California. No. What's going to happen when Zoran Mamdani wins in New York?
Oh man.
He outright said he's going to take $100 million from the public coffers to fund illegal immigrant legal fees. So the public taxpayer will be financing the destruction of their own home state, home city.
I mean, imagine living and paying taxes in New York right now.
I just moved to Texas.
Good call.
I just
Good
felt it.
call, dude.
I didn't really move. The criminals forced me out. I mean, well, everything. The
You ran
criminals, the wokeism, the feminism, the you can't work because you didn't get the vaccine. It was like
my
it was
Yeah.
it was
Can't
everything.
work
That was
because you didn't
insane.
get the
It was
vaccine. It's
everything at
ridiculous.
once.
Yeah, you made
I
the
hated that
right choice.
I'd be
I would have
embarrassed to
done
live
perfectly
there.
fine
if
with
he was
losing my
American.
job
I
if I didn't get
Yeah,
the
I'm
vaccine.
gonna say something that
I would have sued the heck out of
probably
them.
shouldn't say, but I'm going to say it anyway. I am not going back to Chicago anytime soon until there is clarification on the status of politics in this country. I don't know if I can find this story. Let me see if I can. Live streamers, NBC Chicago. But when Luke Rudkowski, hey, look at this. There it is. I did find it. Luke Rudkowski and I, as well as a handful of other people. This is a very old story. Look, it's gone. Oh, here we go. Live streamers, new faces of journalism, a new breed of journalists. We got profiled by NBC5 Chicago 13 years ago. And here we go. Tell me the story. Hey, here's why I'm not going back to Chicago. May 20th, 2012, independent journalist detained at gunpoint by CPD. Chicago
Yeah.
police tried planting drugs in our car to put us in prison. Yeah, it's a crazy story. And I've been having this conversation security-wise with what time it is with a lot of people. And I said, guys, in Portland, Nick Sorter was attacked by Antifa, went to the police to report it, and they arrested him. It is only because he's got a large number of followers and the Trump DOJ intervened publicly that they decided not to press charges and go after him. In 2012, when I went to Chicago, Luke Rudkowski, myself, my friend Jeff, Jess, and Luke's friend, I forget his name. You can see here, Tim Pool has been covering the NATO protests, was detained around 2 a.m. The long story short of it is we got surrounded by like, I don't know, 10 vehicles. I can't remember the total number. Only 2 of them were marked. They illegally pulled us out, searched the vehicle, took all of our possessions and belongings. We're trying to pop open batteries and cameras to look if there's anything inside. Wrote down credit card numbers, passport numbers, ID numbers. Then some guy came up and said, so, you know, your vehicle matched the description. That's why we stopped you, but you're free to go. Long story short, after this, someone that we believed to be under the direction of a police informant was trying to plant Adderall in our vehicle. And only because of my experience with operational security, I was able to stop that from happening. After which we got tips from people the police were trying to track down our vehicle, presumably because
Adderall. We got 3 Focus drivers here.
yeah, it's a 4-year mandatory.
They're abiding by every law. Blinkers on point. That's
having
crazy.
having a pill bottle that doesn't belong to you in your vehicle is 4 years in prison mandatory.
Jesus.
Yes, in
I
a
gotta go move my car.
So if that person was able to successfully plant those drugs in our car, and then we got pulled over a second time, I think what happened was the cops pulled us over hoping that they were going to find something, thinking that these guys are going to have something we can get them on. They had previously arrested, there's something called like the NATO 5, arrested on terror charges because they found beer-making equipment that they accused these leftists, these are Antifa guys, they accused them of having Molotov cocktail.
Get down.
I thought Jimmy Kimmel just said Antifa doesn't exist.
It's not real. Well, at the time, they didn't call them Antifa. These are just far leftists. So,
Antifa exists.
it's a long story. I talked about it before,
flags
but
and
basically what
everything.
happened was I instructed everybody who was with us, they couldn't bring anything in the car, and anything consumable, edible, or disposable be thrown away, and the only thing they could bring with was hard equipment and clothing. And long story short, someone who we believe was under the direction of a police informant or police themselves was trying to sneak drugs into the car, and had we gotten pulled over. So where I am at right now, that was Chicago, yeah. And Chicago's notorious for having black sites where they'll arrest, quote unquote, somebody and bring them to an undisclosed location to beat and torture them. People like this is Chicago, bro. You had John Burge, I think his name was. He would electrocute people and force confessions out of them with a cattle prod or something like that. Charlie Kirk has been murdered. They are arresting conservatives in Portland right now who have committed no crimes. They are clearly, by any means necessary, making moves against their enemy partisans. So I have been telling people, understand what time it is and what this means. If you go to a corrupt place like Chicago in the midst of a conflict where illegal aliens are attacking DHS and the governor is siding with the illegal immigrants and the judges are telling DHS to remove the barriers around their facilities to allow the rioters to attack them. what do you think they will do to you? It's real simple.
Yeah.
It's almost time to get lethal.
You know, to be fair, like someone like me, I may have a large enough following to where like Nick
Really
Sorter, they back off.
start
But there's
pushing
going to be
lethal.
potentially with what's going on in Chicago, a lesser known personality. They'll get disappeared. They're gonna get grabbed. The cops are gonna say, "Oops, found coke," and there's gonna be no one to help them because they only have a small number of followers, something like that. Considering what happened to Nick, and because right now we don't even know these other guys that Andy No reported on, a conservative got hit in the head with what was presumed to be a rock, ends up in the hospital. The cops come to the hospital and criminally charge him.
Yep.
Yeah, I heard
Now
about
we
that.
don't know what's going on with that, but I'm telling you guys, understand what time it is. If you show up and you're standing at the Broadview Center for ICE or whatever, I think you are naive to think that they are not going to criminally charge you with something and they can make it up.
Yeah, it is.
That's what they did to Nick. I am not talking about a hypothetical. I am telling you, Nick Sorter is on camera being physically attacked by Antifa, and then the police lied to arrest him, and it's only because of the following, and the DOJ got
The
involved,
video is
and he
all
was
over
released
X.
without charge.
Or
What's
was
going to happen
anyway.
to the rest of us or anyone else who goes to these jurisdictions?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Tell me I'm paranoid. That's fine. Look up the story. Independent journalist detained at gunpoint by CPD. This has happened, and right now it's hotter than it's ever been.
Look, like your remarks about partisans and the way that the police, law enforcement, depending on where they are, how they treat people, it's
And some of these
absolutely
judges
obvious to
just
anyone that'll
ridiculous.
look. I mean,
So,
whether it be the
yeah.
FBI when it was under the
If you ain't
previous
black,
administration
you're
going
going to
after
prison.
parents because they
If you
didn't want
are,
their
you're getting
kids
rough-
to be taught certain subjects
She's
in school
performing you.
about gender ideology or what have you. The way the FBI treated all conservatives across the board. There were a bunch of people that were under
Specifically,
investigation by the
you're
FBI, or the
conservative, you're going to
FBI was
prison.
monitoring
If you're
what they were
liberal,
doing
you'll
and what
get
they were
out of
saying.
it and
If you're
slap on a
if
wrist.
you are public conservative,
What happened to one of
and you are
the
in the
Doge
wrong
guys?
jurisdiction,
They all got
you will be
released
targeted.
with probation.
The AG, if Jay Jones
Ridiculous.
wins in Virginia next
Ridiculous.
month, and you're a conservative, you can guarantee that you will not get treated to the same type of justice system that a Democrat would. This
crash
is
it.
without
This
question.
is an important point is Jay Jones said he wanted his opponent's children murdered. And that if he had the option to shoot Hitler, Pol Pot, or the Republican speaker in Virginia, he'd shoot the Republican speaker twice.
But him as DA, he's going to treat you fairly if you're a conservative. Give me a break.
No.
Give me a. That's insane to think.
This is on a much smaller scale, but in New York City, I think I talked about this 4 years ago. I was on your show. I got told I wasn't going to be hired because I'm white. I have it on tape.
Yeah.
I'm now on year 4, and we haven't even. We're just finishing the discovery phase.
Wow.
And it's like it's on my attorney said he's never seen a more clear case of discrimination.
What do you think
in
New
New
York's-
York City? This
What do
is
you
the
think
most-
New York's going to be like if Zoran Mamdani wins?
Right.
Tyler, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with your case.
Sure.
You were, what was it, not hired because you were white? You were told that because you were white.
Not only that,
to your face.
Well, it was on a phone call. So I was like I was in Hollywood. I was acting on TV shows and I was on Chicago Med. Actually, played a drug addict. But
So just method acting, right?
yeah, meth acting.
It's in the eyes.
Yeah, meth head acting.
Oh, meth acting.
Yeah.
Yo,
Meth head
dude.
acting.
Yeah, I was like the fucking Aaron Paul of drug addict horse jockeys. I was a
Okay,
horse jockey.
sweet.
But anyways, I was booking a lot of roles, and then all the BLM stuff, the first wave, then the second wave, and they started to tell me outright. I would book a commercial campaign. They'd call and go, "We want you," because you do impressions or whatever it is, but we got to put a black face or XYZ. And I started to document this, and then I would get called in. Hey, we want you to be on SNL. So I would get one of the big time agents, and then they'd say, it's not a good time for white guys. So I have a whole slew of stuff, and everyone was calling me the racist. This is what happened in New York City. And then I got the last call on tape, an acting manager, AGI they're called, and they said it's our company policy to not represent white men right now.
What?
So they scouted me.
They
This
said
was-
those words. They said it's our company
it is
policy
on
to not represent
tape.
white men.
I went on
That's
Dr.
insane.
Phil. I played. It's
That's insane.
and it's got no whatever. But that's just the reality.
Because what you need to understand is, imagine you go to Qatar and beg them to allow women to go to school, drive, and own their own homes and properties. They're going to be like, yeah, okay, buddy. That's what you're trying to do when you go to these jurisdictions to impose your ideological wills on these people. The same thing is true when I was at Vice. I was told that when they hired me, it was the negotiations I literally had with the guys at Vice was, I can do social media and live streaming, but I can't do documentary. I want to do the HBO stuff. And they said, okay, we'll do the documentary stuff with you. You do the live stream stuff with us. We'll figure it out. Did a handful of docs that did really, really well. The Kim.com one got millions. The I field produced the North Korea one, it got millions.
I need them
And
to
then
go
I was
back
told
into
by a
the vlog.
producer I couldn't host for HBO because HBO didn't want any white men. When I
Remember you told me.
when I went to Fusion, they had something. There was an event called Black and Brown Forum where they were going to have Democratic candidates, like it was like Bernie and Hillary and someone else. And they had the top talent, their senior talent, except me. They contracted a black comedian. And when I asked the president of the company, why did they bring someone else in when I'm one of their senior talent and they're paying a lot of money, he said, "You look too white." And I was like, "I am second generation
Ridiculous.
mixed race." He goes, "Yeah, but you look white." I'm like, holy crap.
Normal for them to say it. They're so confident. See, that's the thing. It's like they're the tyrannical ones. They're the racist ones.
I mean, that's openly against the law, right? The Civil Rights Act
Yeah.
prevents that.
And it's
literally
4 years I've been spending half of my time on that while being called the racist for even pursuing.
And the Republicans are like, we can't break the law. We can't do anything that skirts the law, even though it is the norm nowadays.
Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast IRL. Make sure to watch the show
See if
live
anybody's talking
Monday
about those text messages, huh? What are you doing? Yeah, these ones.
So it just goes to show when you give people oxygen
Democrat
in this
hypocrisy
way,
following young
in a
Republican
double
scandal.
standard
Yeah, this
environment
is
where
talking
the
about
left is
that.
able to get away
Watch
with
that.
just about everything that they do
Yep.
wrong, and the right are constantly monitored with a
Yeah,
with
we're
a
gonna constantly
microphone,
step on
with a
eggshells.
magnifying glass. When that double standard exists, the last thing you want to do is cave in and give that double standard any more legitimacy.
Yep.
It's time for Republicans to start playing hardball.
Hey everyone, I am your host Tate Brown here, holding it down for Tim Pool. We have a big story here,
From
an
Politico.
exclusive story from Politico. Leaked messages, I love German Painter here, leaked messages expose young Republicans' racist chat. Look, this is a real shocker. I know, Zoomers are
Yeah,
alleging,
they're
right?
they're
group
making
chats are a little
Hitler
rough
jokes.
around
So
the edges.
man, none of us have ever done that in our
shocker to
lives.
Absolutely no one. But they dropped this yesterday, and the reaction has been wild. Thousands of private messages reveal young GOP leaders joking about a variety of things. This was a Telegram chat that was leaked yesterday. I'm sure you've seen the article by now. But the reaction from a lot of people in the GOP has been condemnation, firing. It's basically just cancel culture rehashed. Meanwhile, on the left, you have Jay Jones, the AG candidate, who was literally
talking about murdering somebody's
literally
children.
endorsing death and despair for his political opponents.
Mhm.
And no one in the Democrat Party has provided a full-throated condemnation of this.
Nope,
Completely dance
they
around
won't.
about this. And the reaction from Vice President J.D. Vance to this
Because
political
they
article
believe
was
it.
absolutely fantastic. Here's what he tweeted yesterday. This is far worse than anything said in a college group chat, and the guy who said it could become the AG of Virginia. I refuse to join in the pearl clutching when powerful people call for political violence. So
Exactly.
Vice President Vance setting the framing
I could
very
care
well
less.
here. He is excellent. He gets it. He's saying now is not the time to punch right when this is what we're up against. This is the firestorm of leftist political violence that has been engulfing our country. And so fantastic. And many people in the GOP are to the left of the vice president. What does that say about the moment we're in as a party? Unbelievable. If you're to the left of the vice president right now, you're not helping. You're not on the team. So we're going to bring in Gabe Guidarini here. He is a college Republicans expert. He's been in the space for a very long time. He's very familiar with it. And he's going to break down what's going on here, what his reaction was to the article. But more importantly, we're going to drill down on the GOP's reaction, a lot of people in the GOP's reaction. And we're going to break all that down. So we have the interview coming up.
I could
Stay
care
tuned.
less.
It was a great chat.
They were
So I'm
private
Gabe
chats
Guidarini.
that shouldn't have been
I've
leaked
been
in the first
Republican
place.
politics on the young Republican side for a long time. Previously, I was vice president and then acting president for the College Republicans of America, which oversees a overwhelming majority of the college Republican chapters around the country. And then currently I'm the chairman of the Ohio College Republican Federation, which oversees all the college Republican chapters in the state of Ohio. So, and I've been working with a lot of different groups before, and just trying to get young people engaged and fight back against the left on our campuses.
Totally. Well, that's great. Well, thanks for hopping on. Before we get into the reactions to the Politico article, can we first get your reaction? What was your reaction yesterday when this article got dropped into your desk? What did you think?
Well, the first thing that I really noticed right off the bat was it's just another instance of the pattern of left-wing journalism that isn't really focused on enlightening people. It isn't really focused on helping people understand the facts and understand the truth, but it's more focused on painting the Republicans as evil, more focused on getting a political agenda across. And in this case, that political agenda is all Republicans are Nazis, fascists, racists, whatever you'd call it. And it's just another pattern. And they've been doing this stuff for a long time. But what really struck me is how swift and coordinated the response was to condemn these people. And not everyone in that chat even had texts that were really that bad. Not everybody in that chat. There were 12 or 13 people in that chat.
Yeah.
Not everybody in that chat had really, really scathing texts attributed to them. But everyone in that chat felt the same fire from the GOP establishment. They felt the same wrath from the establishment elements of the Republican Party and of the political system. And it just goes to show that no matter who you are, no matter what association you have, no matter what you've actually said, people will throw you under the bus at a moment's turn if they believe that they are at risk from the left. And, the thing that I really like to communicate, and JD Vance talked about this yesterday, is it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what, who you associate with or what you do or who you talk to. The left will call you these things regardless. The left will do these things to you regardless. It doesn't matter what you are, what you say. The left, to the left, you are a Nazi. You are a fascist. If you are a Republican, if you are a Trump supporter. So that's the double standard that really comes into play here, especially when you consider how the left treats their own radical elements, treats their own people who say way worse things. Jay Jones said something miles worse than what was said in this chat, which is he was fantasizing about murdering a Republican lawmaker and his children because he believed that he was intrinsically evil. And those text messages were released. Not a single Democrat has come out and defended and revoked their endorsement of Jay Jones for what he said in those text messages. So, it's a major contrast from what you see from the Republican establishment, instantly condemning and throwing under the bus all the people who were in that group chat for edgy jokes at best, poor taste content at worst. But it's a really stark contrast between how the GOP treats their elements that are perceived as radical and how the Democrats treat their radical elements.
Totally. I mean, what does this say? Because we saw the last 3 primaries now where this sort of cancel culture sort of mentality loses at the ballot box every single time. Donald Trump himself is repudiation of cancel culture, of this finger wagging, of punching right, because he understands the moment we're in. He understands what time it is, and he understands that the left has these radical elements that ultimately want to kill us, as the AG candidate in Virginia has clearly demonstrated. What does that say about some of these, I guess you would call them stragglers, but there's obviously entrenched power that is outflanking the vice president of the United States to the left?
Well, I think it just goes to show that the Republican Party isn't on the same page. We do not know, the motivations behind all the people who are pushing this out, but it's very clear that there was coordinated activity behind the scenes before this article came out to instantly throw these people under the bus. People were fired even before this article came out. And I think that really goes to show how eager and desperate a lot of establishment elements in the Republican Party are to clean house with anyone who isn't in the establishment wing. And this unfortunately gave them a basis by which to do so. But it just goes to show, J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller and a lot of these really, really good elements within the Republican Party, they know the correct way to do this. They know the correct way to respond to this, which is to not give the left any oxygen whatsoever, because they deserve none. And you may recall in 2016, during the Access Hollywood tapes, when that was released about Donald Trump, when he was first running for president, when those came out, everyone in the Republican Party who meant anything threw him under the bus at a moment's notice. They said he's dead on arrival. He's cooked. He's not going to make it. These audio recordings are as scathing as can be. And what did Donald Trump do? He stood firm, completely unapologetically. He stood firm and defended himself, defended his reputation, defended his legitimacy as a candidate, and he won, much to the shock of all those establishment Republicans who many of them have since joined forces with Trump and have gone in line, and rightfully so. So it just goes to show, when you give people oxygen in this way, in a double standard environment where the left is able to get away with just about everything that they do wrong, and the right are constantly monitored with a microphone, with a magnifying glass. When that double standard exists, the last thing you want to do is cave in and give that double standard any more legitimacy. It's time for Republicans to start playing hardball. And until I tweeted this out, and a few people have actually talked about this too. Brandon Gill, congressman from Texas, who's I think has been really great. Texas out. Look, these text messages are horrible from Jay Jones.
Yeah.
And the Democrats will not condemn it at all. The Democrats never say anything about their radical elements. So why should we give them any more oxygen by throwing other Republicans under the bus? I don't see any reason to.
Totally. Well, I mean, there's something to be said about JD Vance. There's like a little echo on your end with maybe it's the laptop. I'm not sure.
Possible.
Yeah. But yeah, so we have, I mean, JD Vance specifically going out and getting the framing correct. He set the framing, he set the tone for how people should be responding to this. Could you maybe speak a little bit? Because JD Vance has been he kind of has his finger on the pulse, specifically with what young Americans are feeling, young patriots are feeling. Could you maybe speak a little bit to JD Vance's reaction, what that says about the future of the GOP?
Yeah. JD Vance's reaction, I think, just kind of paints him more as the future of the GOP, because, the reason I think it goes both ways. He is the future of the GOP, and that's also part of the reason why he has ascended as far as he has. I remember getting my start in Ohio politics, actually interning on his campaign back in 2022 when he was running for U.S. Senate. And one of the things that got me and a lot of other young people in Ohio so motivated about his campaign was that he was young, that he understood the issues that actually appeal to young people, and that he was ready to play hardball against the left. And J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller do this better than just about anyone in the upper echelons of the Republican Party. And that's why I think they've ascended so far, is because young people see that, and they are remembering that there are people in the Republican Party who are willing to stand by them, who are willing to support them, and who are willing to fight for them against the left, fight for their interests, fight for the future of this country against
people willing to fight against the left right now.
That has abandoned all sense
They've
of
awoken the
morality,
silent
that has abandoned
majority,
all sense of pride and country.
especially
And
with what they did
J.D.
with Charlie
Vance and
Kirk.
Stephen Miller are setting the blueprint for how Republicans should be playing hardball against the left. And that's, I think, why J.D. Vance has become, in many ways, the front runner for the GOP nomination in 2028. And that's why I think he'll continue to have a large influence in conservative circles going forward, because he consistently proves his expertise and good talking points and good messaging on issues like this, messaging that we sorely need right now.
Totally. I mean, well, JD Vance he gets this one principle, which so many in the GOP don't, is if you're in a dogfight, don't punch right. Don't punish people who are ultimately on your team. That's just like politics 101. I mean, I saw this tweet. This is earlier today. Will Chamberlain actually, he quote tweeted it. This is from an attorney out of Chicago, an immigration attorney, Eric Lee, and he said, quote, "If your visa was denied or revoked due to Charlie Kirk-related speech, the Consular Accountability Project is interested in representing you pro bono." So he's obviously responding to the Department of State's, policy where they're not going to distribute visas to people who are dancing on the grave of Charlie Kirk. The left has zero appetite to police their radicals whatsoever because they understand that they're in a war with us, and why would they attack people on their team? But there's a degree to it because they're defending people that want to kill people. They're defending political violence, people that celebrate political violence, versus the right. We're already just throwing people under the bus for edgy jokes. I mean, maybe you could elaborate more on the types of actors that the left is going to bat for and sort of their reaction to their radicals.
Yeah, well, I mean, the left only has so much political capital in this environment that they can afford to spend. I think that the young Americans especially, and polling shows this too, are kind of turning against the political left. And I think that older Americans are too. I think one of the things that really sparked this off originally was September 10th and the murder, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Democratic leaders, right? This was a very transparent moment. Democratic leaders were coming out and condemning it and condemning all political violence. But their interns, the people underneath them, their supporters, the most vocal people in the young left and the Democratic Socialist organizations were coming out. They were just mocking Charlie Kirk. They chose to either ignore it or worse, they chose to actively joke about it, mock Charlie Kirk. And
they did.
What it says, I think, about the left is that in many ways, the left is not only worse than the Republican Party, they are about as bad as you can get in terms of systemic ignorance regarding the extremism of their own circles, of the actual people working underneath them. You look at Capitol Hill, most of these Democratic politicians are, they're old white guys. They're probably a lot more moderate. They would, in olden days, they'd probably be more blue dog types, but their interns who pull their strings are about as far left as you can go.
Yeah.
These are people who truly, 50 years ago, they'd be in the Weather Underground. These people truly have a disdain, not only for America in general, but also for Republicans as people, because they disagree, because they believe that Republicans are morally reprehensible and that they are morally unable to assimilate to their vision, their progressive idea of what this country should be. And that just continues to show itself more and more every single day. The amount of people, it was the fact that there were 100,000 people in this country, at least, those are only the people that we know of, that were put on that database for laughing or supporting Charlie Kirk's assassination. It just goes to show the systemic rot in this country has gotten
People
really
are
deep.
so
And
shallow
people
anymore.
are taking
They
note of
have
that,
hardly any
not only on the
foundation,
political
and their
right, but in the
identities
political
are not
center
in
as
anything of
So
value
the
anymore.
Democrats are now, I believe, in a panic frenzy to try and shovel all this
politically, they
stuff
are associated, and their
the
politics
radar,
are
and I think
so
that's where a lot of this
shallow. On
comes
top of them
into.
being shallow,
They
like
believe that
it
by
just
painting the
cracks
Republicans as actually being Nazis or actually being
under any type of
fascists,
pressure,
that they
and so then their
can
identity goes
shove the
downstream with
attention
whatever
away
they
from them
political party they
and
identify
put
with.
it on
They
the
have no
right and
foundation
label all young
whatsoever.
Republicans, label
Just get washes
the young
off from
generation
underneath
of
of them, and they
conservatives
freak out.
as far right
Literally
Nazis,
go
morally
crazy.
reprehensible. What people may not be expecting, and people may not have expected, is the unlikely ally, or perhaps likely ally, that they have received from the moderate right, from the establishment elements of the Republican Party, who seem completely ready and willing to go to bat for the left and to work with the left to paint the extremists, paint these people as extremists, to try to push aside every element of a more conservative right-wing way by labeling everyone as Nazis, by trying to make examples of people by
Yeah,
ruining
they've
their
made being a
lives.
Nazi
So
like
it
so
just goes to
have
show
no
that when the left plays
everybody's a
hardball,
Nazi in
they
their book.
are
It
able
just
to
has
get
no
away with it.
substance
They were
anymore.
able to try and push it aside.
Got my
But
drink back?
the right can't play hardball if we have half the party desperately trying to work with the left to put the
That'd be
attention
fantastic.
back on the right. The attention needs to be on the left because they're the people.
Fantastic.
The left is where the
There you
violent
go.
energy is coming from. Not all leftists, obviously, but when there is political violence going on in this country over the past several months, whether it's with Charlie Kirk or whether it's violence directed at
No,
ICE
not right
agents
now,
in
I'm not.
Chicago and Portland, it's coming from the left. It comes from a place of political leftism and progressivism. And Republicans need to start acknowledging that much more boldly. J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller are paving the way.
Totally.
Dad, you
That's so
have to
true.
put the
What, 'cause you're tapped into these college GOP circles, obviously through Turning Point and other of your, with your experience and that sort of thing.
big guy is
What
pushing
is the
me.
reaction
Mhm.
from young Republicans across the country to this whole situation? What are you hearing? What are they saying?
I mean,
These
I
sorts of
need a
things.
big one.
Well, I
So,
think to
I
most
need a
young
big one.
Republicans,
Mm.
the actual,
Papa,
in the broad
big
scheme of
one
things, an
with that-
environment where Charlie
Yeah.
Kirk was killed and where Jay Jones hasn't lost a single endorsement for his horrible statements that he made over text messages that were released. I think young Republicans have really exhausted all of their energy to care about this particular situation.
Mm-hmm.
What infuriates us more
Well,
is
that's
the
because it was called every
response
name in the book.
from establishment Republican elements.
They're just
And it just
calling
goes
you
to
names
show,
because they
look,
have
if
nothing better to
somebody
do.
is
Like, they
placed in a
can't
difficult
actually
situation,
perform an
if somebody
argument
has somebody
against
go
you.
after them or allege something about them, that
because there's only
the
one
people that
truth.
they work for,
Like,
the people who they are supposed to rely on, who they
somebody's
believe
gonna be
that
wrong
they should
in
be
their
able to rely
ideologies.
on, will just throw them under the bus at a moment's notice to protect
Two
their
things
own
can't
name,
be true
to
at the same
protect their
time.
reputation among donor
Well,
groups.
two things can be true
It
at the
just
same
goes to
time,
show
but
that
two
these people
viewpoints can't be
are,
true at the same time.
just not in line with the young elements of the GOP whatsoever. And I think it's a lot more systemically induced than that. The Republican Party in many cases actively seeks to shove young people away from the table. And when they do have young people that they try to bring in, usually these young people are
Yeah.
more focused on they're people who they believe that they can control their rhetoric. They can they can make sure that these people are parroting the right talking points. Look at who makes up the RNC Youth Advisory Council, for instance. So the Republican Party will bring those people in, and then you have people like Dan Crenshaw who go out and say, if you're under 25, you should not be running for office. Who says something like that? We
Why?
need more young people running for office. I feel like
Mhm.
that's something that even most older folks can agree on, that more young people should be in
I think we
leadership
need to have an
positions in
age
this
limit,
country.
not
But
upper
the fact
age
of the
limit
matter
on
is a large amount of the Republican Party does not want more young people
being
in
elected
leadership
for
positions
offices.
because they know that young Republicans and young conservatives are willing to play hardball
Or a
on the
term
issues
limit
that
at
matter
least.
most.
Totally.
Not
What
necessarily an
is the
age limit, term
prescription here
limits.
for these
Something
stodges,
longer.
these old heads that are
No.
basically ladder pulling these young guys? I mean, obviously it's a matter of time, given a few
I don't know
decades,
why.
this will flush itself out of the system. But the moment we're in, where we're facing an existential threat, an internal, a domestic, existential threat, what in the short term can we do to sort of mitigate this ladder pulling, to get people that are focused on breaking this leftist power into positions of prominence and boxing out these stodges that don't really get it, that are functionally Democrats?
Well, you have to show them where the energy is actually coming from within the Republican Party, and show them how little leverage they actually have. And that means combating the precedent that they're trying to set right here and right now with this particular issue. Ratio, look at all these establishment Republicans getting ratioed on Twitter right now. I think it was pleasantly surprising that these people are seeing serious backlash because the Republican base at this point just has no energy
Why?
for
How dare
firing
me?
to the right. They want all the fire. They want all the arrows. They want all the attack messaging. They want all the energy placed on making sure that people recognize that the left is the issue in the political system right now, that the left is the facet of our political system that's actually contributing to violence and contributing to the political decay and polarization that we're seeing right now. So just setting that message, making sure that these people are, because they're in bubbles, right? These establishment Republican types are in bubbles.
Oh,
they hang
he
out
went completely
in
underneath my
musty old
desk.
rooms with other old people, and they are not, they're not plugged in with what young people
He's
are
over
saying, and that needs
on
to
the
change.
left
And you saw it yesterday
side.
and today with these people, these establishmentarians coming onto Twitter to instantly denounce these people, thinking
But
that
there's a
they'd be okay.
firefighter, but he's back there
Meanwhile,
by the
they
drum
just
kit.
have a bunch of
But
right-wing
be careful back there.
young people coming in and just totally torching them because they're
This is a
throwing
glass,
people under the
buddy.
bus and putting no attention on the left whatsoever. And then the
No,
left
because
still
you cut up
calls
the
them
lid.
Nazis. So it doesn't, they gain nothing out of doing that. And making an example out of them in that way is really important for being
I
able
don't know.
to
He fell back that way.
build a Republican Party that
Go look.
knows how to fight and knows how to
No, the left. He's over by the drum kit.
Well, I want to drill down a little bit on the sort of the overall vibe.
He's in
among
there
young people,
somewhere.
because look, we saw the group chat, we read the text, it's in the article, these sorts of things.
We lost the
If
cowboy.
you're older, that's obviously very scandalizing, but for young
There he is.
people, it's not so much. This is actually kind of familiar. These group chats are typically quite edgy. There's a lot of dark humor and these
Yeah.
sorts of things. And a friend of mine, Nathan Halberstadt, he posted this graph on Twitter that did numbers, which was showing the percentage of Americans who are homeowners and married
You got a
by
secret?
30. And it was like, 60, 70% in the 1970s. And it's just completely fallen off a cliff where I think it was hovering around like 10% today.
I'm too short.
And I look at stuff
I
like
know.
that. I look at a variety of metrics that indicate
No,
how
no, no,
bad
no, no, no,
or
no,
how
no,
difficult
no,
it is for young
no.
people to properly matriculate into adulthood, right? Like a lot of these
Why are you going
conventional
up?
avenues.
Hang on, let me
are
get
being
back into
shut
position.
off. And so it's like it's no wonder that these guys,
You're gonna put 'em
the
in?
young people broadly, which would include myself, are kind of edgy. They're kind of a little. They have a little less regard for convention because ultimately convention has failed them. Ultimately, the orthodox pathways have failed them. So they're going to be a little rough around the edges, just naturally. It just comes with the territory. But I don't know. Maybe you can drill down a little bit on that.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to defend, a lot of the things that were said in that chat. I'm not going to, defend if it was, a lot of tasteless content. But I think just generally speaking, the Republican base, especially young people in the Republican base, have been pushed to a point where they just don't care about how they're interpreted anymore. Because if you come out again in support of lower tax rates, they will call you a Nazi at this point. If you come out and you say, I don't want unlimited immigration, or I actually just want to, stop illegal immigration, they call you a Nazi. So if they call you a Nazi, even when you're being a moderate Republican, if you're saying things
They'll
that
call you a
probably
Nazi no
70%
matter
of
what.
Americans can agree on, then what's the point in trying to adhere to those lines? Eventually, people
If you
stop
disagree with them, you're a
caring.
Nazi.
Again, eventually, people stop giving a hoot, and they just start, spouting off. And I think that's the point where the
Nonsense.
left has
It's all
taken
nonsense.
a lot of people in the right too. And the
What?
establishment GOP just doesn't recognize that, because at the end of the day, they don't have to face that. They aren't in contact
No.
with the left. They don't know what it's like
No,
to
you're
be in close
playing.
contact with the left.
Keep
College
playing.
students like the ones that I represent in my role as chairman, they are on campus and face harassment from left-wing people all the time. But if you are living in a multi-million-dollar McMansion
Then clean up.
in Northern Virginia, and the only experience that you have with
Okay,
the opposite
smash
side
it.
of the aisle is in the halls of Capitol Hill, you're not going to get that same experience. And that's a dichotomy. That's sort of the
They're
contrast
free.
of experiences that's being formed. And until it is resolved,
Yeah, you gotta go put them
the
away.
young base will continue to be at odds with the older establishment
Get them out of the
element
trash can.
of the Republican Party.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why
We're,
not?
we're running
Just
against the
pass me
clock.
out
We have a
these-
little more time.
This is
I
not
don't know, do
trash.
you have any
No.
closing thoughts? Maybe
Yes,
how,
sir.
what sort of reaction you would like to see?
I'm
Maybe,
going shopping
maybe
this
from these
time.
Yeah.
GOP apparatchiks.
Well, I mean, the reaction I want to see is the reaction I saw from JD Vance and Brandon Gill and a whole lot of other people, which is
What? blowing
The
nose.
Democrats never condemned Jay Jones. Nobody has revoked their endorsements for Jay Jones after what he did. If they want to play like that, then we'll play like that too. We're going to fight fire with fire, and we're not in the mood to punch right. We just want to
It's
punch
not
left.
scary. It's
And
blowing my
that's
nose.
the only way that we're going to be able to actually not only push the Overton window, but
You wanna blow it?
actually prevent the left from having political power in this country in the way that they did during the Biden administration, because they're angling to get back into it.
Oh
And
yeah,
the
that's how
number
I
one thing that
sound.
They want
How I
they
sound when I blow my
hopefully,
nose.
they want to reclaim power. They want to defeat Vance or whoever it's going to be in 2028. They want that precedent to be set so that they can really
Okay.
restrict freedom of speech in
Nose
this
it.
country to prevent another Trump or Republican or conservative or
that
right-wing
noise in my
presidency from ever happening again. And the number one thing that's
You
going to
got
help
two
them
nostrils.
achieve that
Yeah,
precedent
nose.
is by
Nostrils.
labeling
I
all
got
their
a nose, you
political
got a
opponents
nose.
as Nazis,
got two
fascists,
nose?
whatever. They
Nostrils.
want to make sure
You got
that
two
we can be
noses?
as alienated
No, I don't have
as
two
humanly
noses. That'd be
possible.
weird.
And the only way
Oh,
that we're
I
going to
got
prevent that from
one
happening
nose
is by
and
getting
two.
Republicans who will stand up
Two
and
nostrils.
press all
No,
the
I
fire to
got
the left.
two nose.
Dude, so good, so good. Thank you for your insights, man. Thanks for hopping
If you
on.
had two
Where can
noses,
people
you'd look
find you if they
weird.
want more?
I'm
Oh,
on
look,
X
Lee.
at Gabe
You
Guidarini.
got two
You'll also
nostrils.
find me on most of the other social
He's
media
got
platforms as
purple.
well. But
But don't
most
be
of my
picking your nose.
political commentary and analysis is
Ew.
done
I
on
eat
Twitter.
them.
Oh.
Guidarini. Okay, I was trying to nail the pronunciation
Ew.
beforehand.
Yuck, yuck.
So it's so Italian. I could taste the wine as I was saying it. It was fantastic. But well,
What
thank
are
you
you
so
doing?
much, man. We'll have you back here sometime soon. So appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir. Alrighty.
Wow.
Well, that
Oh
was
no.
the
Yeah.
college
No,
Republican.
smash into the
He has his finger
ground.
on the pulse. He has his finger on the pulse, and that's why we had to bring him on. I
Yes,
couldn't think of anyone
Mhm.
better to break this down.
Oh,
Totally correct. JD Vance setting the framing correct. He just gets it. He really just does get it. And
I do like
if you're to
JD.
the left of JD Vance right now, if you're to not just that, let's just kind of take a step back. If you're to the left of the Vice President of the United States, what are you doing? What's
Mhm.
going on here? You got to take a long look in the mirror. So, with that, I'm gonna wind us down.
Yeah,
We
you
are gonna
do.
raid Devori Dawkins. He is live, and we're gonna give him a raid here. Let me get this
Okay.
fired
Uh,
up.
uh,
Raid. See if I can get this. Boom, boom. I'm losing my young.
Okay, okay. All right, let's see what TikTok has to say. Hurry up. I think you got it all off my desk. Plenty of magnetiles. Here's your guys. Okay, maybe we won't watch TikTok. Or did it get taken down? Watch it, bud. Watch it, watch it, watch it. It might have gotten taken down. I wonder.
Hold on. Because you is
Buddy, what are you doing?
on your phone, so
No, you're not getting my phone. Mom said you are going to play or clean up.
I'm clean up. So I know.
You're not watching anything on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they must have taken Tecton's video down. Darn. No. Hey, buddy. Mom said no.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Back at it again for one of these videos. Sorry, I'm just a little bit bored, and you see me on Twitter. I'm pretty damn invested in this. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I have never been as invested in what is happening right now on social media, on Twitter, on Twitch. I mean, fuck, it's even on YouTube. This might just be one of the biggest cover-ups of all time.
That's a fence behind him. He's not laying on anything. He's sitting.
Oh. Why he sit?
Why does he sit?
Why?
Because he's talking to us.
But she didn't. Could you come over and do the laundry? You said that to him?
What are you doing? Why are you touching my microphone?
Oh. Hello?
My microphone. How about
I can't know
lights
to
on
open it up.
for you to on for you to what? No.
Where's baby? Let's play, mommy. Let's play babies. Let's play babies.
You want to play babies?
Yes. Yep, I this one.
This is dirty. It's been on the floor. I guess if you want to suck on it, you can. You don't have to. Get goofball.
Down.
It's been on the floor so many times. I told him I don't care.
He's trouble. He's doing it. He knows.
In Twitch history, and it's happening in real time in front of all of us. And the worst thing is, while it's happening on camera with our eyes that we can see, they're telling us what you're seeing with your eyes isn't real.
It's not real.
And
Yep.
in case you don't know what has happened, just to give you go watch probably one of my previous videos. This video isn't about Hassan Piker. This video is about how people bend the knee to this man and all of those involved. And it's been about 7 to 8 days so far. Now, this started off as a simple, Hassan has abused his dog on stream.
Yep.
Let's get him to apologize and get him to correct his ways, use an e-collar properly, because there is a proper way to use one. He was not using it properly, and let's move forward. But that didn't
in place, happen. You know.
The lies began, and
for
then he was
5
telling
hours.
us it wasn't an e-collar, and Kaya hurt their paw, and then all of a sudden the button he pressed was for a gate code, and then he wasn't grabbing a remote, he was grabbing a Zin, and then there is no e-collar, and then there is an e-collar, and then there's a collar that only vibrates, and it just got more and more convoluted.
He just kept twisting. He couldn't keep his lies straight.
That the lies would stop with Hassan, but then streamer after streamer after streamer after streamer,
so many people defended him
in defense of this man. Now, first of all, there's Valkyrie. Obviously, that's Hassan's girlfriend, so I don't blame her for trying to protect her boyfriend. But at the same time, it's like, we're going to do this shit so blatantly. And then Valkyrie defends her boyfriend, and then Asmongold goes to help Valkyrie traverse the issue, and then she throws Asmongold under the bus, and then She says that she apologizes for talking to Asmongold and says she wasn't aware of his political views, but then there's a clip before she apologized saying that she was aware of his political views. And it's like, what the fuck is going on?
People are
It's like everybody on this fucking platform is lying. And at a certain point in my career, I've been doing streaming for 7 years. I've dealt with previous community filled with liars. And at a certain point, you always think that you know who the bad guys are. But even now that I'm talking about this, I feel like I'm going crazy. Like, holy shit. Like, you have Valkyrie saying that
people are nuts. People are absolutely nuts. And like I was saying, they are very shallow people. They're just here to make money on the platform. That's what they're here for. And that's what's sad about this, is just the money. Just the money that they're here for. I mean, I get it. It's nice making money trying to stream, but at least have some backbone or values, a little bit of morality in what you do and talk about.
Hassan, and he treats his dog
and be willing
so
to
well,
listen and understand the truth of things.
Spoiled baby, big baby. And then it's like, Hassan calls his dog spoiled because it wanted to get a drink of water and walk around the house.
Yeah.
Then you see a video of Hassan raising his dog with another dog that's irritated and putting them in a confined space to where he's encouraging the other dog to attack his dog and laughing at it like he's like the Penguin from Batman.
Come here, girl. Come on.
And then they're telling you, no, your eyes, they just don't work. That's not what happened. And then it goes even deeper. Then there's the collar, and Hassan won't show it the first day. And, 24 hours later, he removes it, said this collar only has the capacity to vibrate. And so for some reason, people believe that lie. And then obviously the Reddit detectives debunked that in 30 minutes. They showed this was the collar that had the electrical prongs, but it was removed, and then they enhanced the fucking scaling, and we find the black tape, and then we understand that Hassan took off the prongs and taped it over, and then streamers like Carolyn Kwan came out and played defense for him, saying, oh no, the collar had no electrical capacity. But then you have QT Cinderella, who slipped up and said it was an electrical collar, and the prongs were removed, and it was taped over like we all saw on footage. And then FaZe calls QT because QT's upset about, I mean, holy fuck, am I like reaching levels of unemployedness to care about this? Or like, you have FaZe, who then goes to call QT and apologized because QT accidentally told the truth and exposed Hassan for misproperly and abusing a fucking dog. And then FaZe Clan says, we stand with you, QT. But QT's standing on the side of trying to cover up an animal getting abused. Like, can we just treat dogs right? I mean, holy fuck. Like, listen, I get it. We all have bad moments with our pets. I mean, I've even yelled at a cat before when I was playing Elden Ring, and I feel bad about that shit every day. But, like, to see people keeping their dog as props near their fucking stream so they can seem more relatable, keeping a shock collar on them for 8 hours a day, zapping them whenever they want to move, putting them in more or less fucking dog fights, and seeing clip after clip of the collar being shown after the remote being shown. We can see the electrical collar. We see the cover up. We see him trying to hide it. We see him fucking use it. And now there's like 14 different streamers all covering for Hassan.
He's not. He's too old for it.
These people care more about securing their clout in the industry than they do about helping a helpless fucking dog. We people, I don't really think we're asking for too much.
I heard his feelings.
And sorry,
Let him sob.
Very intense about how much I love animals. I'm a guy where I have 3 cats and I have a dog.
Feelings.
At a point, I've had 7 cats.
I could tell what I told him.
With my brother who had 3
dogs. But I'm not going to let him sit there
and the thing about animals' lives
is
are
actually cute.
they don't live as long as us. their
There you go.
whole lives are just a chapter in ours, but it's their whole book. And knowing that there's an animal where they're just living a sad, unfulfilled life, doing nothing but trying to make Hassan seem more human, when we all know, let's just be real, if he were to pull off a skin suit and him be a lizard underneath, nobody here would really be surprised.
No.
And the worst thing is, let's just say it's not about the dog. This is a guy who's called for the death of a senator. This is a guy who's encouraged his audience to go out and kill people. This is a guy who showed off what appeared to be a gun, threatened a viewer's life live, and then doxed him. This is a guy who supports terrorist attacks. This is a fucking guy who's blatantly slandered so many content creators with career-ending false allegations, and Twitch protects him. And everyone protects him. And today is the day where obviously you guys have all known that I've been advocating for how fucked up the streaming space is. But to the levels of corruption that are currently on display is truly sickening. And then they tell you like people like me are delusional. They tell you people like Asmongold are delusional. They tell you people like XQC and Trainwrecks are delusional. And the worst thing is, all of the people protecting Hassan right now, and Hassan himself, are considered the good guys, while we sit here and we're deemed the brand risk, the bad guys, the Nazis. What the fuck? And the worst thing is, it's working. People are moving on. People have lost steam. I have blocked over 2,500 accounts on Twitter. And yet, even still, I see people spamming, move on, move on, move on. Delusional, bros obsessed, you're wrong.
No,
Hassan debunked it. And it's like,
it needs to be justice.
No.
There needs to be justice
that
to
never
this
happened. We bring them
abuser.
proof after proof after proof. They deny it. And they slander all of these other folk with completely baseless accusations that are, one, greatly exaggerated, or two, never happened, and everyone believes them. Guys, the world is fucked.
Okay.
What started off
You're
as a
cute
simple,
without it. Mom's right.
Hassan
You don't look good with the binky in your mouth,
to
though.
treat his dog better in the future, and maybe not use his dog as a prop, has now turned into one of the biggest coordinated cover-ups in Twitch history. Hassan's like a fucking
Can't believe
mafia
he's still allowed
boss.
to
He's
stream
like
on
the
Twitch.
fucking boogeyman
I
of
can't
these
believe that they've actually brought a person over to Twitch
Has anybody heard from
that was
Ludwig? Is he
saying
dead?
kill all the
Has Hassan
Jews.
shocked him enough to where he can
Like-
breathe now? I can't
Yeah.
believe
Dude
that
got
this
banned on
will
Kick, but
soon
then they
blow
offered
over
him partnership
if
on
it hasn't
Twitch
already blown over.
for saying
And
that.
nothing will happen again, because they are telling you
Yeah, very sick.
that your eyes are
I've
lying
stopped
to you,
streaming on Twitch.
and they want to move on so bad. And the worst thing
No
is,
more Twitch streams.
people will. Scary as fuck times
I mean,
right now, guys.
You can. I'm on
Scary as
Rumble,
fuck
Kick, and YouTube still, but anytime spending bill has what?
My spider.
Your spider. Hello, YouTube.
So I got a cookie at the restaurant.
Oh, okay. Where is it?
I get to eat them.
The Supreme Court's getting volume.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Oh, let me tell you, it is all out panic behind the scenes. You know, sure, the Democrat establishment's gonna wear a mask, they're gonna project strength and confidence, but I am telling you, following what's happening with all this redistricting news, they are shaking in their boots. And in fact, it's not just the polls, it's not just the redistricting wars, as I've called it. No, it's this potential latest Supreme Court bombshell that threatens the Democrat gerrymandering firewall that's allowed them to rig election maps for decades. The whole thing might collapse here. The Supreme Court is now gearing up to hear Louisiana versus Calais, and that's set for October 15th when you guys are probably watching this video. And this particular case has the potential to detonate the single most abused election weapon in modern history, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. For decades, Democrats and activist judges have used Section 2 to carve out racially gerrymandered districts that always elect Democrats. They called it representation, right? I guess in a way
Seems
it's
like it was
voting
pretty busy, right?
reparations.
A lot of
They
people
call
there?
it civil rights, but in reality, it's vote manipulation using racial demographics to carve specific
Yeah.
districts that will vote Democrats into power perpetually. Well, the whole thing now might be deemed unconstitutional as the Supreme Court is now taking the
People walking
case.
up the
And
street
well, on
there,
top of
Richard.
everything else, well, this could be absolutely devastating for Democrats for decades to come. Let me show you guys exactly what's
Cool.
going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so let's start off with this
Wow.
Politico article here. The headline alone is pretty shocking. Republicans could draw
Cool.
19 more House seats after an upcoming Supreme Court ruling. Many experts are forecasting the end of a key provision of election law, enabling Republicans to shore up their advantage in the House, according to a new report. So basically, here's how the racket has worked. Every time a Republican-led state drew fair, normal districts, Democrat
Why are
groups
you
like the
getting frustrated?
ACLU, the NAACP, as well as the Brennan Center rushed in with Section 2 lawsuits claiming that the maps were, quote, racist, unless they included a special minority-only district. Of course, Democrats engaging in the typical
Just clean
lawfare
up.
that we've grown accustomed to, in this case
Quietly.
using racism as a cudgel, but obviously the goal here, the standard was not fairness, it wasn't equality, it was all about guaranteeing Democrat seats. Basically, if a state didn't produce a Democrat-friendly
Whack your
map,
butt.
then judges came in and forced them to redraw
clean
it
it up.
until they did. That's racially engineered election rigging. Now, it's hard to say how the Supreme Court's going to side here, but I guess we could take a hint from Justice Clarence Thomas, who has made it crystal clear before. He believes race-based districting is absolutely unconstitutional. And now the question is, well, how bad could this be for them? Well, their own activists are admitting the incoming disaster. Fair Fight Action and Black Voters Matter recently released a memo that basically turned into a total panic siren.
Yeah.
They're claiming that if Section 2 goes down, Republicans could redraw 19 House seats. 19! CNN was just reporting on this as well.
The Supreme Court is considering what could really be the end of the Voting Rights Act, which would protect minority groups. So you don't have a state that's half black, for example, that elects only one congressional member and everybody else goes to the Republicans that would represent that population in some ways. So if that is gutted, Democrats could lose 19 seats. This would be a huge amount. But this is also a measure of how much the White House is concerned about this, because Donald Trump knows if the Democrats get the House again, there could be new investigations just like last time. There could be a new impeachment. There could be a lot of impediment to these plans that right now the Republicans in the House and Senate are letting run like a freight train.
That could spell a permanent power shift in Congress without even changing a single vote, just by ending this unconstitutional Democrat racial power grab. And here's a little breakdown. These are the states that could wipe out Democrat seats
seen the
entirely. You got
gerrymandered
Alabama,
states?
South Carolina, Mississippi, and Tennessee. Then you got states that are likely to get a whole lot redder. You got Louisiana, Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, and Texas. And speaking of that, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is already getting ready. He was quoted as just saying this, quote, "If the court finds the use of race unconstitutional, we will redraw Florida's maps immediately." And again, keep in mind, this is on top of the current redistricting war.
Actually represents pretty accurately, mathematically, how the country is divided over the question of the presidency. But if you look at this, this is what the party pickups would be for congressional districts. Republicans, 5. Missouri, 1. North Carolina, 1. Ohio, 2 or 3. Indiana, 1 or 2. Florida, still discussion down there, but that could be another gold mine for them if they tipped it even further their way. Kansas, 1. New Hampshire, 1. And Nebraska. Democrats, Utah, California, Maryland. Look at this. If you offset California and Texas, Missouri and Utah, North Carolina and Maryland, everything left over is an advantage to the Republicans.
So Republicans are already expected to pick up a whole lot more seats just from the redistricting battle that Gavin Newsom escalated so hard. And just speaking of that, I believe it's called Prop 50 in California. It's on the ballot coming up soon here. At first, the polling data was looking kind of mixed. Well, now it seems polling is indicating that Democrats are rallying support behind the measure. And you know, that would be real spooky. Democrats potentially picking up 5 seats, I believe. But despite Gavin Newsom leading this charge, despite them exercising the nuclear option here, it's probably not going to have an effect at all. And if the Supreme Court ruling goes the way that Democrats don't want it to go, we're talking game over. We're talking starting back from point zero, Democrats having to rebuild from scratch, basically, and really their worst nightmare having to win elections on the ideas, district by district, instead of, you know, always gaming the system with their ridiculous racial politics and lawfare. Them having to actually play the game fair. Kind of ironic, isn't it, considering they're the ones constantly preaching about protecting democracy. Meanwhile, they've been quietly rigging the House maps behind the scenes for decades, using lawsuits and racial politics, all while pretending they're defending voting rights. But that's a total con job. Nothing about Section 2 lawsuits have anything to do with protecting anyone's voting rights. All minorities have full voting rights in every single state. What Democrats are actually doing is abusing race to carve out guaranteed Democrat seats. That's not the same thing. Just like requiring voter identification, a basic driver's license, or something similar isn't racial voter suppression. They weaponize race to attain power, to get preferential treatment in the electoral system. They're not fighting to make sure that everyone can vote. They're fighting to rig districts so votes are pre-sorted by skin color. And I gotta tell you, that certainly sounds unconstitutional now, doesn't it? And almost in a way, it seems kind of racist, almost like a Democrat voter plantation treating minority groups, minority voters, like property of the Democrat Party, as if their skin color automatically dictates their political beliefs. It's manipulative and arguably racist to the core. And well, now their little scheme here, their little game, it might be over, fully over. The Supreme Court might come in, drop the hammer, and say race-based gerrymandering is racist and unconstitutional. And when that hammer drops, holy moly, is the meltdown going to be supreme. This may just be a political extinction-level event for the Democrat Party. No more map manipulations. And I really love how the script is totally flipped here. You know, for decades, the Democrats have gone on and on and on about gerrymandering this and gerrymandering that. Racist gerrymandering. Well, now following the redistricting war and how they got exposed as being the true hardcore corrupt gerrymanderers, and now as this issue is being exposed, seeing how they're drawing maps, engaging in lawsuits to draw preferential maps for themselves and forcing Republican states to draw maps that benefit them, well, I think they've been totally and utterly exposed at this point. Another issue which they've weaponized that they are completely hypocritical on. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Oh, Metatron. See what new videos he's got. Metatron video.
Hey, number ones. In the wake of this insane controversy featuring Hasan Piker and his dog, of course, we should have expected that I would have ended up having to talk about some of his entourage, if you will. I've already made a dedicated video to Frogan, but apparently today we are talking Pokimane. I think the last time I heard that name was with the whole cookies controversy of her making fun of like poor people. So left wing of her, by the way. But is that right? Let me double check that that's the one. Pokimane is an outspoken socialist who believes that the businesses, both big and small, are evil and that all rich people should be taxed to poverty. Business. Interesting. I wonder if she has that opinion about Hasan Piker. Yeah, I was right. Yeah, if you're a broke boy, just say so. She was trying to sell whatever the heck. And then because people were complaining about her crazy prices, right? This is Pokimane. She made fun. She literally made fun of one of the people that were saying like, I don't know if I can afford that. It's a little expensive for me. And she was saying Pokimane is backpedaling hard after a broke boy comment mocking fans was received with even more negative feedback than the cookies themselves. Yeah, exactly. So I remember this. I can't stand champagne socialists. I just can't stand champagne socialists. They are rich and they pretend to care about class struggle and the poor and they make fun of the poor. Anyways, she hates meets the rich
They
and
have a lot
hangs
of
with
pretending
Hasan
that they
Piker.
do.
So there is a new situation, ladies and gentlemen. Pokimane and Lily Pichu, whoever the heck that is, cancelled their podcast episode releasing featuring Hasan. Why, you say? Because they finally figured out that Hasan is... No. Open quotes, we've been watching the recent drama unfold concerning our guest, and it's getting intense. We had a serious talk as a crew, and we all agreed that it did not feel right uploading, close quotes. Now, what controversy are they referring to when it comes to Hasan Piker? What do you think? The one where he said he wants every single conservative kid on the streets? No, that's fine. That one, obviously, that's okay. No, it's the controversy about the dog, because I suppose it's really difficult to paint a good girl as an oppressor, so she's clearly an oppressed, and that broke their brain. Now, all things considered, not that this would change my opinion about these people, but this would be a good position, right? It'd be a little late, considering the stuff that the guy has said, Hasan. This is a good position to have, right? Let's read it, let's see, because I mean, maybe for once I can agree, for once. Hey, taste buds, this is a tough one to write. Why? A dog is being mistreated. He shouldn't be tough at all. There's nothing tough about it. But we wanted to give you all a heads up that we are unfortunately going to be missing our first scheduled Saturday video tomorrow. We've been watching the recent drama unfold concerning our guest, and it's been a guest of honor, I imagine, right? Because, I mean, Hasan does own a $3 million mansion and several Gucci bags, so... guest of honor. And it's been getting intense. We had a serious talk as a crew, and we all agreed that it did not feel right uploading tomorrow's episode at this moment in time. Our community is our favorite thing. And the reason we do this is to create a space that is comfy, as always, and a true escape. We do not want to impact the cozy atmosphere we've all built together. Thanks for always supporting a vision for a fun, positive place to hang out. See you all next week. Sweet and sour stuff. Imagine how positive it is to hang out with a violent extremist as Hasan Piker being one of your cozy guests. Yeah, very positive. I'm sure it's very positive. But it doesn't matter, right, to them? Because it's, oh yeah, but he only wants white people and conservative. So he's dealing with majorities. We don't care about majorities. If he said if what he said had to do with minorities, of course, you just have to replace it, by the way. You can leave the sentences as they are. That is controversial, that Hasan Piker has ever said, which involves direct threats and incitement to violence. These people think, no, it's fine, it's still cozy and inclusive and fun and supportive. A positive place, because they are directed to white people and conservatives and capitalists, even though they make use of capitalism and make fun of poor people from their multi-million mansions. But whatever. I mean, I don't know if the other two are multi-million. I imagine, though, Pokimane, she made a monumental amount of money. But of course, if you replace white with black, brown, whatever you want, and if you replace, say, conservatives, right-wingers, capitalists with any minority, you would never be invited in as a guest. Okay, Metatron, you're complaining, all you're saying makes sense, but in this case, we need to give it to them. This was the right call. They cancelled the episode with Hasan Piker because of what he did to the dog. We can take a win, right? Take a win, Metatron. Or not. Pokimane responded, the episode was supposed to air as usual, but staff refused to upload it out of fear. It caused drama, and also posted this statement without my approval. Sad face. Let me get this straight. The one thing that they did right. We are not even asking you to consider the fact that even if someone has a political different opinion than yours, they shouldn't be unalived on the streets. We are not even asking you to agree to that. Dogs. Mistreatment of an animal on Twitch. And you do this?
I'm dead.
Not only she retracted the whole thing, but she threw the whole stuff under the bus. What a despicable individual. Sorry, guys. We'll talk about everything on this week's episode and go on a hiatus afterwards to restructure. Ooh, restructure. Well, let me restructure definition. The process of organizing a company, business, or system in a new way to make it operate more effectively. Some employees may be offered alternative employment following an organizational restructure, aka she's gonna fire people because they didn't want to have anything to do with an animal A-word. This is insane. This is unbelievable. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them. Look how cute and tolerant and inclusive they look. And cozy when they stand right next to a freaking terrorist at this point. Yeah, these streets, you see the street, look at her smiling. This guy, based on his own statements, would love these streets to be all red. I'll show you. That's it. This is what the cozy street is. I'm going to make it in. Oh my gosh. I'm going to download this and put them on it. I'm going to do it now. I'm going to take this, put it here. Okay. We're going to take this picture. Let's put it in here. Love to see it. We need to do a professional job here. We need to do a professional job here. Come on. Boom. That's more like it. This is what he wants. Absolutely, and they love it because it's so cozy. Let's make sure that this is clear for everyone. Okay, so you're just gonna do this. We're gonna copy paste it. I'm gonna put it here, and I'd say we need a nice red arrow PNG, and we're going to do this. Okay, perfect. On the streets. How about that? I think this looks magnificent. This is it. Perfect.
That's funny.
Thank you. Let me save it. You think I'm trolling? I'm posting it now. In 3, 2, 1.
I gotta go like that.
Oh, come on. This is beautiful. Guys, you gotta give it to me. This is absolutely... It is representative of what he wants, I'd say. Yeah? But you know what the funny part of all this is? Is that from her perspective, this is a case of insubordination. But the reality of fact is that what her team, what these staff members actually did is called good PR. Good PR. And they're gonna get punished for it. I mean, so not only this person, whoever did it, I don't know which staff member, if they have a manager, I haven't got a clue. But whoever did this, not only they were doing it because obviously they were trying to protect the name of Pokimane.
All right,
This was
calm
like
down.
a no-brainer. This was
Too
a
loud.
no-brainer. But
Crazy.
the reason why they didn't double check with her to receive
Guys are
her
shaking
quote-unquote
like crazy.
approval is because it was obviously the right thing to do. Like, even if you don't believe that Hassan actually did anything wrong, because
You can play.
I don't
Don't
know, you're
run around like that
lobotomized.
though.
But even in that
Yeah,
scenario,
you guys will run
it would be
upstairs,
the right
Eli.
call to postpone the episode, continue the investigation, wait for the dust to settle, and then make executive decisions. But no. Now, the reality of fact is, and I'm just going to say it, you know who should have waited for staff approval and complete revision before posting? Pokimane herself. Because her statement here, throwing the employees under the bus, making it all their fault to try and appease the whatever frigging radical Hassan fans that she might have in her community as well, turned into an absolute PR disaster now. So she was the one that should have been reviewed before posting, pending approval, ladies and gentlemen, because it never looks good when someone does that, where they try to deflect the blame onto either their significant one sometimes, or in general their employees, co-workers, whoever that may be. Also because at the end of the day, she is the face. She is the face. So if anything, if this was really something that she thought needed correction, rebuking, scolding, she should have done it privately. She should have talked to this employee and said, guys, why did you make a statement, before asking me if I agreed to it. And to that, if I were that employee, I would have said, what do you mean? Are you a pro-animal A-word person? Do you like when animals are electrocuted for no reason? That was what I would have said, and probably would have got me fired at that point. But yeah, it should have been an internal discussion
Just
and an
on
internal
Hassan's
subsequent
payroll.
decision. I mean, at the end of the day, she can employ whoever she wants. If she wants to employ a full-on tanky who would send anyone into the gulags regardless of what they say, then great. If that's the kind of bar that she wants for people employed by her, then great. Freedom. Do whatever you want. This is not it, Pokimane. This is not it. But as I was explaining before, it's not like it's the first time that she says something outrageous. So here we are. Anyways, love to see it. If you appreciate my content so far and wish to help ensure my ability to continue to tell it how it is, regardless of any
always
possible
love Metatron's
backlash,
content.
please support this channel on Patreon. Any support helps me and my team of academics keep the channel strong and gives us the means to fight back against the political rewriting of history. Stand with us, form the wall, defend the truth.
Okay.
In the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination, we have seen a return of a very controversial topic and word.
Cancel culture.
Cancel culture. As a phenomenon, cancel culture is something that, in order to be explained
Therefore, we're
correctly,
doing it better.
requires a certain level of specification, as it's a multi-layered and multifaceted phenomenon. On one hand, cancel culture could be considered as a widespread withdrawal of support of a public figure or company due to something that they said or done that is considered objectionable. In a way, similar to what we call boycotts. Personally, I have no problems with that idea because at the end of the day, it is your right to decide if you want to support a company or a person that hates everything you believe in, you
That
stand
hates life.
for, and fight for. For gaming companies, for example, that have been laughing and giggling at Charlie Kirk's assassination. On the other hand, cancel culture sometimes can reach further into the depth of one's social sphere. People can use cancel culture in order to get someone fired, and in the extreme cases, for doxing and even for hurting physically an individual. Due to the fact that multiple aspects of cancel culture should be discussed, we will address all of them in order to be complete, thorough, and specific. As we move and browse through X in the last few days, an exercise that does require a certain level of cognitive energy, I'm not gonna lie, you will run
X
into
is
people that are trying to
cesspool.
get someone else cancelled. On one hand, you have people who are very happy with Charlie Kirk's demise, who are now trying to get decent people, like me and you, cancelled. I heard that there are lists of people that are trying to write down TikTok accounts, YouTube names of creators that, like me, have spoken against this unforeseeable wickedness. To those I say, make sure you do write my name. Write it down in indelible ink. But what about those people that instead are trying to get those who are laughing and celebrating Charlie Kirk's death cancelled? I want to first begin with this. You have someone who films themselves and posts the video on social media. And let's say that on said video they call for more violence towards Charlie's family, for instance, or they giggle, they laugh, they chant, they celebrate, they rejoice of his death. I've seen plenty of people saying, we don't care, you did it to us, so now we're going to cancel you. We're going to do cancel culture on you. But here's the reality. It isn't cancel culture. It's a perfectly legitimate action to take. Let me elaborate and justify it with reason and logic. When someone posts a video online publicly and you amplify that visibility by showing their own video to call them out, it's not cancel culture. I never went to look for private messages or private and personal information. When someone makes a video to laugh at Charlie Kirk's death and they post it, it means they want people to see it publicly. If it's public, it's fair game. If, due to me or you or any of us amplifying that reach, this video gets them a lot of hate, tough luck. It's the nature of online interaction. After all, if they wanted only praises, they should have sent it as a PM to their little diabolical friends. If due to me or you or any of us amplifying that reach, the video gets watched by their employer, and said employer decides in their own freedom that they don't want to have anything to do with people like this in their workforce, I'd say that's a fair outcome. If anything, I'm doing the employer a favor. It is their right to choose what type of person they will have in their workspace. And in some cases, due to the fact that these lunatics are in fact violent, they get dangerous, and it becomes our imperative to make it known. Let me show you an example. Here is an example of what I'm talking about. Let's check this out.
So I keep on seeing like posts about this Charlie dude, whatever, Kirk dude, whatever. Regardless,
I know who he
and
is.
let me just say this. I'm surprised that y'all didn't get rid of him sooner. And I'm surprised that you guys aren't getting rid of more people. Like, don't stop with him. Don't let him be the end dog. Get rid of them all. And the ones that are above him. Your mayor. Your city councilman. What is it? Georgia Power? The people that keep on raising our shit? The CEO, get rid of them. Yeah. Like, what? It was so crazy. I watched like a 60 minute, whatever. Y'all know what I mean. 1 minute edit
Yes, 1 minute to 60 seconds.
of like the things he said, and they're like so atrocious that like his wife deserves to go too. Y'all keep on talking about his wife and kids. They need to go too because they're carrying on that mentality and that lineage. Like,
I'm gonna stop it right there. Okay. She pushed for Charlie's wife and children to be next. Children. Because They have a hateful mentality. This is what radical politics does. No self-awareness, no decency, no humanity. I've already offered this video to the FBI myself. So is it cancel culture? No, it is a duty. Because someone who says something like this could be the next shooter. These people need to be called out, but do not engage in violence. Never engage in violence against them. We do not become them. You are better than them. Let the authorities look into it. Let them lose their jobs. Let them lose their friends. Let them lose connections with their family, most likely, because of what they are saying. And if there are legal repercussions, so be it. But don't try and find these people and attack them physically. This is not what we do. Now, this is, of course, for the direct calls for violence. They need to be reported to the correct authorities.
We do defensive violence.
Cancel culture occurs and is wrong when someone is being cancelled because they believe something. Do I agree with cancelling people who say, hey, I don't like Charlie Kirk. I didn't like him. I didn't agree with anything he said. But what happened to his family is horrible. No. It's their belief. It's fine. They're not doing anything wrong. It would be unfair cancel culture if I was trying to get them cancelled and lose their job simply because we had a different position on political or religious matters or societal matters. That's the wrong cancel culture. And that's the cancel culture that we have had to deal with for years.
Yeah,
we haven't been cancelled because we did calls to actions for violence. I never did it in my life and never will. We have been cancelled.
Watch what we oppose.
For wrongthink. That's the type of cancel culture we do not engage in. What we are doing is not cancel culture. Now, what about the other situations? For example, I just stated that yes, people who call for violence should absolutely be called out.
Me being concerned about the indoctrination of LGBT.
Disagree or have different opinions than us, but they're not doing anything like that. Should they be cancelled? No. But what about the others? What about the ones that are not
As a
calling for
parent, you need to
violence?
shield your
But they're
kids
giggling,
from
laughing,
that stuff. It's
drawing
not
little
for them.
cartoons
They
of,
don't
for
need to
instance,
worry about
Charlie
that
Kirk's
right now.
throat exploding with blood and laugh at when his wife is kneeling
Especially
in front of
when
his
they're going
coughing.
through
What about
the change of life
I
and
say call
everything
them
else.
out too. Because once again, while they may not be doing
They're
direct
cult.
calls to violence,
That's what
technically
the
what they're doing is not
LGBT has
illegal.
turned
It
into,
is
a
still
cult.
highly immoral, and the world has a right to know their faces. After all, they make it public, and public is fair game. And it is crucial to keep that word in mind as we discuss this and navigate this situation. Public. So this database, I've been informed, database of people making fun of Charlie Kirk goes live. This was shared by this account, and it says we have received nearly 20,000 submissions. Man, if that's not an outrage. This website will soon be converted into a searchable database of all 20,000 submissions, filterable by general location and job industry. This is a permanent and continuously updating archive of radical activists calling for violence. This is the largest fighting operation in history. So, due to the fact that the way they are describing it is specifically for radical activists calling for violence, I'm not opposed to it. I am personally against showing people's home addresses. I think that's wrong and we shouldn't do it. In a lot of states in the United States here is illegal, but there are some states where technically doxing is not illegal as long as the information is found, I believe, through public channels. With that being said, even if it may be technically legal, what are the intentions of you, for instance, doxing an individual who makes videos like this? If you show where they live, your intention is that you most likely want someone to go there and take matters into their own hands, and that is illegal. Which is why I'm against the idea of doxing people in any shape or form. What I am not against, however, is the idea that radical activists calling for violence are called out, shown on screen, and reported to the appropriate authorities. To be looked into. And that is, in my opinion,
to their bosses
the important line of difference that we need to not cross.
Virginia Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears has called for the Dean of Students of Chesterfield County Public Schools to be fired for saying, quote, Charlie Kirk, you reap what you sow. A Republican candidate for governor saying, this vile, heartless remark is completely unacceptable.
I think she's up in the polls too, which would be great for Virginia.
Also in Virginia, a realtor posted, the world is a better place with less Trump supporters, period. She was swiftly fired from not one, but 2 jobs. Dustin Fox of Fox Homes teams writing,
get hired anywhere else either.
We ended a team member's affiliation with our team. We condemn political violence. We expect everyone who markets under our brand to treat all people with dignity and to serve every client equally. regardless of political views. Samsung Properties wrote, a realtor affiliated with S&P made a social media post that condoned the assassination of Charlie Kirk. At Samsung Properties, we firmly believe in free speech and the respectful exchange of ideas across the political spectrum. However, we cannot and will not condone or tolerate the promotion of violence in any form against any person. Then there's one teacher in Florida saying, this is not the obituary she was hoping for, but it's a close second. Florida State Senator Jennifer Bradley announcing, this teacher has been immediately suspended. An investigation will follow. This type of hate has no place in our schools and around our children. There were actually so many teachers in Florida celebrating Kirk's death, the Commissioner of Education had to release a letter saying he's conducting an investigation into every educator who made despicable comments on social media regarding the horrific assassination of Charlie Kirk. Found out a Greenville teacher said, America became greater today. Due to Kirk's death, the Republican called the superintendent, calling for the teacher to be fired. Less than 2 hours later, she updates on X the teacher has been placed on leave and writes in the comments she agrees with people who says he needs to be fired. Colorado Representative Lauren Boebert wrote, I'm utterly heartbroken and disgusted when she learned side prevention coordinator for Colorado Department of Health described Kirk as a pro-violence dude and a white man who spews horrible stuff.
It's fair game. You made it public. If you appreciate my content so far and wish to help ensure my ability to continue to tell it how it is, regardless of any possible backlash, please support this channel on Patreon. Any support helps me and my team of academics keep the channel strong and gives us the means to fight back against the political rewriting of history. Stand with us. Form the wall.
The shield wall. Okay. We are going... Why is there something? Which one do I want? Rid of that one. Open that one up.
After he gets out of office, and they would try to put him in jail for this. They're already planning, how do we put Trump in jail? If you think that they're not going to do this stuff after Donald Trump is out of office, you think they're going to stop? Absolutely not. And they're going to come after all sorts of conservatives. They're going to go after Hegseth. They're going to go after all kinds of people in his cabinet and stuff.
Let's jump to the story from Zero Hedge. All hell broke out in Boston as police cruiser torched in premeditated attack on cops. The president of Boston's Patrolmen Association has responded to a violent mob of over 100 people as they unleashed chaos in Boston streets, torching a police cruiser and pelting officers with fireworks cones and poles in what witnesses called a riot-like assault on law enforcement. Take a look at this. This story is particularly crazy because this was not politically motivated violence. This was barbarism. Take a look at this video.
A Boston police cruiser repeatedly hit with fireworks and set on fire. Investigators say dozens of people were involved overnight in what they're calling a targeted attack. Good evening, everyone. I'm Ken McLeod. Tonight, 2 people are in custody. And as WBZ's Paul Burton shows us, this wasn't the only incident locally involving a large crowd attacking officers.
A mob of people here, like screaming, banging on the cop cars.
Gosh, she's laughing.
Chaos erupts and people scatter in the streets of Boston as a police cruiser was destroyed by fireworks in what police described as a large-scale vehicle takeover early Sunday morning.
Definitely unsettling to wake up in the middle of the night and see a cop car on fire outside your window.
These BU students took this cell phone video. They live in the apartment above Mass Ave and Tremont Street.
I just saw the cop car on fire, and then stuff was blowing up while they were putting it out.
You see how they're all smiling and laughing about it?
Responded to reports of people gathered in cars to take part in illegal street racing and tricks.
As officers approached the scene, they were
So there's a bit more, but I think there's a couple points to be made in this. The official reporting is that this roving band, this violent mob, moved around 4 different neighborhoods in what they called a coordinated, premeditated attack on police. 1 vehicle was blown up. In the video, as we already pointed out, these women who are witnessing it they're laughing about it. They're smiling and like, wow, look at this. They really don't understand what this leads to and how bad it could get. People don't get it. So my point on this is, it is particularly unnerving for me. This story is actually from October 5th, but it's only gotten any national attention 10 days later, or 9 days later. And what's worrying to me is, over the past couple of weeks, I'm looking through the segments that I'm pulling up, and the escalation is getting terrifying. CBP rammed in, or DHS agents, I think it was CBP, rammed in Chicago. When they pursued the guy who attacked them, they jumped out to flee, and they got surrounded by a bunch of random people in the neighborhood who started throwing rocks at the cops. The view that these cities have, LA declaring a state of emergency, on law enforcement is that they may as well be clowns at this point. And now we're seeing roving bands. I can't even call this a riot. It's barbarism. These people aren't doing it for any real reason other than it's funny to them, and they laugh about it. I am deeply concerned with the exponential growth curve over the past couple of weeks in this escalation. Listen. It has been just over a month since Charlie Kirk was assassinated, and think about all the degrees of violence that we've already seen. A terror attack on ICE, 3 instances where federal law enforcement were rammed in their vehicles in Chicago. Now we're seeing this. My fear is, as it was described by Eric Prince, gradually then suddenly. One day everything's normal, the next day you wake up and the internet don't work. The electricity is out. I'm concerned we may be getting to that point where the conversation is had about what kind of precautions you need to take and when you need to actually I'll keep the language light here. Enact any kind of plan. That is like securing your family, moving to a new location, things like that.
Yeah, you mentioned something here about the fact that this wasn't politically motivated, as far as we know. And that appears to be the case, but one thing it's important to remember is that it's still directly tied to politics, because soft on-crime policies, a failure to respect police from elected officials who go out and trash them when they're trying to maintain public order against rioters, that kind of rhetoric and this kind of weak law enforcement and a failure of our elected officials to support law enforcement is why this kind of thing is able to happen.
So, Tim, this goes right to what you were just talking about, right? This comes down to a lack of enforcement of the law. We're letting things go. Nobody's pushing the law, and it has to starting from the top down. The DOJ needs to go after people at the top. I just posted right before the show on my Twitter feed, I got this thing sent to me from MoveOn.org. MoveOn.org's out there promoting and asking for money for this No Kings protest coming up. I mean, I'm scared to death of this protest. Is this going to be another peaceful protest like we keep seeing? Now, MoveOn.org is organizing, raising money for this. Now, if I can, sitting here in your studio, get that, post it, put it up there, why can't the DOJ say, hey, maybe we need to investigate MoveOn.org for, are they funding this? Are they supporting this? Why can't they go online and find the 50 different groups that are supporting this? And why aren't the people who are doing it being investigated and put in jail?
We just, we had a Culture War Live at the Comedy Loft in D.C. scheduled for this weekend. We've moved it 1 month up. Because of the No Kings protest, the security requirement for having this event in D.C. was exorbitant and impossible to permit. So let me put it this way. If we're going to get me, Alex Stein, the liberals would be fine, but Emily Saves America, if we're going to be at this venue and it's publicly known and advertised, and you've got these Antifa terrorists from across the country descending on D.C., they are absolutely going to make a plan to attack and disrupt this venue. And so what would we have to do? We'd have to get permits to block off the street to be able to get us in and out during these. It's never going to happen.
Yeah.
So we were like, let's just move the event, and we'll have it in November instead.
Which is literally what the terrorists want, by the way. Right? I mean, it's true. It's like that's why these kinds of attacks happen, is because they want to make it impossible for you and other people to do events like this.
And even if you're willing to do so, to make it so financially costly to be able to do it.
Yep.
There is a reality to how long we can do this show with the exponential increase in violence, lawlessness, death threats, etc. So I don't know where that threshold is. The death threats that we've received over the past month or so have resulted in probably the most extreme reaction we've ever had to have. I had to literally... I have been in contact with the FBI over the SWAT.
I see that guy.
That was child's play compared to what's going on right now. As you saw, Benny Johnson was at a press conference with the DOJ over the threats to his family. Since the killing of Charlie Kirk, this has been a green light. And we have seen a dramatic escalation in threats. And our security team's assessments are that there is real movement happening among far left groups to exacerbate and escalate. And we're witnessing it. We're watching it on the ground in Chicago when they attack law enforcement, when the judges rule that federal law enforcement aren't allowed to
One
protect
more time for
themselves.
this guy.
It is coordinated,
Nothing,
and it is
okay.
getting crazier. In fact, we have another story we'll pull up in a little bit. A judge just extended the ruling. Trump cannot deploy National Guard. They are outright telling us those that do not align with us will be barred from protecting themselves.
Well, there's no question. Tim, going back to COVID, you know, I was doing a lot of work on the COVID stuff, right? I had a guy follow me from my house to the gym, knock on the window of my car, hand me a packet, make some threats, and leave, right? Now, I mean, I'm a
COVID?
big guy, right? I'm not overly intimidated by people, but here's the
Like
deal.
12 feet tall. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of an ogre, right? But a little bit of Shrek in me. But listen, here's the deal. They know where my family lives. They made that clear. They know where I work out. They made that clear. I mean, this is craziness. This isn't the kind of thing we should be having happening here. But we can't negotiate with these people. There are a lot of people in this country we need to do like Charlie Kirk did and talk to. But the problem is not the people that we can talk to. The problem is the people that want to kill us, that want to hurt us, that want to push violence, who are willing to do whatever is necessary. Those people you can't negotiate with. You have to defeat. And that's what we need from the president. We need to go after the people who are funding them. You remember Tesla? Remember when we're going after the guys that are keying the Tesla cars? I said back then, why the hell aren't we going after the guys who are paying for the guys to key the Tesla cars? We got to go after the heads of the snake.
Well,
I know who they are.
I think the people keying the Teslas were just random people doing it. I don't think anyone was paid to do it. But the issue is, does everybody remember that earlier in this year we had, I think, like 70 some odd terror attacks? A woman driving a Tesla had someone speed in front of her and slam his brakes on and get out of the car and start screaming at her in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah.
That there were people who went to Tesla dealerships and unloaded rifles into the building and vehicles.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I'm saying. You're right. Let me rephrase.
This is outright bleeding Kansas.
These people weren't being paid to do it, but the people who were funding the messaging, the people who are manipulating these low-level thugs to do stupid things, those are the people that need to be charged. The RICO charges. RICO is one of the most powerful laws in history.
You're talking about
Well,
war powers.
they're
You're talking
like,
about wartime actions because
mutant
in
type
a
thing.
contemporary
But yeah, they're kinda
modern
messed up.
liberal democracy that describes the United States, we have free speech. And so if someone were to say something like, I think Tesla is evil and should be destroyed, that's considered
they
free
got a
speech. There's
snake
no
tail.
imminent threat. What we know now is that this is what I call the Tweedledee Tweedledum death threat, where there's two people on a street corner and one guy screams, someone needs to murder fascists, which is a generic statement. Then the guy next to him points at Seamus and says, there's a fascist.
That's right.
So neither of them can be charged because what they said was individually free speech, but we know that in coordination, they are telling people to go murder. We're at the point now where if we don't recognize that, we lose. And I'll add on top of what you're saying, what scares me, this may be, I don't know if the Republicans, Trump and his admin, are taking action as it pertains to voting to ensure that there is a legitimate voting process, knocking out ballot harvesting and other illicit voting practices. But if the Republicans do not win, we are cooked. And based on right now, we are seeing prominent middle-of-the-road individuals who supported Trump now walking back their support and moving to the left out of fear because the left will murder you and the right will not. That degree of fear has strong men dropping to their knees. And if that happens, the left wins.
I think the scariest part about that, I was thinking of Theo Vaughn when you mentioned that, when he walked back the comments that were made when the DHS or whoever it was released the video about immigration and deportation, and he said, please don't leave me out of this. I don't want to be threatened. I don't want to die.
They might kill me.
They'll kill me. And the point is like the scariest part about all of that, it's kind of a weird thing to think existentially, is like not only will they kill you, but you're going to die and the media is going to frame you as evil. So you don't even get to die some sort of good death. You'll die in the face of the general public as some type of evil fascist, despite the fact that it doesn't describe you in any way, shape, or form. And I think that might be the scariest part for a lot of that, is if you were in a free press with journalists who are willing to openly look at both sides of the aisle and report honestly, you could take the idea to the public that this is what I mean, this is what I mean in my heart, and maybe the message gets out there that when something bad happens to you, you'll be framed in a way that is in line with reality. But you can't even bank on that anymore. So what person wants to go to war for something where they're just, they say the victor, whoever wins the war is the one who decides who's good and who was evil. So people don't even want to do it anymore because they don't feel like they're going to have any way of being seen as the decent person that they feel they are.
Exactly.
That's called demoralization.
Yeah.
That's right. That's absolutely right. And the good news is you can actually cultivate a relationship where it becomes far more difficult to demoralize you. If your audience is God, and you're trying to be in his good graces and friendship, it doesn't matter if people say bad things about you after you're dead. That can't hurt you. The reality is these people are going to say that any conservative who was legitimately martyred for their cause was a Nazi, was a fascist. They'll say the same thing about the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, and they'll even say the same thing if there's, heaven forbid, a successful assassination attempt on him in the future. That's why it's so important for him to not care about what these people think. And I just want to mention, Trump has been making some noises recently along the lines of what I'm saying. He's been making statements like, I don't know if I'm going to get into heaven, and I'm trying to get into heaven, but I don't know. I mean, that's got to be, and I'm encouraged to hear that because that's got to be his focus, is getting to heaven, and not whether these people like him.
I'd rather, he was on the plane on Air Force One, and he was asked by a reporter, and he said, I don't think there's anything I can do. I would have rather he just screamed Deus Vult and grabbed the camera and smashed it. I'd have been like, yeah! We're getting to a let me pull, I'm joking, by the way. Let's pull up this story from CNN. Federal judge extends temporary orders barring Trump administration from deploying National Guard to Portland. This story breaking from CNN. The ruling by the Trump-appointed judge blocks the federal troops from deploying to Portland for another 14 days. The orders were originally set to expire this weekend. By extending the temporary orders, Immergut allowed the court and appeals judges time to fully consider the case as the Trump admin remains blocked from deploying federalized troops. The case is expected to go to trial on October 29th. Now, I want to chill a little bit. I think there's a couple strategies here. Trump doesn't want to play the Insurrection Act card unless he absolutely has to. At the same time, riots disappear in winter. I think a lot of people were like, we were told to wait till summer, now wait till winter. That was one of the comments we got in the chat. I'm like, no, hold on. We are getting the arrests. We got Letitia James. We got Comey. They're saying that Bolton's going to get arrested next. So that movement is happening. Bannon predicted that. It has begun to happen. We're now moving into the fall. However, the mass deportations have been happening the whole time.
Yeah.
The issue, however, is national law enforcement, federal law enforcement, they'll go in and assist, is being blocked. When it starts getting cold, mid-November, these people will stop showing up because they are fair weather activists. Some may still. I believe that federal law enforcement are going to go out in their winter gear and they are going to keep enforcing the law. Now, in places like, maybe Arizona, Colorado, well, not so much Colorado because it's elevated, but Arizona and California, you may still see activists. I don't know about Miami. Miami's turned red. I think that Trump's strategy may be, let's wait to see what happens in the winter. If these people are all gone, we don't need to send in the troops. We will be able to handle these deportations, and we can reprioritize federal law enforcement towards mass deportation instead of protecting facilities. If that doesn't work, I think then he goes full Insurrection Act.
I hope we don't have to go full Insurrection Act. I really do, because, we're talking about some serious challenges to our civil liberties. But I get it, we're there. But there's kind of two arguments here. And I'm just curious what everybody thinks on this, because on one side, I hear we got a plan. On the other side, I see very little movement, but I'm starting to see some movement, like you said, Tim. The movement we're seeing, though, the question I have, was it part of a plan, or is it because we're starting to speak out more? The mega base is really getting frustrated about the lack of movement. They're speaking out more. So are we the cause, or is it the cause or effect? What's going on here? At the end of the day, all I know is that we don't have much time, because if we lose the midterms, Trump's going to get impeached. We're going to be done. And we don't have until the 4 years are up. We have until midterms. If the Democrats control the House and the Senate, or the House or the Senate, nothing else is getting done. We're done at that point. So we don't have much time. And at this point, we've seen the Republicans aren't doing anything in Congress. The only room we've got, the only space that we have to really get a checkmate on this is the DOJ putting big shots in jail. And it's just so slow. And I'm telling you as an attorney, and you can say, okay, you're not as good of an attorney as Bonnie, fine. maybe I'm not. But you don't have to be that good of an attorney to be able to see, hey, 10 months with the resources of DOJ, they can put how many J6ers in jail, but they can't do a real investigation into George Soros or Arabella. They can't do a real investigation into whether, Nancy Pelosi was really on.
Why aren't they arresting Schumer? He said people should forcefully rise up against Trump. That's an incitement to violence.
Why
Very
isn't-
clear.
Why isn't Girl Boss Super Lawyer doing any of this?
You got me.
Do you think it's because she's too busy doing her makeup? I don't know. I mean, women spend a lot of time doing their makeup. Maybe it's like you only got so many hours in the day.
What are you?
But it's jarring. It's disheartening. It's demoralizing, to use a term Phil used earlier. She has to do something. We need to see more indictments.
Does it count as locker room talk that I made fun of women for putting on makeup, taking too long to do so?
I think it's right on the line of locker room talk.
Christy Noem right outside of the locker
Yeah,
room.
exactly.
Christy Noem joins her just before she does one of her press conferences.
Christy Noem is hilarious.
But the other problem with that is public
do love
perception
Christy Noem.
also matters. And one of the things is when they arrest Donald Trump, when they arrest Republicans, when they arrest J6ers, they're seen, at least in the eyes of the mainstream media, which is then projected out to half the country, that they're doing the Lord's work. They are enacting the law. They're making sure that they keep us safe. But anytime anybody in a Republican government actually goes after people that are committing crimes, it's seen as locking up your political opponents, and that's just framed in a way that gives them a lot harder time getting through to people who might not actually be on their side to begin with.
Yeah, but in fairness, this podcast gets better ratings than CNN.
It's exactly.
So,
exactly.
there's a counterpoint now. Thank God. I mean, thank God for what's occurring with that, and thank God that the censorship is getting less. But there is a counterpoint now. We've got a new media that's actually far better than anything we used to have.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, my response to what you were saying, Brett, is similar to what you said. Thank goodness the legacy media is dying. They don't have as much power to shape these narratives anymore.
Look, this is all true, but it's also part of why the United States is becoming more and more bifurcated and more people in their own bubble. People don't see other information or information from opposing views, and that's actually part of the problem.
Yeah. And it's why during the time when Jimmy Kimmel gets his 2-day suspension and Jane Fonda relaunches the Committee on the First Amendment, we have people talking about free speech and the death of free speech. At the same time, people in new media are talking about Google and the Biden administration putting through orders to YouTube to censor people because of COVID. It's like you are living in a completely different world than your neighbor, and I don't know if there is a way back for something like that, not with as bad as it's gotten.
You have to have shared narratives. Sorry, go ahead.
No, well, I'm the poster boy for censorship during COVID. I mean, literally, we broke everything starting out in COVID, and we couldn't get it out anywhere. But, despite that, I couldn't be more. I don't want my point to be drowning out other people. I want everybody to be able to speak. One of the problems we're seeing, though, now is with the new media, and I love what Musk is doing, but let's look at the algorithm, right? When I log on to X, I see me. I see 5 million people who agree with me. I don't get to see, and the Krasenstein brothers don't see what I post. I don't see what they post, right? It's really kind of become an echo chamber. I think that's contributing very much to the kind of, because when we talk, listen, certain things are just inarguable, right? There's certain things that are just facts. If we could at least come together on the things that are actually factually correct, we can argue how to deal with them.
You can't, because liberals intentionally lie.
Yeah,
And they know they're lying.
With people who think men can get pregnant, how do you actually? That's like at a fundamental level.
I agree with you on that, but there's a difference between will and retardation.
Mm-hmm.
And so I mean the people who are literally, and I don't mean this derisively, YouTube, the people who are genuinely cognitively impaired, who think men can get pregnant, versus the liberals like the Krasensteins, who make the argument Trump is a felon, despite the fact if you go on any AI and ask what happened with the felony case with Trump, it will tell you in an unprecedented first time in U.S. history fashion, prosecutors charge someone with felonies requiring an underlying crime without having proven this crime. It has never happened before that someone has been convicted of a felony without proving the crime behind that felony. Never happened. And I don't care if you like Trump or don't like Trump. So I get into this space because I was a fairly liberal guy, and the media lied. And I said, well, hold on a minute. That's not true. Trump never said Nazis are fine people. The response that I get, why are you defending Trump? I'm not defending Trump. I'm calling out the media for lying. And to this day, there are still people who don't know that Trump never said that. So now you have the felony case where you get people like the Krasensteins who will go on X and they'll say Trump's a felon. You know. They know. There's no way you can be these guys online 24/7 and believe they did not just read one article about what is unprecedented. Even if they disagree with the outcome, they know it is in contention and it's in appeal, but they'll lie anyway. Take a look at the shutdown argument. Democrats are going on CNN and saying, we don't want to give health care to illegal immigrants because they just changed their definition of illegal immigrant.
That's right. Yeah.
That was the very first article you read was they talked about the immigrants, our neighbors. But that's not who they're going after. They're going after illegal immigrants, which is why we made the point. I don't remember if it was IRL last Wednesday said that is a abusive language that's been going on for decades. What used to be illegal alien became illegal immigrant, which became undocumented immigrant, which became just immigrant. And it's been the same thing the entire time. It's somebody that is not here legally, who has committed a crime. But the point is the language has been used, first of all, to abuse the goodwill of people who don't pay close enough attention to these things to understand the difference. But for the people who are actually evil, it's done as a way to further their agenda without seeming to do so.
I got to be honest. Look, during Occupy Wall Street, I had a conversation with a bunch of these activists, and they were like, we're going to go march down the street, and it's going to change the game, right? And I said, no, it's not. And then I said, here's an analogy I'd like to use. There are warring feudal tribes of Japan. And one group sends their samurai to the gates of the other feudal lord. And they're banging on the gate, being like, let us in because we want words with you. And they're sitting in their fortress going like, we ain't opening that gate. Meanwhile, the other side sends ninja dressed like maidens carrying food and water. They open the gate and say, come on in. The maidens walk up to the king, knife him in the neck, and run out the window. Jump out the window, run away. I said, if you keep trying to face this head on, knocking on the door and saying, we challenge you to a duel, while they're sending in spies for sabotage and subterfuge, you lose. The point I'm making now is Republicans keep saying, we need to, oh no, a judge said Trump can't control the military, despite the fact that he literally can. And Trump is going, rats. I'm sitting here being like, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. A judge has no authority to tell Trump he can't deploy the military. So why should Trump have to abide by an unconstitutional ruling? But let's flip it. Why is it that Trump will not take the same or commensurate unconstitutional actions these judges will? Why is it that every time a judge does something unconstitutional, Trump goes, rats? What if it was flipped? Well, it was. During the Biden administration, they arrested Trump's lawyers, unconstitutional. And Trump and everybody went along with it. You know what I said? I said when they first indicted Trump, he should have flown to Mar-a-Lago, and he should have said, come and get me.
I remember that.
Come down here, and then I want Ron DeSantis to tell his state troopers to assist the feds who are going to arrest me, take me from my home. Mm-hmm. He should have said, I will not go to New York to answer this indictment. New York must send troops here. And if they come to my door and show me the indictment, I will gladly go back to New York to answer for this. And DeSantis will then have to allow it to happen in his state. Instead, Trump said, okay, I'm going to go fly to New York, knowing full well it was wrong. Same thing with Atlanta in Georgia. And they arrested Jenna Ellis, who turned out to be a coward, by the way, who dropped to her knees and begged for forgiveness, saying, please don't hurt me. But this is what we are dealing with right now. What would happen if Trump simply said, the judge's ruling is purely unconstitutional, and I will not abide by the judiciary acting outside of the Constitution? The president has final authority over the National Guard. They have agreed I can federalize, thus I have command. I will deploy them to go protect a federal building. This is not in violation of Posse Comitatus. Trump won't do it. He's just saying, okay.
Well, he's been told he has to, but here's the thing. There's historical precedent for it. There has been times, some of the separation of powers, some of the immunity, some of the things that the powers that the president they enjoy now, because there were a couple times in the past where the president told the judicial branch to pound sand. At the end of the day, the president is the commander-in-chief of the military, period. The judicial branch is not. You can read it. It's the plain language of the Constitution. But we've got to ask ourselves, who keeps telling Trump to stand down? I mean, Trump, if we look at Trump historically, the thing we loved about him most was he's a fighter. Why is he walking around like he's a wuss right now?
Well, the argument may be that he wants to put more of the PR on the Supreme Court. So with these actions, he can say, look, we have always abided by the judges. The problem is the corporate press, no matter what Trump does, lies about it.
Exactly.
They don't fascist anyways.
But here's the point. ABC7 Chicago outright said Trump is defying court orders because the feds are, because they're using tear gas. It doesn't matter what Trump does. It's wrong. Even if Trump literally says, I love the left and trans kids and we're gonna tax the rich, they would alter his statements out of context and then accuse him of trying to murder people.
So quit bothering. Why try? Quit trying. Just win. We elected you to win. That's what we want. I don't want Pam Bondi to tell me why she hasn't filed a case. I don't want more meetings with Anthony Bourla and Bill Gates. I don't want Mark Zuckerberg in the White House. I want you to win. I want to see people in jail. I want you to be the leader you are. That's what I want. That's what we voted for.
Let's just, you want to make one more
I just don't think that that's Trump. As much as there are people that are like, oh, I love Trump and he's the guy and blah blah blah, I don't think that's Trump. He just we've seen this, we saw this in his first administration, and we're seeing it now. I don't think that he has the intestinal fortitude to actually do the things that we're talking about.
Let's jump to this next story from NPR. Analyzing Dominion voting system sale to firm run by ex-Republican elections official. We had talked about this a little bit. We didn't get into it when the news broke because I don't think much of it. But liberals are framing this as though Republicans have purchased Dominion so they can rig the elections in 2026 and 28.
But that's impossible.
It is. It's not possible at all. Dominion couldn't possibly rig the elections, right?
That's what I've been told.
Yeah.
Now, do y'all believe Dominion has the capability to rig an election?
Well, I know for a fact that they can't because I was repeatedly told that they can't by legacy media.
This is a real question now. We're past the jokes, Seamus. You're a funny man.
I think I'm being sincere. I trust the mainstream. I don't know why you would assume that I was being cheeky. No, I actually do think it's telling that when someone says they trust legacy media, it's like, okay, be serious.
I don't.
But I mean, listen. I don't know how you could possibly make the argument that if you have an entire infrastructure set up for allowing people to vote digitally, that the people in control of that infrastructure are going to be totally incapable of ever changing any ballots. Maybe I just don't know enough about the technology, but it seems like a stretch to say that's not possible.
I have an idea for a poll for the audience. If you believe Dominion can manipulate elections, super chat us $10. I'm kidding. Do it anyway. I believe that Dominion voting systems, through their voting systems, one could rig an election. I'm not saying that Dominion as a company has done it or would do it, but clearly with such massive voting infrastructure, if someone found a means to remotely access these systems, of course you can. Liberals are now concerned that Republicans will do just that. I'm sitting here thinking like, okay, like what is the reality that a former Republican elections official bought Dominion so that they've routed the deep state, they've attacked their financial infrastructure, and now they've purchased Dominion so they'll never lose again. I can't say that I'm
to go to paper ballots.
I want to make one quick point about this, though, because not knowing who this ex-Republican is, we saw a lot of backstabbers in the Republican Party, the legacy Republicans, the neocons say, Kamala Harris is actually the most qualified candidate and the best choice for this nation.
Ridiculous.
So when we hear that it's an ex-Republican, I actually don't know what that means.
The Lincoln Project Republican.
Yeah,
Is that what we're talking about,
exactly.
guys? Look, it's time to go to paper ballots. I think that the left can now agree with us on that the safest election will be one where you have to go in person and vote on a little piece of paper.
Yes, I said that I saw that some crazy leftist on TikTok was talking about this, and I saw the video, and that's my initial reaction as well. If they're concerned, then we should go to single day voting on paper. That's it. One day on paper. Florida knows how to do it. They end up in Florida. They end up with the election results.
The truth comes out
within an hour or so after the close of the polls. They did this because of the absolute S show that happened in the year 2000 with the whole hanging chads and stuff. They overhauled their whole system. The rest of the country has a blueprint that they have offered to give to them, to every other state. Every other state has a blueprint of what actually works, and other states have refused because they like the fact that it's a mess.
But gentlemen, to the question, how do you feel were the scenario how would you feel were the scenario to be Republicans literally bought Dominion and will rig the election in Republicans' favor?
Probably.
I'd want the Republicans in jail just like I'd want the Democrats in jail. I want anybody who's screwing with my election in jail. I want a fair and honest election, and I don't care how we get there.
So you would prefer Democrats to be in charge fairly than for Republicans to win by illicit means?
As long as I had the fair opportunity for we the people to rise up then, right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, we're a nation governed by law and ideals, and I want to get back to truth. Tim, you said, just in prep for the show, you talked about your appreciation, your desire to get to truth. This is about truth. I don't believe if we get the truth out there that American people are going to in any way, shape, or form support the absolute insanity we have here.
I honestly, I'm not speaking to you, but I think to the generality, most people would prefer to win the election illicitly than lose to their ideological enemies fairly. And people might try to claim otherwise, but they typically only do that when they feel like they are actually winning. So in the United States, when we have a relatively homogenous culture with minor disagreements, like if you go back to the 90s, people are going to be like, no, let's have a fair election because the stakes were minimal. If Democrats won, taxes might go up a little bit in some areas, certain benefits would be received in blue states, and people got mad about it. Today, we are talking about if Democrats win, they will let another 20 million illegal immigrants into this country. They will completely destroy the fabric of American tradition. And they will likely jail Trump, his administration. They will hunt down people who supported Trump and put them in solitary confinement like they already did.
What do you
They'll
got?
arrest
The
opposition media
precious
and
moments,
journalists.
bro?
And so
That's
if you're
glass. Be
asking me
careful.
personally how I feel about
Does
the
mom
idea,
know you have this?
I'll put it like this.
No,
My
it's
personal
glass.
feeling is that if Democrats win,
I know. Does it open?
prison.
Oh,
If
look.
Republicans win, I'm going to be
He's just a
okay.
boy.
I'd rather not go to prison on false grounds and be tortured by political psychopaths and communist BS. So for the layman, for the average person, the question is, would you prefer people fairly... let's put it this way. Let's just ignore Dominion and all this argument, and I'll ask you this question. Would you be okay living in a country that voted in a communist dictatorship? Would you do anything to stop the communist dictatorship from taking over?
Well, I wouldn't lower myself to becoming a part of the communist dictatorship, and if I vote to implement a communist dictatorship on my side, I'm no better than the other side.
No, you're not bringing in a communist dictatorship. Like, was Franco
It's
bringing
very
in a
pretty.
communist dictatorship?
Yes.
Says Hush My Baby in the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bow swings, so gently and sweet, baby will safely and tenderly sleep.
We're saying that there are individuals who believe in a constitutional republic of America.
That's the ball.
But
No, it's the
that the
cradle.
system created by
Yeah,
Democrats over the
that's
past
the
10 years
baby's room up
has
there.
That's
weighed
the angel.
in favor
But
of a
the
communist
baby
dictatorship
was
and will never
sweet.
escape. You had
Wait.
the opportunity to
Oh,
by force
look.
stop that from
The
happening.
baby
Would you choose
bird.
to allow the
Yeah,
communist
baby
dictatorship
birds.
to take over?
It
or would you
says,
stand with
look,
the constitutional
ease.
republicanists to prevent it from happening?
This is
I
why
don't
the
think that we're
book.
standing with the constitutional
That's not what I asked.
republicanists.
That's the other one in the back.
That's not what I asked. The question is,
I asked, would you stand with a
Precious
constitutional
moments.
republicanist
Nursery
to
rhymes.
stop by
And
force
you
a
go,
communist
this
dictatorship?
is mommy's favorite
To
book.
stop,
Mm-hmm,
and
it's
so
very
the force
pretty.
here is coercive.
Then
so if the force is an outright revolution, I would stand for a revolution.
No, we'll let mommy handle this.
Again, the
Because
question
it's
is,
very
you have the
easily
ability to
broken.
use coercive force to prevent a communist dictator
Did you know
from
he had
taking over
this?
your country. Would you do it?
yeah.
As long as we're honest about what
Did
we're
you know
doing.
he had this?
Well, that's not coercive force.
Well, if
Be
we're
careful with
practicing
it.
the same thing that the Democrats are doing, how are we? Doing?
Hey,
So
put it back.
we don't sterilize children. Substantially less likely to abort them before they're born. You know, we don't try to imprison our political opponents.
Do you trust?
We don't.
Eli, go put it back.
I mean, the list. We don't create false felony charges. We don't falsely accuse people of rape. The list goes on of the things we do not do. And so again, the question that I'm bringing up is: would a group of people say, well, they outvoted us. I guess communists have taken over, and I'm gonna die? Or would you be like, I will do anything to not die? And I don't think it's reasonable to agree that the average person would just be like, hey, look, the communists have taken over and they're coming to kill me. No, what happens is you get partisan violence in every single circumstance, in every facet of history.
Agreed.
So again, when throw it to the Spanish Civil War, basically, the nationalists won an election, and then did not stop the communists. And so what happened? Several years later, the communists took back political power and immediately began running roughshod over the country.
Killing priests and nuns and
digging up
dead nuns' bodies and putting them on display.
And that's when Franco, who was stationed in Morocco, was like, guys, if we let this keep happening, like, we are gonna die. And so he sailed up back to Spain, rallied a bunch of guys. They found out what he was doing, attacked. Boom! All of a sudden, civil war broke out. It wasn't a declaration. It was pockets forming throughout the country that sided with Franco's coalition.
Well, there's another important point with that entire situation, too, that a lot of people don't touch on, was that the communist Spanish government, or the attempted communist Spanish government, was essentially just a vassal state of the USSR. They sent something like 70% of Spain's gold reserves to the Russians.
Right. And one of the concerns of the nationalists was that the communists were actually in control. The Soviets were in control of the communist faction in Spain, and that they were about to become a vassal, as you're saying, of the Soviet Union.
And how many millions would have died if that had happened? How many more millions?
I'll just put it like this: there is a fine line. I think most people in this country are ignorant of moral philosophy. I think that, I've had so many conversations with conservatives who are like, we believe in the Constitution, ignoring the fact that they don't. They literally don't. Nobody believes in the Constitution. It's a lie. And I know there's going to be people who say, I do, but I'm going to make the point again. Seamus, question. Do you think blasphemy should be illegal?
I think that the church says you can allow tolerations for horrible things if you would incur a greater evil by policing them. So right now in the United States, if you lock people up for blasphemy, that would be a disaster. You couldn't do that. But in a small Catholic country, of course, blasphemy shouldn't be legal.
Blasphemy was illegal when this country was founded.
Yeah, and porn was illegal too.
And so was swearing in public.
Yes.
And you had to profess faith in a Protestant God in most states in order to hold office. Maryland was the exception because they were Catholic, and Virginia because Jefferson was deist. You still had to profess a faith in God, however. This was in every constitution of the founding colonies, founding states. Today, it's a dramatically different country where even devout Seamus himself says we must tolerate a degree of blasphemy.
Well, no, that's actually not my argument. This is a Thomistic argument. Aquinas has said that there are certain evils that if you would incur greater evil by policing them, you don't police it. So this is not because I'm a modern American. This is like a medieval Catholic teaching.
It doesn't matter what you are. Your view of the Constitution is at odds with the Founding Fathers. That's my point.
Oh, yeah, you're right that my view of the Constitution might be at odds with the Founding Fathers. Yeah.
But
there could be ways
but literally it is. Right? The right to keep and bear arms at the federal level did not pertain to state law. So when they said you have a right to keep and bear arms, they were saying this federal constitution bars the federal government from stopping it. States can ban guns all they want, and many of them did in various ways.
Well, then we have the 14th Amendment, which I would argue. Yeah. But listen, I'm gonna tell you, Tim. I respectfully, and I mean this with respect, because I'll be in jail next to you, right? If this was to go down, I will be in jail right next to you, very quickly. I will tell you this. When I went through the fight with COVID, it damaged my family. I lost my money. I lost almost everything you can lose. I've put it out there. I've been willing to lose it. I'll lose it again before I'll sell out. The one thing that I've got, and the one thing that distinguishes me from some of the leftists that I've spent the last 5.5 years fighting nonstop, is that I will not sell out from my principles. Now, maybe they're at odds from the founding. Maybe they're not. I'm sure that they're. But what it means is no. I will not support the Republicans doing the same thing that the Democrats are doing, because power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely, and I have absolutely no reason to believe that if we gave the Republican Party, who is full of rhinos, full of sellouts, and we just talked about Donald Trump, trying to please everybody, I have no reason on this planet to believe that they would be any better if we gave them absolute power. So I want us to be.
And that's not my question. My question is moral philosophy. Would you use coercive force to defend your worldview from a communist authoritarian? Not, would you side with specific American political faction? I don't care about the Republicans. I'm saying, would you personally choose to use manipulative, coercive force to prevent a communist dictator from coming into power and murdering people and kidnapping people and gulagging people?
So long as I didn't have to become that, as long as I didn't have to empower myself or anyone else to become what I'm fighting, yes.
Right. So then, yeah. I mean, I don't understand.
Well, what I'm saying is listen, propaganda is propaganda. We use propaganda every day. I go in the media, I do my show, I use propaganda. Is that manipulative? Well, I guess.
So coercive force means there's physical force, overt, going up to someone, pointing a gun at their head, saying you don't vote. I'm talking about, would you be party to a manipulation of an election to prevent communists from taking over, knowing that you and the people that you're working with will have a fair and genuine democratic institution moving forward?
No, because I don't think we need to. No is my answer, because I don't think it's necessary.
Right. So I disagree, and I think when you look throughout history, there's reasons why, say, Catalonia, for instance, got wiped out and crushed and barely existed as an anarchist state, and why anarchist societies have never existed, and why Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great, Napoleon were successful as they were, despite the fact Napoleon was like, I'm going to Russia in the winter for some reason. It's because what we find, even in today's modern political context, is that everything we believe about the virtues of American society were only based upon the fact that we had a moral and virtuous society. Everybody basically agreed. Now that we have a large portion of the country that does not agree, they are beating the crap out of us, and we're just taking it.
Agreed.
And so the end result of that scenario will be the same as Catalonia. We will be beaten, gulagged, and they will exhume nuns' corpses and desecrate them.
You think, Tim, so you don't believe that if we leverage the infrastructure that we currently have under the law and everything else, do you think we're past the point of no return, and that really we're at a point where we really may have to do that? Because I don't think we are. I think that if we were to leverage the authority that we have under the existing Constitution, under the existing law, that we don't have to get to that point. And the question is interesting as an academic question, but from a practical standpoint, I think that we still have a good chance to win this if we're willing to fight for it.
Let's try this. Do you think that illegal immigrants?
Do I think they do? Yes.
Do you think that they vote in such numbers that they impact our elections?
Absolutely.
How do we go into a Democrat jurisdiction and tell them that the laws they've enacted and their policies are now void?
Well, we should be doing that through the courts anyways.
Well, the courts are siding with them, and they're telling Trump he can't do things that he clearly can.
Oh, I agreed. So we
so the courts. Right, here's my point. Courts are saying we will protect the illicit activities.
Yes, they are.
So, would your solution then be Trump? Okay, so they are doing it.
Yes.
The courts have defended this illicit conduct.
Yes.
They've barred people from watching elections.
Yes.
They've destroyed election data.
Yes.
They're likely going to do it again.
Yes.
What is our recourse?
Right now, we need to be arresting. We need to be impeaching judges. We need to not be arresting the guy on the street. We need to be arresting the people who are behind this. You and I can get on the internet, and in 5 minutes we can say, hey, look, it looks like money's going from here to here. This guy's funding the riots.
some space.
This guy's funding this. This guy's funding that. The research is there. The data is there. We could take action. And we can impeach judges. We can we can do things. We're just not choosing to, and we're putting ourselves in a position where we're going to have to do what you're saying.
Let's keep going. So I just wanted to fact check myself here because I was pretty sure I had this right, and I am. We can't impeach federal judges. It can't be done.
What's that?
You need 2/3 majority of the Senate in order to impeach a judge.
That's true.
So that's an impossibility. So. If the opinion of an individual, you or anyone else, is that judges are issuing unconstitutional orders, they are defending illicit voting practices, they are unconstitutionally altering the voting system, we can't impeach them because we don't have enough political authority in the Senate. If we do nothing, they will win elections illicitly, and then we'll be ruled over by evil. What's our course of action?
Listen, I agree with you. I don't think we're quite to the point that we need to do this. Now, I will tell you, we also can't, just for anybody asking, we also can't arrest the judges under the concept. We literally, we don't have the authority. You can't do that to a judge that's acting within the scope of their position, right?
I think there's a couple things you can do.
One
is buy Dominion voting systems and then be in control of the private voting mechanisms to make sure that the illicit voting doesn't happen.
I'm all in favor of making sure that it's not happening. I'm not in favor of doing the same thing they're doing. If Dominion did, in fact, manipulate the last election, and we need to buy it to make sure that doesn't happen in the next election,
Let's
I'm
see
all
what
in favor of
he's
that.
got.
But there's a difference between buying it to make sure that there's no fraud in the next election or any future election, and using it to manipulate the election.
I'm curious what you think, Seamus.
So there's a really fascinating debate in Catholic ethics, and particularly Thomistic ethics. Well, it's not as debated amongst Thomists. They're mostly on one side. But whether lying is ever acceptable, even for a very good cause. So this would include things like undercover police work, where you know you're actually catching bad people, but it requires for you to tell a lie in order to do so, because Christ says he is the way and the truth and the life, and we as Christians believe that the truth is a person, and that person is Jesus Christ, and therefore any denial of the truth is a denial of Christ. And so there's intense theological debate if even lying to save a life is something that you're allowed to do.
Thank you.
My view is actually fairly simple.
May I help you?
If you stand on pious ground and say, I will be but a fair arbiter of truth, they're going to be like, hey, I can club him over the head and take all his stuff.
They can kill my body, they can't kill my soul.
But that does mean dark days for this country indeed. And if that's the world that you live in, so be it. I'm not saying your moral worldview is incorrect.
Cheat otherwise.
Cheat otherwise?
Dada,
What do you mean?
I'm
Okay, so
not
what
going
if we play
on.
dirty? We didn't set the rules of the street fight. They
No.
did. We can use,
I was not.
we can use lawfare just like they did. We can weaponize the DOJ just like they
I'm
did, right? There's
afraid.
limits to what we can do.
You
But
have
they've set
to
the
get
rules. They've set the
away.
precedent, right? If it's
What are you
okay
doing?
to raid
Dad, you
Melania's
get
underwear
away.
drawer, why can't we raid Adam Schiff's, right?
We really don't want to. That's
I really don't. But here's the deal. I agree with
We'll let
you.
that one go. You keep
It's like I don't want to know what's in his.
Dad, you got some marshmallows.
He gets that.
What? That batteries?
PTSD.
There might be a
Oh,
joke
you-
about a shift.
You can die, Dada.
No.
Oh, by
But no,
hole.
listen. Here's the deal.
Who's
We
the
don't
bad
have
guy
to go
there?
That's a
full-fledged
guy.
Democrat
No,
to use
guy.
very clearly the rules.
Is
that
it
they've
bad
set,
guy
the precedent they've
down
set.
there?
We can
It's
be
the
very
bad guy
aggressive in our
down
law
there.
enforcement. We can do a lot of things. And, there's even an argument to be made. How about this one for you, Tim, right? So you can't go and arrest a judge who's acting within the scope of their duties. But what if you've got evidence that a judge is outright committing some sort of fraudulent action in what they're doing? Why don't we try
Show
arresting
me the
one?
man, and I'll show you the crime. We can arrest
Absolutely.
any judge we want.
Absolutely. So why don't we start leveraging that? Why don't we use the same weaponized DOJ they used against us?
Okay, so
Why don't we play that game?
Because Donald Trump doesn't have the courage to do that.
Well, let's ask the question. Okay, so let's use Wisconsin. Actually, no, let's do Pennsylvania because of Texas v. Pennsylvania. Are you familiar with Texas? Massive suit. So Pennsylvania was sued because they altered the rules of their election outside of the frames of the federal constitution. And the Supreme Court refused to hear it. So what happens if
Hey,
Trump then
buddy.
says,
We hug kiss.
well, these judges let's arrest them all and take the piece off the board, and then we'll get people in who will do the right thing. What do you think the response from Democrats in Pennsylvania will be if Trump were to do that?
Well, I kind of don't care, right? Because you're talking about can we use Dominion to steal the election, and I'm saying no, we shouldn't. I'm okay with them being mad at me. I'm okay with a fight.
But I'm saying we know that in Pennsylvania, it was the judiciary that altered their state election.
100%.
Texas argued that violated the federal constitution because only the state legislature can do that, and they did not. So let's say Trump says, we need to remove a corrupt judiciary through legal use of force in the executive branch, arrests for legitimate criminal activity. What will Democrats do if Trump legitimately arrests the state Supreme Court of Pennsylvania?
Well, they're going to have a stroke. They're going to do everything they can to activate every rioter, to activate everything that they can do on this. There's no question about that. And what's worse is we already know that they don't play by the rules. But at the end of the day, this part, I agree with you, right? So I agree with you 100%. We have to take strong and aggressive steps. My point is not that we don't have to take strong and aggressive steps. I'm frustrated as hell that we're not. My point, though, is that the steps that we take, there have to be limitations, right? I don't want to trade freedom for tyranny on either side. I don't trust the government. I don't trust anyone in our government. I will never trust them. After they put the masks on my kids, hell no, am I going to ever trust them again.
And so I think this is a I mean, I don't mean this derisively. I used to think this way when I was about 20, that the use, I was very critical of all use of force. Today, I look at the ICE agents that are risking their lives in Chicago to deport criminal aliens, illegal immigrants, because I voted to do it.
Amen.
The reality here is that I, Tim Pool, went to a voting booth and said, I want this to be done.
Yep.
I then asked these men to stand in harm's way at my behest to do a job that I am not doing and honestly not willing to do.
Yep.
I don't view that exercise of authority by law enforcement as illicit, nor do I view it as authoritarian. In fact, I look at these men as men I personally hired to do a job I wanted done. So the argument then is, we are not looking at a foreign body of power that we will put into power and then will be oppressed by. We are quite literally saying we want these men to be empowered and protected because they're acting out our will.
100%.
If Trump, as Trump carries on, he's actually doing more than any president has ever done, in my opinion, for the people who voted for him.
Agreed.
So I do not view the Republican victories as a threat to my life, as tyrannical or authoritarian. It's actually the will of the popular vote, which is as democratic as we've seen in a long time. When the Republicans win, we are seeing legitimate use of force as derived by the people. When the Democrats win, it's not. Now, to be fair, I don't think any regular voter who voted for Biden expected him to go and arrest Trump's lawyers. The only problem is they didn't care when he did.
They don't care.
They don't care. So we know what Democrats will do when they receive power from the people, and it is illicit. And we know that when Trump and his administration receives power from the people, it's actually fairly weak. I have no problem with them winning. Now, the ultimate issue, again, is, I say this quite a bit, I have changed my argument. I used to say if everyone had the moral worldview of Seamus Coughlin. Now I say if everyone had the moral worldview of Charlie Kirk, we would need no police. You would need no ballot security. This country would run like a well-oiled machine.
Amen.
And crime would be near zero. You'd need civil courts because sometimes people have misunderstandings. I thought the contract was going to mean this, and they get angry with each other. And of course, sometimes there's murder and there's going to be passion and things like this, but you really wouldn't need active police force in every jurisdiction because people wouldn't be aggressing against each other to any meaningful degree.
Yeah, the more laws you need, the worse shape your country's in.
Agreed. And so the point we're at now is Democrats are not going to respect any use of force, be it legitimate or otherwise.
Yeah.
They are going to violently resist as they are right now.
The question of legitimacy isn't even on the table because whether or not the conservatives or Republicans are using legitimate power, the Democrats are going to say that it's illegitimate. Yeah. This is something we talked about last night. This is not a question of who has the better argument. The left doesn't care what your argument is. The left is going to use whatever argument is functional at the time, and they're going to make that argument trying to get you to concede their point. They use your principles against you. They don't care about the Constitution. They don't care about the freedom of speech. They don't care about anything that makes America America. They only care about power.
Take a look at the State Department. They just deported. Actually, you know, let's pull this one up. They deported people. We'll pull this story up. We'll kick this one off. Here we go. We've got this story from Politico. State Department revokes visas over Kirk criticism. The department did not identify the visa holders by name or specify what type of visas were revoked, but we do have some information. Some of them, I believe, were student visas. 6 were revoked because they celebrated the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Now, take a look at the second line from Politico. The move has drawn criticism from free speech advocates. Take a look at how the media describes these people.
Yeah.
Free speech advocates.
As if they've ever been free speech advocates on literally anything else their entire lives.
They are not free speech advocates. They are illegal immigration advocate leftists who will lie, cheat, and steal to destroy this country. These same people on X who are claiming it's a violation of free speech celebrate the banning of Alex Jones and every conservative all day and night. And this is the game they play. They adopt free speech when it's a power they want.
Yes. Yeah.
So going back to what we were talking about in the previous segment, the high priests of the left and the liberal base literally do not care about what is or is not legitimate. They only care what they will get away with.
Agreed.
If we are going to stand back and accept every argument they make, we will find ourselves in gulags by authoritarians.
Agree.
There comes a point when a conversation has to be had about how you defend your way of life. Right now, we, the people of this country, duly elected Donald Trump and have empowered ICE, DHS to begin deporting illegal immigrants.
Agreed.
California has declared a state of emergency over this. Zoran Mamdani said he will protect his people, illegal immigrants, from us. They have told us in no uncertain terms they are an entirely separate nation. They're the multicultural democracy of America. We are the constitutional republic of America. In that regard, I have no concern whatsoever over the laws of a foreign nation. The UK UK chief of police said he was going to extradite Americans, and we all laughed, didn't we?
Yeah.
So when the king of Tajikapopoulos says it's illegal to arrest somebody who committed a crime, we laugh and say, "Who are you?" When these judges and these leftists lie, cheat, and steal and try to exert illegitimate authority, the problem we face right now is that Donald Trump is going, I guess that clown over there who's honking his horn must be right. The clown warrant is a real warrant, and then Trump backs off.
Look, this is Karl Popper's paradox of tolerance. That's exactly what we're dealing with right now. Our system only works when everybody agrees on how the system works.
Yes.
When people refuse to engage in the system in an honest way, then they're trying to circumvent the system, trying to use things like the freedom of speech or what have you against people that are coming to the debate or argument with an honest perspective, then the system breaks down.
Agreed.
And so at what point do you say we no longer tolerate this stuff? And if they're using the government to just arrest their political opponents, that's the time when you say we can't tolerate this anymore. And we're not talking about something in the future. This is what they've already done in the past.
Here is the wall here's the wall. Here's the line. Here's what we are facing. Democrat-aligned judges are issuing orders that are unconstitutional. Donald Trump is saying rats. Guess I have to abide by it. Why must our side listen to unconstitutional edict and not act? This is the crazy thing. There's a few different. There's a tilt to
Almost
this,
have death.
right?
Okay.
You could have on the left and the right constitutional orders, constitutional actions, and we all say, well, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Then you go like this. This is where we currently are at. It is unconstitutional on the left, and the right is abiding by it. It could be the other way. Trump acts unconstitutionally, and the left says, oh, dear, help us. What is happening right now is Trump isn't even acting within the scope of his constitutional powers.
Right.
That's right.
We will lose.
We're going to get our butts handed to us, and I agree with you. You and I are on the exact same page here, right up to the Dominion voting machines. We need to start acting.
Well, I don't
we
think
need
we're
to
on a
start
different page on
fighting.
the voting machines.
Well, maybe not. But in terms of what's going on, we've got to step this up big time. We need to leverage every single thing that the left has used against us, turn it back around, and smack them with it. 100%. They've set the precedent. We have the authority. Listen, it's the L.A. story that we had at the beginning of the show, right? Those guys broke the law. Arrest the whole darn government. Arrest them all. Put them in jail. You know what? You guys want to riot over it? Guess what? We're going to put the rioters in jail too.
Amen.
If we have to make bigger prisons, you're all going to jail. It doesn't matter.
I firmly believe that so again, LA declaring a state of emergency over real law enforcement, like
insane,
shows that there's no path forward. If Trump goes into LA and says we are assuming control, we are declaring an insurrection, you will have a civil war overnight.
But we're going to have it anyways, right? Because I'm going to tell you right now, if they steal another election, if whatever happens, if the Democrats come back like you're saying, do you think that I'm going to go to a prison camp peacefully? I got news for you, brother. I'm standing. And that's the way it's going to be. So we're at a point now, and this is a terrifying moment in American history, and I don't say this lightly. We are at a point now where we have to decide whether we are going to follow the law, follow the Constitution, follow what we think, what Charlie Kirk spoke about. If we're going to be the nation he dreamed we could be, or if we're going to let it all go to the toilet because we don't have the gonads to speak up, to put people in jail because they might be mad, they might protest, they might, good. You know what? Bring it. I want to know who we need to put in jail because let's put them all there.
I got a quote for you guys. Oh, it were better to be a poor fisherman than to meddle with the government of men. Danton.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. So
until the fish put you on trial on trumped up charges, and they go, that kind of bait is not regulation. As a matter of fact,
you were oppressing our people.
I would say I was abandoning my duty.
Over the past couple of weeks, I mentioned this earlier, the escalation has been so psychotic. The police cruiser blown up in Boston, a roving band of just barbarians running around. I'm like, geez. We've had 3 or 4 terror attacks on ICE. We've had DHS get attacked on the streets of Chicago. 3 times their vehicles were rammed. Numerous instances where bystanders attacked federal officers to aid and abet illegal immigrants. The cities, the governors, the judges rejecting the constitutional authority of the duly elected federal government. It is more clear than ever that confidence of the American people is bifurcated. What is government? It is confidence. The belief that there is an authority structure above you, you must abide by. Half the country no longer feels that there's any legitimate authority of Donald Trump or the federal government. This is only going to get worse as the younger generation gets older and gains access to the seats of power and our infrastructure.
I'm looking for books.
If we are to respond now, and Trump says, I don't care what some judge rules, that's unconstitutional, I can deploy the National Guard under the protective principle. Democrats will then say Trump has gone rogue. In fact, they're saying it anyway. After a bunch of rocks were thrown at federal law enforcement and they launched tear gas, ABC7 Chicago said federal law enforcement are now defying court orders and tear gassing people in Chicago. Liberals don't care what is fair, what is true. They care about winning by any means necessary. The reaction then from Trump is going to be, we got to send in the troops, right? That's already what he's trying to do. In Portland, in California, he's already done it in California. The reaction is a state of emergency. The government is going to line up against the state governments will line up against the federal government. We've seen now in Portland and in Illinois reports that the mayors, and I'm not sure in Illinois if it's the mayor or the governor, but in Portland, I believe it was the police were instructed to start gathering evidence against federal law enforcement for criminal charges. In California, Gavin Newsom passed a law that says as of January 1st, 26, federal law enforcement must remove all their masks. Otherwise, it's a misdemeanor charge. Many people said Newsom will never enforce this law against these police, which is an absurdity considering they already arrested Trump's lawyers.
Yeah.
There's nothing that's going to stop these people. So then the point you made, which I don't disagree with, that's on the table, Trump going in Reconstruction era political style, occupying city and state government and saying, we are in control now by force. We are going to reform your electoral process and fix this insurrection. In which case, civil war.
Well, maybe. I mean, I think we've got to be very careful doing that. It's a huge, huge risk, right? I mean, because you're right. We got some crazy, crazy people, and it has to be done by the letter of the law. This is why I think that it's so critical that we're careful in how we do this, but that we leverage everything we've got. The problem I'm seeing is when I look at this as an attorney, I see so much that's being left on the table. There's so many opportunities. You know, one of the things that we can do is we talk about, you know, and Trump is doing a lot of stuff, right? Cutting off money. The USAID thing was huge, but it wasn't just USAID that's funding this. We have to cut the money off from the billionaire crowd that's funding this. You know, the foreign nation crowd that's funding this. I mean, we got the CCP all over this country. We got so much foreign influence from all these different places. Listen,
Escape
America
harm.
first means
We
something.
are ready to play again. Okay.
Good. We've got to get rid of the corruption from top down, and the billionaire elitists need to quit getting invites to the White House. They need to be investigated if they're doing something wrong. We can celebrate the guys who are billionaires that are good and doing good things. That's fine. Being rich doesn't make you bad. But we really have to start pulling out all the stops, and this is my frustration and why I talk about DOJ. There's a lot of things that could be being done. We're not doing them. We're coming up on midterms. And if we don't see some people in jail, if we don't see some big people, if we don't see real accountability, we're going to lose this.
We're going to jump to something apolitical, not so much political, because normally we jump to the super chats, but I got to squeeze this one in because, ladies and gentlemen, I am at war with Liquid Death. If those aren't familiar, Liquid Death is a canned water and flavored water beverage company. And I tweeted this. Now that I don't have to be polite anymore, Liquid Death is absolute-ish and misleads the public into thinking they don't use plastic, but their cans are lined with plastic. We will be office spacing the remainder of our stock, which we did. We went outside and we just smashed all the cans. I was informed yesterday that Liquid Death has fired their entire professional skateboard team. I don't like Liquid Death. I've never been a big fan. I actually
and
don't
her
mind their
pilgrimage.
drinks. Actually, I'll give credit to their drinks. Let me pause for a second. The brand is terrible. The low sugar tea, actually not bad. So shout out to Liquid Death in that regard. I don't care for canned water. I think it's kind of cringe marketing, whatever.
No matter what happens.
Richie Jackson, who is a friend of ours and is rides for our skate company, the Boonies, was also sponsored by Liquid Death and informed me that he had been, as well as everyone from the skateboard team, terminated. The only reason I held my tongue on Liquid Death was out of the conflict of interest. Now, some have said, you know, why didn't you speak up sooner on this company? And I said, there's a conflict. I work with Richie. He's sponsored by them. It's you know, now that he's not, Liquid Death has a slogan, "Death to Plastic," on all of their products. Or I don't know about all of their products, but on all the cans you buy, it says "Death to Plastic." So a couple of years ago,
We killed him.
we had been talking about phthalates, PCBs, and other plastic leaching into drinks, and we found it gross. Most food is wrapped in plastic. What are you going to do about it? So I said, well, let's buy some glass bottles. We bought Saratoga Springs, bottled at the source spring water. I believe the twist-off caps do have some plastic, but hey, better than most, right? And we also bought plastic water bottles for those that literally don't care, because we're not die-hard activists on plastic. We just say, let's just do a little bit better. Seamus is drinking plastic water bottles right now.
Thank you. I'm good though.
You don't have the glass ones anymore, do you?
We have the reusable glass ones downstairs.
Oh, I didn't know those were there. I'm gonna use those.
pH 8.4, whatever that means.
So
Yeah, you like the glass.
I don't care all that much. I'm drinking a
Full
Spindrift
speed
right
ahead.
now, and these cans are lined with plastic. So what happens is Richie tells me, he's like, hey, I ride for Liquid Death. We should get a bunch of this. It's in aluminum cans. And I was like, hey, that's a good point. So I bought a ton of it. We've restocked it consistently. And then my brother said, it's all plastic. And I did not know that aluminum cans were actually plastic bags. Take a look at this image. This is a Liquid Death can after the metal has been eaten away by caustic soda. And it's actually a plastic bag wrapped in aluminum. Had I known, and I did not know this, aluminum cans are actually aluminum plastic cans, I would have been like, hey, I mean, I'll order some whatever, but I'm not doing that. Instead, I stopped ordering glass bottles and I ordered Liquid Death cans because in my mind, I was like, now we have the alternative, until I found out it was actually all lined with plastic. What happened? In effect, Liquid Death tricked me through misleading marketing into stopping my purchase of glass bottles, which are like 99% plastic free, except for the cap, I believe, and into purchasing a higher quantity of single-use unrecyclable plastic through misleading marketing. I was pissed. I'm like, why do they say death to plastic when all of their products contain plastic? Well, I tweeted out, Liquid Death said, our founder would be happy to have a public debate with you about why you think the company is absolute-ish and the global issue of single-use plastic bottles, or is this more of a road rage kind of thing, just yelling out the window of your car as you drive away? Well, I then tweeted, gentlemen's bet, Liquid Death will back out as soon as management figures out who their social media person is tweeting with, and that I sponsor one of the team riders they just kicked off. Well, turns out we have confirmed Friday for a debate. And I'll just tell you exactly what I'm thinking, because there is no debate. It is plain as day. There is nothing barring Liquid Death from disclosing on all of their packages this product does contain 0.5 to 1, I believe it's 1 gram of plastic. The argument they're making is they're trying to trick you into thinking that because they exist, people are buying less plastic water bottles. That is false and illogical. And I'll give you a simple logical assessment. Tim Pool walks into a gas station. I am conscious of phthalates and PCBs and plastics and plastic pollution. What product will I buy? I have the choice between Nestle's brand of plastic water bottle or Saratoga Springs glass water bottle. It's obvious. I buy the glass water bottle. Joe Schmo does not give one crap about plastic. What product will he buy? He's going to buy a plastic water bottle. It's cheaper. 90 cents, $1.24 maybe? Now let's say Liquid Death enters the market and they write death to plastic on their cans. And I was unaware that all cans, all of them are lined with plastic. Hey, Coke doesn't advertise death to plastic. So I'm not really offended that they have plastic. I then walk into a gas station. I'm now looking at 3 choices: an expensive glass bottle, a cheaper can, or a plastic water bottle. And I say, death to plastic. I'll buy the cheaper can. Because of that, they have increased the consumption of plastic while trying to argue that people will choose not to drink out of plastic bottles. That is incorrect. In fact, I did the research, and there is nothing indicating any slump in sales of plastic water bottles since the emergence of Liquid Death. In fact, Liquid Death also launched something called Death Dust, which is single-use plastic packets with flavors that you can put into their water cans or into water in general. It is I believe it's a paper packet, foil lined with a plastic liner inside because you have to keep it sealed. So this is a company that uses edgy marketing to convince people that they are anti-plastic. Meanwhile, they are generally just increasing unrecyclable single-use plastic consumption while pretending like they're not. I will stress again once more the logic. Anybody who already is aware of plastic pollution is going to buy non-plastic products. Anybody who doesn't care will buy a plastic water bottle. The only person they're marketing to is the person who may have purchased glass instead. By launching this product, they have displaced by 50% the amount of non-plastic water products that would be purchased on the market. They have consumed the market share and increased plastic. Therefore, we announced we are launching pool water. And it's funny because I already got people being like, Tim's the king of grifters by doing this. So it took us about 2 hours, and the response I got to the Liquid Death thing was that glass is too expensive. And Liquid Death can sell a cheap... So what they're really saying is, listen, people are going to buy the cheap product, and so there's much less plastic in a can, so people are going to buy the cheaper can. And I said, okay, at volume, he could make a big profit on glass bottles too, so why not sell glass? Honest question. We did the math, did the research. It took us 2 hours to find an artesian water source in Virginia. This means it's a natural water aquifer that filters and cleans the water, and then it's UV blasted to kill off any bacteria. And they told us they could sell, they could get this packaged out the door, expedited 3 weeks. That's how long it takes to do the production of the bottles, the labels, and then supply the waters and get them packaged for shipping. There probably will be plastic shrink wrap or something. I am not this, plastic's so evil. I would like there to be a product that reduces the amount of plastic in the food product we are consuming, and as so long as people are going to drink water, why not have a glass bottle? Did the math. With this, pool water, which should be available for pre-order starting tomorrow. Pool water, huh? Andy, our boy Andy came up with the name. He's clever. We are going to make about 8 cents on every bottle we sell. We will not make money on this product, figuratively. Like, obviously, we can't lose money, so we will be earning about 8 cents per bottle, and that likely will not cover all of our staffing or anything. We're looking at probably aiming towards break even. If we were at volume, like Liquid Death, and selling millions, I think the estimates are 175 million cans, we'd be in the profit because the more volume you have, the more you can decrease your cost in bulk because everybody makes more money. So we'll put it this way. If we made 1 cent, we could reduce the price. If we made 1 cent per bottle but sold 175 million bottles, I think we're all pretty dang happy with that. Making 8 cents and selling 175 million bottles would be great. Right now, we're not looking to make much money, but we did this to prove a point. Liquid Death absolutely could have put their drink in glass bottles, which would reduce production of plastic and consumption of plastic, and they could have used paper sticker labels, which are still going to contain some polymers because you can't get away from plastic. Instead, they chose to use plastic-lined cans, label it Death to Plastic, and then lead people to believe that they're somehow fighting this, not to mention the death dust, which increases plastic consumption. I've been asked why I care so much, because I care. If you follow me at all, you know that the one thing I really hate is people lying to you. When the corporate press lies. I've never been a staunch conservative. I am just here because the media won't stop lying about everything. I don't care who you are, what you do. I get pissed when people put out false information to rip people off. So that's why we launched this, and I'm gonna have a debate with this guy on Friday, and I'm gonna prove the point. I don't know what his argument's gonna be, because there's no proof or evidence that they've reduced plastic consumption at all. In fact, 1 for 1, every can Liquid Death produces is identical in plastic consumption to Coca-Cola. So what is the effing argument? Death to Plastic was a greenwashing lie to trick people who cared into buying a plastic product, and I am pissed about it.
So buy pool water.
I mean,
sparkling water options too.
So eventually we are planning on doing sparkling water. That'll be called spa water. And the green tea we launch will be called pond water.
That's great. That's the best product. I wonder what the FTC has to say about this. I mean, they really ought to be looking into it. It's deceptive advertising, deceptive marketing, in my opinion. I mean, to me, especially because I'm big in Maha, right? I mean, Maha's my space. the dangers of consuming, and listen, I have to consume things in plastic all the time. I can't lie and say that I don't, but to tell everybody, hey,
Mug.
we're plastic free, death to plastic, no plastic,
But they don't say that. That's the clever play. They don't say plastic free, they just say death to plastic, aluminum can, because they know the manipulation is the average person doesn't realize it's actually an aluminum plastic can. I think RFK Jr., I got to get him on the phone. It should be required under FTC that aluminum cans are labeled as aluminum and plastic cans.
Agreed. 100%. Listen, it's misleading, and I would argue that even though they don't come out and say plastic free, I would argue this is absolutely false, misleading
I think so.
advertising. 100%.
And I absolutely will pursue suit in some capacity. We have purchased a large amount of Liquid Death. I don't have a problem with consuming things out of plastic I should say I generally don't like consuming things out of plastic products, but I recognize the ubiquity of plastic. I also recognize creating vacuum seals for certain products is very difficult. We can't put every single powder in a glass tin or something, though they do sell a lot of drink mixes in tins. My problem is that they're lying to people and displacing the plastic alternative market. So you could absolutely purchase, like I said, this is artesian water. It is clean, it is pure, it is absolutely delicious, and it is the same price as Liquid Death without volume. If we were selling 175 million bottles of this stuff, we'd get the price way down and we'd be swimming in profit. So we are making a minimal profit. The margins are slim as they come, just to prove that with 2 hours of research and simple graphic work, we can produce something cheaper than Liquid Death in a glass bottle. Why can't they? And why are they? Should I put death to plastic on my bottles? They can sue me.
Well, listen, at the end of the day, I really hope you see some action on this. And, I understand your margins are a little tight on this, but I'm hoping everybody buys the pool water, because I guess it's the same thing, man. I'm so tired of the lies, the misleading advertising, and we see it across the board. I mean, can I say safe and effective? Anybody? I mean, it's just, it's just nonsense. So this is great.
The other thing too is I'm fairly certain, I could be wrong, Liquid Death sources their water similarly from Virginia. I'm not sure if it's artesian or spring, but artesian basically means it's a well. Right, it's a natural aquifer, it's an underground water source of some sort. Here's the best part. In doing this research, we found out we're overpaying for our bottled water, even our plastic. So it's like we can have pure, clean water, all the garbage not in it, natural, good stuff, at a fraction of the cost in glass bottles. We were like,
these guys.
Outside of the whole Liquid Death argument, we are going to order. Because, we got Seamus over here drinking Icelandic.
Yeah, listen, I would prefer to be drinking it from a glass bottle. I think it's a really cool product. I think it's something that, listen, even if I wasn't friends with you, this is something I would want to buy. This is something I would want to use.
I'm just saying, we will stop buying plastic water bottles because these are cheaper for us and they're in glass. And we will just stock up the IRL studio with pool water, and then people will drink pool water on the show.
And I know this isn't the primary concern.
We're also going to come up with a lemon flavored one with a little hint of yellow in it.
I think
that's
I
still
think
called
that
pool
this,
water.
But even setting aside the concerns about plastics, there is just something nicer about drinking from a glass bottle. Do you remember when you were a kid and you can get like the glass Coca-Cola bottle instead of the plastic one, and you always wanted that?
You still can.
But do you remember the first time you saw one? Because for a while it was only plastic, and then they started marketing the glass ones, and I was like, I want that.
Here's my argument. Here's my question for Liquid Death. All sorts of drinks come in plastic bottles. What does producing a can masquerading as plastic free? How does that in any way alter the market, the landscape? I don't care if so they sell iced teas, sparkling flavored waters, and canned water. What's the effing difference? Coca-Cola sells their product in cans as well. They're using the idea of plastic pollution to sell you a plastic product. They are not displacing anything. If anything, they are tricking people who would normally buy glass into buying plastic. It's not going the other way around. We got to go to your Rumble rants and chat, so smash the like button, share the show, smash that like button. The uncensored portion of the show is coming up 10 p.m. at rumble.com/TimCastIRL. Join our Discord server at timcast.com to call in to the uncensored portion of the show. All right, we got Mythos671. He says, FLA County, they are traitors.
Yeah.
Pinochet says, imagine if Tim's last name was Toilet instead of Pool. The joke wouldn't work as well. Pool water's gross enough, but it does kind of work. Pool water. My brother thought it was a terrible idea. He's like, no one's going to want to drink. That's disgusting. Everyone else laughed and said, who cares? Do it anyway.
It's funny.
The other thing, too, is because it's so cheap, we are going to start having a sales team go to various stores and ask them, like, what do you spend per case, per bottle, or per ounce for bottled water in your gas station, in your restaurant? We're going to say, we're going to undercut all of it. We are going to put pool water in all of these restaurants.
I love it.
And we are going to... listen.
Idea did not even exist this morning, by the way.
Yeah, and
I was here.
In 5
this
years,
all developed.
In
like
5
the course
years,
of 4 hours, Tim is like, I will
like,
destroy the conventional bottled water industry.
In 5 years, Tim's going to take over the whole bottled water industry.
My wife was like, is this how we retire off pool water? But imagine this. We go to like a restaurant and they say like we're spending like $1.50 per bottle of water, and we could be like, okay, we'll get you at $1.40, and we'll give you 10 cases free to switch to us. And then we're gonna get glass bottled water as far as we can get it.
I just want to be at some 5-star restaurant and have them say, "Would you like the pool water?"
You're gonna meme your way to the top of the water.
Dude, I love it.
To be fair, let me pull this up. I don't think we can actually compete with plastic water bottles
in terms of price.
So let's see, 54 cases. Let's see. You can get 1,890 bottles of plastic water for $659.
Wow.
There's no way glass can compete with that.
Yeah.
But then when you look at
Any new
Liquid
ones?
Death on Amazon, they sell for 8 cents per fluid ounce. We're selling for about 7 cents per fluid ounce.
How many cents per fluid ounce does plastic bottled water generally sell
Like
for?
3.
3? Okay, wow.
Yeah, insane. And like plastic is dirt cheap.
It's
just
cheap,
dirt
yeah.
cheap, man.
That's why it's everywhere now. That's why
All
there's
right.
microplastics and everything.
Skyline says Pool Water should hire Sydney Sweeney for ads, or at least Temu version, Make America Sexy Again. That is a really good idea.
No, don't.
No.
Do it.
No. We got to find a Temu, like a really, like a knockoff of Sydney Sweeney, like someone who kind of looks like her. You know what I mean? It's like obviously not her.
She's pretty, but not really.
Yeah, just like a 6.57 maybe, C plus.
Now I'm gonna feel bad for whoever you hire.
And
Don't feel bad.
you know, and then we'll have her be like, when I'm thirsty, I just drink the pool water. And people are gonna, and then we're gonna have a guy go like, oh.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
You know, look, there are people in my periphery who are like, Tim, why don't you just actually make a product that will sell and make money? Like we could probably, if we sold these for $25, like $2 a pack. I mean, like $2 a bottle. per bottle of
Yeah, I
water,
know.
Glass bottle. We're looking at $48.
I
$48.
feel.
Saratoga Springs, it's like $70 because these it's like legit really good natural spring water from New York. But I was like, I'm not trying to
About
get rich
that.
and make $1 billion off bottled water.
The full extent to which the Biden
Is that-
Harris Justice
Autoplay on
Department
Twitter.
weaponized federal
Is that-
law
Yeah,
enforcement.
it's see that little.
Oh yeah, that was weird. How did that happen?
Yeah.
That was Trump. All of a sudden, just talking about the press. Oh look, there's Liquid Death's plastic bag. Gross. Gross. No, I just think it'd be funny if people bought pool water, and I think at this price it's like $1.70 per bottle or whatever. So then there's going to be shipping. It's not the easiest thing in the world to get, but it's funny, and we'll have it at all of our events. And again, it's cheaper for us to stock this than
I think it's great. Honestly, like this is something I would actually use.
So would I. I was just with a friend out west, and they're insisting on glass bottled water. You couldn't find it anywhere. So like I ended up, I think it's like $4 or $5 for a bottle. It was crazy. So if you're in the universe of competitive, especially I think Maha, because nobody wants the BPA's, nobody wants the plastic.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, I will be fair too. We just found this company. We haven't done any tests on the water quality or anything like that. So I'm not doing this to claim we're gonna have the cleanest and best water available. To be fair, the company assured us. We looked at their process. It looks really nice. They show us the filtration like the natural filtration process and how the water. They assert its purity and all of this really great stuff. So I'm fairly confident this is really great water. There's like we see that it's really close to us, by the way, too. It's like within like seriously 20 minutes driving or whatever. But look, the cap's gonna have plastic on it to seal it or something. I just don't like that Liquid Death is misleading people by claiming death to plastic and then selling a plastic bag full of water.
My wife said call the lemon water with the yellow public pool water.
Oh. All right.
That might not sell as well, though.
Mythos says, Tim, do you have any spoons left with Seamus being there for so long?
You know me. You know I would never do something like that.
Seamus is actually planning on launching a cutlery product.
Cutlery silverware?
Yep. James Smith says the Insurrection Act needs to be invoked. The judge's orders to remove the ICE facility fence should have been ignored. Yet Republicans bowed down like the cowards they are. Yep. And I got to tell you, I was talking to someone earlier about how they have friends in Portland who are saying we need to get out of this place. And I was like, wow, someone who's from, like, yeah, they lived in Portland for a long time, and they're realizing now that the left has gone insane. It's corrupt. They need to get out of there. I don't believe that anybody in Illinois who is of sound mind and could support Trump would support Trump if he's not going to act. The example is in the 2020 riots, everybody was like, if Trump invokes the Insurrection Act to stop the riots, he'll be called a fascist. Instead, what happened was people said, Trump as president is impotent and can't stop rioting. I'm going to vote for the other guy.
Nope.
Trump needs to go with an iron fist and say, if you vote for me, you'll stay safe.
They're gonna call They're gonna call him a fascist
Yeah.
anyways.
Exactly.
But the argument was that's why he didn't stop the riots, because he was worried it would hurt him in the polls.
Yeah.
Instead, what hurt him in the polls was not stopping the riots.
Amen. 100%.
All right, Thinker for Life says, why is nobody talking about X, Twitter, not allowing Android phones to upload pictures or video during a nationwide mass protest being formed? There's a critical time where minds can be swayed. What are you talking about?
Is that going on?
All I know is that Twitter is broken on Android when you try to upload videos.
Well, videos or photos? Because I like
Or
literally
shoot,
just
man.
uploaded a post a while ago with photos in it, and it worked fine.
Kimmy Hunt says, bottle caps used to be lined with cork. Maybe these can still be sourced for your pool water. Research cork-lined bottle caps. I remember these from the 1960s. Maybe we could bring them back. Interesting.
Yeah.
It's like one company left that's doing it. It's like, how can I like bring you back to life with my?
It's
mean
one
war
Etsy
on
shop.
water?
They're like, buy our artisanal cork caps.
I think you can find it. We have reusable glass water bottles that have silicone seal, so no plastics, I guess. Yeah. All right. LSO says, Tim, why are you not posting all Timcast videos on Rumble? There are at least 2 from today that are on YouTube and not on Rumble. I try to watch and check Rumble first, but lately I know not to. That would be a staff error. If the crew that normally uploads the videos missed this, then they would not get uploaded, and that is just a lapse. It's just a mistake. We upload all of our content to Rumble, even the Tim Pool Show. Shane H. Wilder says their smiles and laughter at the violence against police just tells me that they are either happy it happened or are too stupid or high on SSRIs to know what is going on.
I would like to think that it's like they're literally just disconnected from the reality of the world they live in. And that's the truth for a lot of people who make their lives in these big cities is it's all they know, it's all they want to know, and they're almost held hostage in a way with where they live. And it's like you imagine a world where, you know, you can go outside and you don't have to worry about being mugged or a car next to you being started on fire. But then when you say that, they're like, well, it's the city. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Like,
That's just part of
it's
life.
just part of life in the city. And you're like, yes, but things are good, but they could be better.
Yeah.
The SSRI thing is really something that, I mean, you got to wonder how much impact that's having on the just complete breakdown of what's occurring.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
They're everywhere. And, you know, I mean, like I said, that's kind of my space. I mean, it's a disaster what those are doing, and they've been covering it up so hard for so long.
Well, and a huge part of this, and again, I'm not a medical professional, I'm not speaking medically, but just from a spiritual perspective, I think we have a society where people aren't living as they ought, and
Into
they're
that too,
not
huh?
even encouraged to live as they ought. And when you act in ways outside of your purpose and how you actually exist as a human, of course you're going to feel depressed. Of course you're going to feel like there's something wrong with the world. So people are running to SSRIs. I think in large part, that's because we don't have a society that tells people how to be healthy. And I'm not just talking about the food we eat. I'm talking about the friendships we have, our understanding of our purpose, all of these things, our place in the system.
Let's grab some more. What we got here? Millennial Mama says, every day it's like 20 black pills and 3 white pills. How does one stay invested in the news when it's so exhausting and makes the soul ache? My concern not so much is soul ache or anything like that. I feel like I'm fairly calloused to the goings-on of the world. My concern is that the exponential increase in shock and violence is... The issue for me is not so much that I'm like, oh no, I'm depressed. It's at a certain point, we have to prepare for what is about to happen. And I'm looking at all of these stories, and I'm thinking to myself, it is exponentially increasing. It is speeding up rapidly.
Yeah.
With the ram. Okay, guys, this is serious. DHS got rammed.
Yeah.
They jumped out of the vehicle and opened fire on a woman, striking her. They got rammed again. In Chicago, they got rammed again. Any one of these moments could lead to a full-scale shootout in Chicago between armed factions and law enforcement. And cartels and gangs are now offering bounties to Chicago gangs to kill law enforcement. We are literally talking about right now, at any moment, we could get the Battle of Chicago. And that is not an exaggeration. The Latin Kings put a bounty out on the commander of DHS. Mexican gangs are putting bounties out on DHS. They've been rammed already. At any moment. When the first ramming happened and DHS got out and opened fire, police were told to stand down and leave. Latin Kings were instructed by their gang leaders to go and basically secure the area. That could have very easily, probabilistically, and I'm surprised it didn't happen, result in a video showing armed federal law enforcement ducking behind engine blocks and concrete barriers and shooting at other people. And at first, I think if this were to happen, people are going to be like, whoa, a shootout happened between federal law enforcement and gangs. 5 years later, they'd call it the first Battle of Chicago.
I do think that soul ache is something that we have to take into account, and I do think it matters. I think that you blackpill yourself when you consume too much news every day. The best thing that I found for something like that is if you spend a lot of time reading or taking in media that's just negative and inherently, the best thing you can do is to try to recognize that yourself, pull yourself away, work on something tangible, spend time with your family, spend time with your loved ones, go out into the real world, physical activity, literally anything that can pull you away, because the mental state you get in when you consume a lot of news, it can be one of those things that it creeps up on you and you don't realize that it's affecting the way you think and feel until it's too late. So.
I totally agree, and I do think it's important to stay up to date and informed, but for your average person who doesn't do this for a living, I think it is really important to be moderate about the amount of content you're consuming. I don't think it's good for men to constantly be confronted with injustices that they can't do anything to stop. And I don't think it's good for women to constantly see images of children who they're not going to be able to help. I think even if you're doing a good job with all of those things in your own life, you're preventing the injustices close to you, you're a woman, you're taking care of your own children, it does something to your brain that makes it feel like you're not.
Yeah.
And so it can demoralize you.
Don't you think that's intentional, though? I mean,
Yes.
it's kind of, they want us to stand down. They want us exhausted. They want us to quit. And, you've got to protect yourself. You have to stay aware so that you're ready to stand. I mean, we've got to stand together. And I agree with what Tim said 1,000%. We're at such a pivotal moment in American history. And this is going to determine our freedom, our kids' freedom, our future. But at the end of the day, you've got to control what you can control. You've got to fight the fights you can fight, but you've got to recognize that you can't fight every fight. Be a part of the solution. Stand strong. Do what you got to do. Hit share on the tweets. Watch this show, share this show, get it out there. But then make sure you're taking a minute. Go to the gym. Spend time with your family. Do whatever it is that you got to do. And be ready to go when it's time, because there may well be a time that we don't have a choice.
I will say for most people, if you read about history, I've said this before, I'll say it again, you will notice nothing. The revolution in Egypt, most people in Egypt literally saw nothing happen, and nothing in their lives changed. Prices may have fluctuated. You might, and even today, as you're sitting there, wherever you may live, rural Nebraska, New York, wherever, you hear the story about the ICE attack, the attack on ICE in Chicago, or the CBP guys getting rammed. And it's something in a faraway land. When these shootings happen, it's in a faraway land. You'll likely not see anything ever. We got time for a couple more. Nylan Hynek says, liberals keep freaking out about data centers and their environmental impact. If the entire internet shut down forever, how long do you think liberals would survive versus independents and conservatives? Oh, they just fall to the ground and foam at the mouth.
Well, who would tell them what to do or what to think?
Nothing makes them so angry than to post some inconsequential thing made with AI. My God, they hate it so much.
Debo Santa Cruz says, big fan since Rogan. Everyone knows who the 9th circle of hell is reserved for. Does anyone know who the 6th pit and the 8th circle is for? Let's be mindful not to fall from grace. Seamus, are you aware?
I don't remember. It's been a while since I looked at Dante.
Yeah. It was 6, the wrathful.
Let's look.
Let's
I never knew it all.
It's for the guy creating AI videos and destroying the world with the data centers. That's who it is.
I haven't looked at that since college.
Dante's Inferno.
6th is for heretics. What was the other one that they mentioned?
8. 8 is fraud. Oh,
did
sorry. 7
you
was 5 was wrath. The wrathful.
have to
They fight
go to the
on
bathroom
surface of the river
shortly?
Styx.
8 is fraud.
Yeah, and when you go to the
Alright,
9th
I'm
circle
kinda
of hell,
hungry, too.
you are trapped in the mouth of Satan for eternity as he chews you. You just get chewed up.
Drinking liquid death water bottles.
All right, everybody, smash that like button.
Yeah, that
Share the
actually
show
sounds
with
good.
everyone you know. We're going to that uncensored portion of the show at rumble.com/TimCastIRL. Join the Discord server, an active online community of tens of thousands. They're all partying, and they're wondering why you haven't shown up yet.
Oh,
You
it's
join our
tasty.
Discord server, $10 a month. You can call into the Uncensored Show and talk to us, and all of your chats
Poison
appear
bread.
on screen on the Uncensored portion of the show. You can follow me on X and Instagram at TimCast. Go to castbrew.com. And tomorrow, pre-orders for pool water should be available. You'll definitely want to pick that up. Tom, do you want to shout anything out?
Hey, listen, I appreciate you guys letting me be here. We got a little show, nowhere near this size, the Tom Renz Show. We're on Rumble, we're on X. We're on YouTube when we're not censored, which is pretty much every day. So we're not much there, but you know, if following any support, we're going to continue fighting for the freedom and fighting for all the things we're talking about and standing against this tyranny. Keep an eye. We're doing some stuff. You're going to see some stuff coming on informed consent and ensuring parental rights and stopping medical kidnapping. If you don't know what that is, look it up.
Right on.
Guys, if you want to follow me, I am on Instagram and on X at Brett Dasovic on both of those platforms. And if you want to avoid black pills, what you should do is tune into Pop Culture Crisis. We have a lot of fun Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Nothing so serious as what is going on here tonight. Hope to see you there.
My name is Seamus Coughlin. I create animated cartoons and political satire. Myself and my team have amassed over 290 billion views and over 1 million subscribers with $0 spent on marketing. And the reason we do this is because the people producing most of the entertainment media in this country today hate you, they hate your way of life, and they hate your values, and they are slowly chipping away at the culture you live in through their propaganda. That's why we're stepping into the fight by creating a full-length animated show. The episodes are going to be around 20 minutes or longer. Go over to twistedplots.com and support us in this fight because we can't win the culture war unless we're making culture. I've got the team, I've got the values, and I've got the experience, and if you give me your support, I will be unstoppable.
I am Phil That Remains on Twix. I just did a feature with a band called Zillion. The song is called Cannibals. You can pre-order that right now on Spotify. Head on over to Zillion's Spotify page. It'll be available on 10/17. My band, All That Remains. You can check us out on Apple Music, Amazon Music, Pandora, Spotify, YouTube, and Deezer. Don't forget, The Left Lane is for crime.
I'm just going to mention something real quick. Tony'sTapwater.com. What's this? This is alkaline water. I've not actually looked into all of their marketing or anything, but they have canned water, and I don't see death to plastic written anywhere. It just says, based in Austin, Texas, Tony's Tap Water, tired of BS, straight out of a reverse osmosis machine. Huh. How about that? We'll see you all over at rumble.com/TimCastIRL. Thanks for hanging out.
it's always out of my pocket for travel expenses, but you have to go out there and you have to tell the truth because you have
I think we kept that sauce, the duck sauce. Oh. Yeah, please. Overkill. Yep. Alright, now. Let's
Crude! Fanyamukek Buffon! Wow! A Copperville!
They're all over the floor. Legos. Read some Chinese. What did I get? Alright, he's got 16 levels. A little bit of soy sauce. All right, great. Seems like they're just getting started on that stream.
Hello, Noble One. ones, welcome back to my channel. This is the Metatron speaking. Let's talk a little bit about Christopher Columbus, shall we? Now, I don't know if you remember this, but this is something that
So
happened
those
in
in blue.
2020, whereby Christopher Columbus statues were beheaded, pulled down across America. And this, of course, was done by a whole series of angry liberals, progressives, whatever the heck. And we see protesters in 3 US cities targeted sculptures of the Italian explorer and colonizer. And of course, this is a matter of, I guess, decolonizing our history. It really makes them very similar to how Muslims act in Islamic countries, where they destroy everything. That is, even ancient stuff, even stuff that is from the Bronze Age, statues, and they think they could destroy everything. And in a way, it's very similar to communist China. Whereby they started destroying stuff that the regime decided was not good for the public perception. And interestingly enough, China did change a little bit their idea towards the past, in the sense that I might make a video about it if you want, but initially the government was trying to destroy every connection with anything that was before the communist revolution. But then relatively recently they decided, you know what, no, we're going to embrace our past and we're going to use it in a way that can be propagandistic in nature. But regardless, here we are. Same cloth. As monuments to controversial figures face controversial figures based on who controversial figures face reckoning around the world, protesters in Massachusetts, Minnesota, and Virginia have targeted statues of Christopher Columbus, damaging or pulling down 3 in a matter of days. In St. Paul demonstrator. Okay, and so this is basically was the news, you see. So European historical, white European historic statues were destroyed. This happened under the Biden administration. He did nothing about it. Now, even though this is an old news, it is connected to something that has happened recently, and is this. It's going to make your blood boil, so avoid sodium today. Okay, so this happened in Spain. Watch.
My buddy, love you.
Okay, so what we're seeing here is activists that have thrown red paint on a painting of Christopher Columbus at Madrid's Naval Museum in Spain. And of course, I personally believe that they should face repercussions through the full force of the law, because these are not only invaluable assets that seek to our house. A lot of these paintings are from the Renaissance. So these are paintings that have survived hundreds of years, that are disgraced, ruined by activists who believe that what they think is correct should be imposed onto others by force. In a way, this is the exact same kind of ideology that
Pretty
shot
awesome.
Charlie Kirk in the neck. Because
made it.
when propaganda is at play, and when your brain is on propaganda, anything you do, even though it would be considered immoral from your perspective, if your opponents did it to something you care about, or someone you care about, the moment you do it, you're justified because you're the oppressed and you're facing the oppressor. That is the level of justification. Now, once again, I hope they get some prison time. Unfortunately, I doubt it, but that's what I hope. So I made a post and I said I'll have to make a video on Christopher Columbus, the great European explorer. Watch me. And yeah, I really think I will. I'll have to these videos because they're historical, they take time to do the research, but to be honest, yeah, at this point I would do it just to spite them. Just to spite them. Because someone needs to do something about this. But you know what the good news is? That someone did do it. You know who did it? Italian Americans. Italian Americans, ladies and gentlemen. Italian Americans, brothers, you rock. The statue of Christopher Columbus, which was defaced and thrown into a river by leftist protesters in Virginia, was relocated to New York, of all places, under the initiative of Italian Americans last year. Video by the New York Post. Yeah, as I said, Italian Americans, you rock, brothers. Let's watch the video. Look at that. With a plaque and flowers.
Just want to say briefly, my name is Father Joe Pavone, originally from Newark, New Jersey. It's my honor to be here today to honor Christopher Columbus and this beautiful statue, especially in a time when so many are trying to rewrite history. We could remember Columbus for the brave, courageous figure he was, who in many ways is responsible for bringing our faith to the New World. So we pray together in the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God, source of all grace and holiness, look kindly on your servants who have placed this image of Christopher, the friend and co-heir of Christ, in this place.
Okay. Well, I would like to say all of them are based. They're all based, brothers. They're all based. The name of this Italian-American pastor, I would like to read it in. He read it, Joe Pavone. My gosh, that name sounds so Italian-American. It's amazing. Anyways, where does he live, in Brooklyn? Or Brooklyn? And the way I would read it in Italian would be Pavone, Pavone, Joe Pavone. But I actually like it the way he says it, Joe Pavone. Like when they say calzone instead of calzone. It sounds endearing to me. I don't know what to tell you. Every time my wife and I go to New York, we always go to Little Italy. And mind you, I know that some of you are probably thinking, yeah, but aren't like some crazy activists going to tear it down again? And I'm like, well, I don't know, man, because first I think the current administration is going to do a thing or two about it rather than just letting them do it. Secondly, yeah, these are Italian Americans, so I think the mob is gonna protect that statue. I wouldn't mess with it. If I were you, as a Sicilian, I would say don't mess with it, don't mess with it.
If you appreciate my content so far and wish to help ensure my ability to continue to tell it how it is, regardless of any possible backlash, please support this channel on Patreon. Any support helps me and my team of academics keep the channel strong and gives us the means to fight back against the political rewriting of history. Stand with us, form the wall, defend the truth.
Anyways, this kind of connects as a last piece of information to something Trump did 2 days ago, I think, or 4 days ago, whenever it was. Trump issues proclamation to reclaim Christopher Columbus Day, Flores legacy. And what we read, President Trump has signed a proclamation declaring Monday to be Columbus Day in an effort to reclaim what he called the famed explorer's extraordinary legacy of faith, courage, perseverance, and virtue. Now, I think this is great just to spite those violent activists that destroy stuff just because they think it's wrong. So it's great. I'll always support this kind of thing. With that being said, as someone who's interested into the actual history, yes, I do believe definitely that Christopher Columbus was courageous. He was definitely perseverant, and he did have faith. With that being said, yeah, if we study the full history of Christopher Columbus, of course there will be some things that I would absolutely point out that I would disagree with. Now, clearly, and that I think were not good. I think every historical personage, character has positive and negatives. At the end of the day, we're all humans, and obviously it's wrong to judge the past with the standards of the present, because if we do that, then we will be judged in the future with their standards, and perhaps things that you and I consider to be right, correct, and virtuous.
Too late to beg for
maybe
mercy.
people in the future will think that we were monsters.
Yep. Too late to apologize.
So it would have
It's
to be
too late.
my point of which is discussed, but things should be looked in the perspective of the time. So that's another thing that I would offer if I were to make a video dedicated to this. Anyways, this is the proclamation. Back from the ashes, the holiday, he would reinstate Columbus Day under the same rules, dates, and location as it has had for all the many decades before. I do think that Christopher Columbus is a historical person that is extremely important when it comes to America. And the fact that people get offended even by the nomenclature, the words that you use when you say Columbus discovered America, and they're like, I don't like, because that's a Eurocentric perspective. Right, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with a Eurocentric perspective? I don't think there is anything wrong with a Eurocentric perspective. From the perspective of a European, and from the perspective of us Europeans, we call Europe the old world, and we call America the new world. Il vecchio mondo, il nuovo mondo in Italian, since Italy is part of the discussion. And from our perspective, yes, he did discover America, but that doesn't mean that there were natives there before. And clearly, from the perspective of the natives, he didn't discover shit. I understand that, but once again, everything is looked upon from a perspective. And if we are studying European history and records, is it so strange that it's written from the perspective of those Europeans? I don't think there is anything wrong with that. And in general, even though I would be open to the possibility of listening to the idea of, right, but it would also be nice perhaps to look at archives and chronicles from the perspective of instead, for instance, the natives in America and see how they viewed the events that unfolded. I would have nothing against that, but the only reason why I'm still resistant, and I'm still going to say nothing wrong with a Eurocentric perspective on this, is because I know that these people hate me, us, whether you be a white American, therefore of European descent, whether you be a European, it doesn't really matter to them. If your skin is light, then you are evil, you are the oppressor, and everything you do is wrong. And because this is their perspective, and it's a perspective of racism, then I don't support it, and I will do anything in my power to go against them, as long as that doesn't require me to lie, which I will never do. But they do lie. So unfortunately, they have the advantage when it comes to this, although it does backfire because it is a double-edged sword, because when they do lie so much, oftentimes they're stupid, and so their lies are easy to dismantle and debunk, which is what we do on this channel. As always, as I say, as he's here saying, in recent years, many people have instead celebrated Indigenous People Day to recognize native land and acknowledge the contribution Native Americans have made to the country, which again, since I'm someone who believes in real equality, I wouldn't have a problem with it as long as you don't cancel,
Mug the muggers.
delete,
We're gonna mug them.
destroy everything European, because then you're racist. Then you're not. All of this is virtual signaling, is dog whistling, is false. So yeah, I have a problem with you. If
Stay
you're
right
gonna
there,
look at them
Seymour!
side by side, then it's fine by me. Although then again, I mean, when it comes to the contributions to the United States of America, yeah, the highest percentage of contributions is white people. Historically, at least historically. But then again, I'm not undermining. If you can find it, I'm not undermining. I'm in fact very intrigued by Native Americans or American Indians, as some American Indians prefer to be called, and so I don't care if people think that's politically incorrect. American Indians like it, so I'm gonna use it. Yeah, I'm intrigued. I would love to spend an entire afternoon with an American Indian who explains to me their culture, their history. I would love it. Their religion, everything. I would love it. I would absolutely love it. Not at the expenses of you deleting and destroying European contributions. So what?
Oops.
Stay noble. You can use anything. I could use this to whack someone in the head, so of course you can use a tool axe, but then again it would be more unwieldy, and you don't really need to trying to cut through timber, you're cutting through the epithelial tissue. So in that case, a much thinner bearded axe will work much better against a human body as long as they are unarmored. But then again, using a thinner blade to chop wood might break it more easily. They can be used. You can use them interchangeably, but there are some disadvantages. It can be counterproductive.
Weapon in combat. Viking axes had a single-handed design with a relic.
That is not a single-handed design. That's a Dane axe and a double-handed. So the catapult on top. I think the picture is wrong. So he was reading the AI, wrote on Google Viking axe, and they gave him a Dane axe, and that's absolutely two-handed, as you can see.
Relatively short handle, allowing for quick and agile strikes in battle.
Keep
These
fighting.
axes were integral to Viking warfare, providing warriors with a reliable and effective weapon on the battlefield.
Okay, so the axe is absolutely one of the weapons of choice of the Norse. With that being said, the spear was still the most common. So if I really had to choose one weapon to be the representative of Norse warfare, I would choose the spear. Second, I would put an axe, and then third, I would put the Viking swords, simply because those would be more expensive, a lot more expensive, and therefore relegated to upper echelon, very successful warriors, kings, earls. They would be the ones that hold the fancy swords, also as a way to represent their status in society. But when it comes to the average Viking, or should I say Norse warrior, give him a spear, give him an axe. I think those are good examples.
You would play
10th century,
at
what's it going to be?
just for a chance to send
was
me?
the most powerful weapon. The
Your
longship or
resolve
longboat
is
was a type
admirable.
of ship used by the
All the
Vikings
more
for trade,
fitting to be my
exploration,
lovely
and
wife.
warfare during the Viking Age. It was long and narrow, designed for speed and agility, with a shallow draft that allowed it to navigate rivers as well as open seas. Long ships were clinker-built, with overlapping planks held together by iron rivets. They were propelled by oars and a single square sail, making them highly maneuverable.
your
Okay, so once again, I find it odd, but it's the AI, of course, to choose ships as a weapon. I would rather focus on weapons used
Your
on battlefields, but in general,
determine
yeah,
their
10th
fate.
century, those usually you see them called Drakar.
or
I
throw them
believe
away.
the correct word would be Drekar.
The
Once again,
choice
I'm not an
is
expert. In fact, let
yours.
me know of Old Norse. Let me know in the
I'll
comments
fight
below.
beside them.
They are a very useful and well-made type of ship. It reminds me so much of the 500 plus hours that I put in Valheim. It's just that I think the AI might have
No,
needed some
pick it up,
different
Rico.
prompt in order to
Where are
avoid
you now?
this, because honestly, yeah. Let's see 11th century.
In the 11th century, the battering ram was the most powerful weapon. The battering ram was a siege weapon used to
You
break
are
down the
wise.
doors or walls of fortifications during ancient and medieval warfare. It typically consisted of a large, heavy beam with a metal head, sometimes shaped like a ram's head, suspended by ropes or chains. The ram would be repeatedly swung or thrust against the target until it gave way. Battering rams were often mounted on wheeled frames to allow for easier maneuverability and were used in conjunction with other siege engines and tactics to breach enemy defenses. In the 12th century, the siege
Yeah, there we
tower
go.
was the most powerful weapon. The siege tower was a massive, multi-story structure on wheels, used to approach and scale the walls of fortifications during medieval sieges. It housed soldiers who could
Yeah,
engage defenders
orcs.
from elevated platforms and featured ladders or drawbridges to access the battlements. Siege towers played a pivotal role in overcoming
Oh,
fortified
that's beautiful. Oh, that is beautiful. Look at the minis. I love minis. I still have to find a way to display them in my office, in my new office.
defenses, allowing
Of course.
attackers to breach walls and enter enemy strongholds. In the 13th century,
am
the
sorry,
trebuchet was the
but it
most
is for
powerful
Yevon.
weapon. The trebuchet,
Aren't those
a
weapons
medieval
forbidden
siege
by
weapon,
Yevon?
used a counterweight mechanism
There
to
are
propel
exceptions.
projectiles. It was highly effective in breaching fortifications
See?
due to its ability to launch heavy
Note how the AI contradicts itself. Earlier
No!
on, we were told that the catapult used
Throw
the
down your
counterweight
weapons.
as a weapon, so
Let
using
them go,
gravity. Then we're
or
told that the
else.
trebuchet is a catapult. Now we're told that the trebuchet uses, in fact, the counterweight. That's why you can never really trust AI when it comes to this. And even on a linguistic note, a few days ago I was actually reviewing a few words in Japanese and I wanted to check the pitch. So before asking the AI, because usually I do use these language models for language training, that's all I use them for, I'll be honest with you, in translation. But in general, I was asking it to give me the pitch, and it gave me the pitch, but I tried a few words that I knew the pitch of, and the AI messed up. So then I
Leave
corrected
now,
it, and
please.
it, of course, it gave me now the
You're coming with
correct
us.
answer, like, oh yeah, you're right,
Don't
this
worry,
is a different
go.
pitch. They are fallible,
This is
and therefore
foolish.
having these
If you
models
fall,
write
you'll
your entire
die.
script, as you can see, this script is a mess, makes zero sense to me. Once again, I understand the desire to put out
Don't
as much
worry.
content as possible, as quickly as possible.
I can
But then again,
fly.
I post every day, so it can be done. It takes a lot of work, but believe
Believe.
me, in the long run, it will pay out. To make sure you do your research and you write your scripts on your own, rather than the AI, because this is what it is.
heavy objects over long distances with great force. The trebuchet played a significant role in medieval warfare, especially in sieges, where it was used to target walls,
Only in sieges.
buildings, and defenders. In the 14th century, the crossbow was the most powerful weapon. The crossbow, a medieval ranged weapon, features a horizontal bow.
Not necessarily medieval, crossbows have existed. There is an ancient Greek prototype that is kind of similar, more like a belly bow, not exactly the same, but I mean ancient Chinese, they had crossbows very early on, way before the medieval period. We're talking like 1st, 2nd century, even repeating crossbows were a thing. So if you're a Warhammer Fantasy player and you like your Dark Elves with their repeating crossbows, well, the Chinese had them. So yeah, the crossbow is not a medieval weapon, but it becomes popular in the Middle Ages, sort of comes back and is improved and has a high poundage, and you know, it's very famously connected to mercenary forces like the Genoese crossbowmen, for example, which is probably what he's talking about.
Let me go! I'm gonna kill that
Mounted on a
Seymour.
stock. Its design
You not
allowed for
said
greater
leave.
power and
We
accuracy
leave.
compared to
Minecraft.
traditional bows.
We'll
making
join
it
up with her
possible-
later.
Oh my gosh, the AI is a mess.
Breakthrough.
The crossbows don't necessarily have better accuracy than bows. That's nonsense. They
Where
do
did
have
Uni
some
go?
advantages over bows. You
Bevel
can train
Palace
a
is temple.
crossbowman a
Yuna
lot,
goes
like
to
in
one
4
place
weeks,
only.
whereas training
Chamber
a
of the Faith.
longbowman takes years, and that is because you need to develop the muscle to be able to even pull the string of the bow up to, because from a medieval perspective,
too
you need
quiet.
to be able to pull a war bow all the way
trap.
back to your ear. and
Who
that requires
cares?
a lot of muscle
Eunice-
that is put together over many years of training. With a crossbow, you don't need to do that because the energy is stored mechanically.
What's
with
a
that being
machina
said,
doing in the
a
temple?
longbowman or an archer
suppose it
can
comes in
shoot
handy.
a lot more times than a
That's not what I
crossbowman,
mean.
because
The
crossbowman takes a
teachings.
little
What
longer
about
to
the
reload. But
Hey,
another advantage
don't
is
look-
that with a crossbow you can keep your bolt in tension, whereas with a bow, well, they do it in the movies when they are having a conversation and they are holding it like this throughout the entire time, but you would tire very quickly. You can't really hold, particularly a medieval war bow, for that long without having to release at one point. With a crossbow, you can hold them similarly to like you do with a modern firearm.
All the way down.
Someone. There are pros and cons, but the idea that crossbows were inherently
Another
more
machina?
penetrative than bows or more
Man.
accurate, I mean,
So
if we
this
go
is
into the
Yevon's
pound
true
by
face.
pound
They
force,
betray their
longbow
own
versus
teaching.
crossbow, it's gonna need a series of videos because it's a massive debate.
Among
treated us
infantry
like
and
dirt.
knights. The
Knights-
crossbow played a
knights didn't
pivotal
use
role
them.
in battles and sieges, providing soldiers with a lethal means to engage enemies from a distance. In the 15th century, the longbow was the most powerful weapon. The longbow is a type of bow that is tall,
entrance to
roughly
the
equal to the
trials.
height of the person who uses it.
I want to say
Wonder
this is
if
probably
Uni's
the only
really
one that
in-
makes sense.
Let's
but
go
saying
and
that
see.
in the 15th century the
Let's
longbow
go.
was the most powerful weapon is finally something that could make sense because of the power behind these kind of bows.
Allowing for a long draw length and therefore more power and greater range compared to shorter bows. It played a significant role in medieval warfare, particularly in the battles of the 100 Years' War between England and France. Longbows were used by English and Welsh archers to devastating effect, able to penetrate armor and reach long distances.
Able to penetrate armor is massively controversial topic. It depends on the armor. Could a longbow penetrate mail? Yes. Could it penetrate plate? Usually no, unless we are talking about, because very much has to do with distance, of course, but generally speaking, English archers, and in general medieval archers would shoot you at point blank. Like they would shoot you at close range. Of course, they would start at long range, but a lot of the arrows that were thrown onto people were at relatively short range. An English archer would usually try to hit a French knight in the face if the visor is lifted. They would try to hit you where you were less armored because they were extremely accurate, and when they did hit you in the middle of the breastplate, it would usually just go off. It wouldn't penetrate, and there were a lot of elements of the armor that longbow couldn't penetrate. It could penetrate thinner sections of the armor. It could penetrate, for example, the side of the visor. We have period sources that mention specifically that worry that knights had. There were lucky shots, of course, but just the idea all longbows could just penetrate armor is wrong. In fact, the Battle of Agincourt, which is one of the most famous battles in medieval warfare, where we have English
What's up, baby?
longbowmen against French heavy cavalry full plate armor, is indeed one of the battles with the highest number of prisoners, because the
Why?
knights that were
I
charging
mean,
against
skip
the
a little
English,
bit,
though
but
they
you
were
can go to
shot
sleep if you're ready.
hundreds of times, they survived. Why? Because plate armor works.
You can go upstairs.
Yeah.
Making them a formidable weapon on the battlefield.
Yeah.
In the 16th century, the arquebus was the most powerful
Yeah.
weapon. The arquebus was an early firearm that appeared in the 15th century and was used until the 17th century. It was a long-barreled gun with a matchlock mechanism, making it one of the first firearms to have a trigger. The arquebus was effective against armor at short range, but it was slow to reload and often inaccurate. Despite its limitations,
misfired.
it played a significant role in changing the nature of warfare,
Love you.
leading to the decline of traditional melee combat
thank you.
and the rise of firearms on the battlefield. In the
So, interestingly enough, the firearms, early firearms, already when in China, they happened very early with very early bombards and rockets. But then again, those didn't have much of an impact militarily as much as firearms would, or early firearms would, in the medieval period.
I'm
With
not
that
sure
being said,
what to do.
already in very
Insert
early
sphere.
14th century, in fact, the late 14th century is when you start having the first prototypes and the first types of maybe single shot firearms, very primitive. Some look like small cannons or hand cannons, long tubes. But then single shot pistols were starting to be a thing. Although then again, as he says, at short range, arquebuses and single shot pistols were more effective against armor than they would, like at long range they wouldn't even do anything. Also because a lot of the armor in the late 15th century, for example, was bulletproof. It was absolutely bulletproof. But what's interesting is that sometimes the sources actually tell us when you have a hand pistol to actually lay the muzzle against the breastplate or against the helmet of the person or the knight you are supposed to shoot, and after you touch, you shoot. This is why. This is because armor was very effective. So it's like you really need to shoot close range if it's a fully armored opponent. If they're not in full armor, then of course you can shoot them. Anyways, there's a lot to say about arquebuses. I want to see what he says for 17th. He's gonna say musket.
17th century, the musket was the most powerful weapon. The musket, a shoulder-fired firearm, emerged in the 16th century and evolved from the arquebus. It became a staple of warfare from the 17th to the 19th centuries, used by infantry in massed formations. Muskets were muzzle-loaded, smooth-bore firearms initially operated by matchlock, then flintlock, and later percussion cap mechanisms. In the 18th...
Okay, so one thing to say here is it's interesting how when you look at the record, you do have a development from the arquebus to the musket, but what's important to underline is that the term musket initially just denoted a bigger, much heavier arquebus. And only then, afterwards, it denotes the sort of firearm that we consider now to be the musket. So the original musket was a sort of heavier arquebus, but then it will become the sort of firearm that he's describing.
18th century, the artillery was the most powerful weapon. In the 18th century, artillery underwent significant advancements, with various types of cannons being the primary artillery weapons used. These cannons included smoothbore muzzle loading guns.
I'm just noticing now that the music... Sorry, that was my dogs. D&D group is here. I'm also just noticing that the music is Erika. Oh my gosh, yeah. Erika it is. I mean, I personally wouldn't use it, but if you really want to use it for the 20th century, mate.
Guns of different calibers and sizes, such as field guns, siege guns, and naval guns. They were mounted on carriages for mobility,
I love naval
used
ones.
in massed formations to deliver devastating volleys of fire.
Yeah, that's
and
not
played a
18th
crucial
century.
role in shaping the tactics and outcomes of battles during this period.
Right.
In the 19th century, the Maxim gun was the most powerful weapon.
No
the
idea what
Maxim
that
gun
is.
was the first recoil-operated machine gun, invented by Sir Hiram Maxim in the late 19th century. It was a fully automatic weapon that used the energy from the recoil to eject spent cartridges, reload, and fire continuously. The Maxim gun was a game changer in warfare, providing a high rate of fire and sustained firepower that could suppress enemy positions effectively. It played a significant role in colonial warfare and World War I, influencing the development of modern machine guns. In the 20th and 21st century, the nuclear weapons was the most
nukes.
powerful weapon.
I agree.
Nuclear weapons are explosive devices that derive their destructive force from nuclear reactions, either fission, splitting of atomic nuclei, or a combination of fission and fusion, the joining of atomic nuclei. These weapons release immense amounts of energy in the form of a nuclear explosion, causing widespread destruction and long-term environmental effects such as radioactive fallout.
And also depends on the type of nuke, because already 20th century nukes, like the ones that, like Fat Man and Little Boy, that were used in Japan, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they were two different bombs, and one was plutonium based and one was uranium based. But even though when we imagine those, the 20th century sort of atomic weapons of mass destruction that we used were incredible, devastating. The sort of thermonuclear weapons that we have, and in general the atomic bombs that we have now, in comparison, the difference in destructive power to the ones that were used in the 20th century is mind-blowing, literally mind-boggling.
They have been used twice in warfare, during the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in World War II.
Yeah, and he's mentioning the guy that is reported to have survived one, and then he literally chose the other city and got bombed again. Poor guy. But anyways, yeah, it is what it is. I mean, the AI did make a mess, which is probably really the reason behind this video, to kind of encourage people to not use AI to write their scripts, particularly when it comes to this. But anyways, I hope you enjoyed it. I had a good time anyways watching it and reacting to it, and I think it was a good opportunity to speak about some elements of military warfare that are interesting, and maybe at one point I'll put together a video like this myself. I think that could be an interesting thing. It's just that I will not use AI, and if it takes me a week to put together, it takes me a week to put together. In the meantime, I'll just post other videos. Anyways, thank you so much, noble ones, for watching, and I will see you tomorrow for my next daily upload. And remember, the Metatron has spread his wings. Goodbye. Please take a moment to check out my Patreon page. With as little as a $5 support, you can help us ensure that we can continue to produce high quality and high researched content. And at the same time, you get access to polls, extra videos, unlisted streams, and much more. Thank you so much.
This is weird fetish stuff, and it shouldn't be on Twitch. It should not be on the front page.
Oh yeah, there was
It should
weird
be
stuff
on
on
the front
Twitch.
page.
Huh?
What is this? Did you see XUC react to diaper fur on Twitch front page? No, let me see. Is this on LSF? Oh, here we go. All right, let's see it. What is this, bro?
They adore you.
Anything for you?
Has Kevin said anything?
Kevin is so fucking locked in. He has like
Look at his face. Look at his fucking face.
You saw me on the front page. Welcome. Listen, this may not be your stuff. You may hate me, but I just want you to know that that's one of my kinks. XQC's watching. XQC, find something better to do.
He literally just opened the front page.
And person stream is rated for all age audiences with all the time straight up linking to diaper porn in the bio. Fetish content should not be on Twitch.
No.
The fact that this was on the front page, either a testament to how morally rotted or absolutely retarded the Twitch moderation team is.
Hello noble ones, welcome back to my channel. This is the Metatron speaking, and boy oh boy, I found a shoe and it's on fire, brother. Shoe on Head is an American YouTuber. I'm joking, you know exactly who I'm talking about. Come on. These people are sick is the title of the video. I love it already. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Alright, hit me with some sanity, please.
On September 10th, Charlie Kirk was giving a talk at Utah Valley University, and out of nowhere he was dead, live, in front of a bunch of college kids, in front of his wife and his 2 children. And I don't think the country is ever going to be the same. Not only
Absolutely.
because of this horrific tragedy, but because of everything that followed. The dark, disturbing realization that we may not be on the same page as our coworkers, classmates, friends, neighbors, doctors, when it comes to the issue of murder.
She's absolutely right.
I was crashing out on Twitter a few days ago, stream of consciousness posting about it, with run-on sentences and everything. 4 days later, I have a clearer head, but I still feel the exact same way. So we are going to talk about what happened, we're going to talk about the aftermath, and then we're going to get a little personal, because frankly, I don't see the country the same anymore, and I know a lot of you feel the exact same way, so...
I don't see the planet the same way anymore. I've been sharing her posts, by the way. If you haven't followed her on Shu, you've missed out. She's absolutely killing it.
We're going to talk about it after we talk about everything else. Charlie Kirk was not a healthcare CEO. He was not a powerful politician. And let me be 100% clear, I'm not saying this to say that it's okay when those people are murdered. My point is that those are positions of power that most people cannot relate to. Like, the average person is just so far removed from that world. But I think what happened to Charlie is hitting differently because, like I said on Twitter, he was just a f***ing guy. He was a f***ing podcaster. He was a guy who talked about politics. He was a guy who had conservative beliefs. Not everyone knows a billionaire CEO or a powerful politician, but they do know somebody with conservative beliefs.
Not only that, but he hits hard me, her, and all the YouTubers that aren't milquetoast. Any of us who has stood up to call out the nonsense felt that hit in the neck on that day.
They know somebody who holds some or many of Charlie Kirk's opinions. Because despite what people in their little bubble believe, his core ideology and what he believed is the same shit like your conservative boomer uncle on Facebook posts. You can only disagree with this if you are unfamiliar with Charlie Kirk, or you are unfamiliar with the many different branches and different ideologies of the right wing. Now, don't get me wrong, Charlie Kirk had many bad takes over the years. Like,
who doesn't?
For example, the 2 most popular quotes I see people posting are the one where he advocated for stoning gays and
He
black
didn't.
women are too
And he
stupid
didn't.
pilots.
Both lies. Both are lies. I'm still making that debunking video, by the way. It's gonna come up in the next couple of days. Stay tuned. Nonsense. He never said that.
But guess what? Both
Yep,
those
complete
things,
nonsense.
the two most popular quotes people are posting to justify this guy being murdered are out of context. But idiots like Stephen King ran with it, then later had to apologize for spreading misinformation about a dead man.
Who would have thought that the guy who wrote about monsters his entire life acted like one himself?
These people will build a straw man of you in their minds. They get so fucking mad about it that they celebrate the real you dying. Horrifying. But
Yeah.
more importantly, even if everything was in context, who cares? Oh, he
Yeah.
said this, oh, he said this. I don't care. There are many things he
Thank
said
you.
that I disagree with. There are many things he said
Same.
that I think are bad. Who cares? It is just a fact
Yeah.
that nothing he said warranted his life being taken away. This is America. We have freedom of speech here.
Not only it didn't warrant his life to be taken away, but it's also inconceivable that thousands, tens of thousands at this point, of people are laughing about it and calling for more. It's an epidemic of madness.
Unless you criticize a certain country, but for the most part, we have freedom of speech here. So after detaining not just one wrong guy, but two wrong guys, the FBI finally got the shooter. Only because his own father turned him in. I guess they were just too f***ing busy not releasing the Epstein files to catch a political assassin. It was this f***ass demon, 22 years old, another irony-poisoned Reddit shooter who wrote a bunch of memes on the bullets, including "Hey fascist catch" and
Notices, bulges, capital OWO. What's this question mark?
I would like to underline, I censored his name. I don't want to hear that name ever again, so I'm not gonna platform his name. And I blurred his face. I did that. Oblivion. That's what he deserves. Oblivion. Don't want to even remember him. Forget him.
fucking hate it here. A lot of people were saying that the shooter was a Groyper, which is a far-right fan of the streamer Nick Fuentes, and I have no fucking idea where that came from. I'm gonna be so honest.
The left.
I have seen no actual proof of this. And it doesn't make sense because someone further right than Charlie Kirk wouldn't call Charlie Kirk a fascist.
I would like to also underline one thing, why that's not logically possible. Because the same people that tell you, of course, the guy that murdered him was a fan of Nick Fuentes because those are far right, and Charlie was too moderate for them. He wasn't right-wing enough, so they murdered him. They say on the same sentence when they call Charlie far right. These are the same people that say he was far right. Well, you gotta pick. Which one is it? He's either far right, like it says on freaking, is it Wikipedia? I swear if it's Wikipedia, I'm gonna fuck. I swear if it's Wikipedia. Anyways, I'll check it later. But I've read it. It's everywhere. There's so many articles that say far right political commentator dies at Utah University, whatever the heck. But then they also say, no, you know what? The shooter was far right. No, you gotta. It's the guy was a radical leftist. We know it. That's how it is. It's the truth. You can't twist it. We know it.
And they wouldn't say he was hateful. Their proof is that the shooter once dressed up like the Slav Squat meme from 2012, and they also found a separate meme of Pepe the Frog dressed like the Slav Squat meme. Therefore, the shooter is a Groyper. That is like seeing a photo of the shooter dressed like a clown, and then seeing this image of Pepe the Frog dressed like a clown, and then being like Groyper confirmed. What is the connection? The shooter didn't even post the Pepe image. Like,
it really doesn't matter. They called it. The shooter wrote fascist on the ammo. And besides, I'm gonna tell you this. I'll try not to interrupt her too much, but here's one. I'll let her speak, I promise. But I do need to say this. At this point, it even becomes irrelevant. Because who is celebrating his Charlie's death? The far right? Or the tens of thousands of liberals? Not you watching, by the way. I know you're left-wing, you're moderate. I'm not talking about her either. She's centrist by now. She's already completely changed. You can tell by the way she writes. But I'm saying, you watching, I know that some of you are left-wing and you condemn this. Fine, I don't have a problem with you. I'm not talking about you when I say the lunatics. But the amount of people on the left that have been celebrating this tells you all you need to know about this, because you cannot hide that one. You can't twist your way out of that one. What are they? Are they also all far right?
Where did the Pepe even come from? Just a bunch of liberal boomers not understanding memes. The other thing I saw was the shooter had Republican parents, and therefore the shooter must be Republican, which is just funny because we all see what these people say about their Republican parents every Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll see. It's September 14th when I am recording this, so maybe more things will come out. Editor Shu here, more things came out. Definitely not a Groyper. At the end of the day, he could have every single one of my or your opinions. It ultimately doesn't matter. One person may have pulled the trigger, but then we saw the reaction
Thank you.
of many.
That's
We
it.
think
Now look.
that Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck. Hey, ooh, ah.
Let me guess. A Republican voter, far right, Nick Fuentes, Milo, whatever the heck his name is, Matt Walsh. She loves Matt Walsh. I know she loves Matt Walsh. Where is absolute clowns?
I'm not saying she deserved it, but I'm saying God's timing is always right.
Yo, they got Charlie Kirk, bro. I've never been happier.
Never believe the reason I'm smiling.
Look at that.
Weirdos. They're all a bunch of weirdos on top of it all.
Look at that conservative. Look at that. It just came from home from church. Just came home from church. You absolute monsters. This is
They are absolute monsters.
me central. Get away from this scum. Because this is scum.
It has
Absolutely.
nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. Nothing to do with.
I would say pour one out for Kirky Boy, but I don't waste good beer on little bitches.
Rest in peace, Bozo!
So tolerant.
Kirk just got put down like a fucking dog in Utah.
I do not, and I will not ever feel bad when bad people get what the fuck they deserve.
She's so annoying. What's this one?
It makes your blood boil, doesn't it? I'm so glad she's calling it out. Every single face. Call them all out. Everyone needs to see these faces. No more intolerant than the tolerant side is there.
Charlie Kirk? Thoughts and prayers.
Oh no, someone shot Charlie Kirk. Look, I don't know who needs to hear this today, but that's how you pick up a woman.
Stay there then.
We.
Heard someone got shot today. I had a tummy ache this morning. Stay alive out there.
The sympathy for Charlie Kirk is weird. You don't have to like violence.
Yeah, of course. No, the sympathy towards a man who gets murdered in front of his little children and wife who is now grieving simply because he was willing to speak to the likes of you.
But I'm
This is where they disrupt more roads, but
I've been saying we need to bring back political assassinations. I don't feel bad, and I don't think that everyone deserves the right to free speech. I think some people should be afraid to express their opinion in public.
I didn't like what he said, and I didn't like his opinions, and I don't really give a shit that he's dead.
The best part of this whole goddamn thing is that he is not martyr material, so his
Watch it. Watch
Charlie's a absolute martyr.
Watch me.
But
death will mean nothing. It will activate no one. It will impact few. It's just great.
There are a lot of people that are like, no matter what side of politics you're on, you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things happen to bad people.
Like you?
I saw the video before they even put out the confirmation. There was no chance that he made it through that. This wasn't the one we were hoping for, but...
I'm surprised
that y'all didn't get
Oh yeah, I got you.
And I'm surprised that you guys aren't getting rid of more people. Like, don't stop with him. Don't let him be the end dog. Get rid of them all. His wife deserves
you
to go.
did it.
Y'all keep on talking about his
whatever this
they need
is.
to go too because they're carrying on that mentality and that lineage. Like, get rid of the whole family. I'm so sorry. Why did you guys stop with him?
There were thousands of videos like that.
Yes.
Some of these people posting with their full names and faces,
Yep.
with hundreds and thousands of likes, thousands of tweets celebrating it with 500,000 likes. And it's important to remember that all of those likes are a real person. Millions of people in this country apparently believe the acceptable response to speech they don't like is murder. This wasn't just a bunch of fringe blue hair SJWs or
And
whatever. They were teachers, professors, doctors, HR workers, healthcare workers, nurses, pediatricians, people who work with kids, people's classmates, roommates. They are
Precisely. It's because the people who think like this work with our kids that then our kids end up thinking like them and make these TikToks. Thank you, Shu, for calling this out. You are great. Shu for president. I swear, go subscribe. What are you doing? Go leave a comment.
teachers showing our children the gory, horrifying video of Charlie's murder on repeat. See,
What?
hippy dippy in this
10-year-old? Teacher forced 10-year-olds to watch Kirk murder video again and
Inside
again.
me? Then what are we standing here for?
Life in prison. Immediately. That video scarred me,
you
a
can stop.
43-year-old man. Oh my gosh, these people are sick in their head. Sick in their head. And you want me to stop making videos like this? I'm gonna make 1,000 videos like this.
horrifying video of Charlie's murder on repeat. See, hippy dippy in this house we believe shit-lib mask was ripped off, and underneath was nothing but psychopathic bloodlust.
Yeah.
I have seen people on the right celebrate the death of people they disagree with. I've seen it. I remember Heather Heyer in 2017. But I also remember the whole internet, left and right, coming together to disavow and mock
What's that?
the few dozen people
Few dozen. Yeah.
who were celebrating her
They
death.
joined with
This is
the
different.
summoner,
It's never been
and
like
together
this
received
before.
the
It's never
AI.
been this much. It's never been this
They are
brazen.
human
Preach.
souls,
Normal people have to log
imprisoned in
into like
stone
an
by
alternate
ancient
Twitter
Yevon
account
rites.
where they can post their more
The dead
unorthodox
Seen him.
be allowed to
opinions.
rest.
And these people are out here, full face, full name, like hell yeah, murder.
Yeah.
What? These
It's because it's a cult. And cults always have a justification. They objectively think they're in the right. They think they are morally right. It is their moral imperative to mock the death and call for more violence. Because they have been brainwashed to think that the likes of Charlie and me and Yushu, sorry if I say that, but you know it, are evil, the enemy, and our
Mhm.
lives have no value. I'm
Yeah, people do think that.
dedicated to the dangers of having the wrong teachers on the field.
smug, unearned confidence these people have to be openly sociopathic
There's the last
with
of
their
them.
full name and face.
You are
because
to
they live
stand
under the
trial.
pathetic delusion
Yes.
of being on the right side of
I
history.
expect it will be a fair
and
trial.
slammed.
Yes.
They will blame you for your death because words are
Of
violence.
course it will.
Words are violence, so them killing you is just self-defense. That's why they're using Kyle Rittenhouse as some kind of gotcha. Oh, if you don't condone political violence, why do you support Kyle Rittenhouse? They fundamentally don't see the difference between killing someone over speech and killing someone over self-defense, because these are the same things to them. Also, I'm going to be the one to point it out because of course I am. I saw nobody else do it. Why are most of them women? Most of the people celebrating are women. Like, it's a good like 80-20 ratio all over the internet. What is going on, ladies? Basically, the whole country is shook because
The
last year
sacred
they
officers
realized
of
how many
this
people
court
would
seek
celebrate the
nothing
murder
but
of a
absolute
president,
truth.
and this year they
In
realized how many
Yevon's
people would
name.
celebrate the murder of them.
To those on
At the end of the
trial,
day, this is all
Yeah.
the inevitable
Even Yevon
conclusion of
Absolutely.
the
Speak
punch a
only
Nazi
the
thing
truth.
from like 2017. Do you guys remember that?
I
We
do.
always knew
Mr.
it was a
Kelp
slippery slope.
Ronso.
That's why we were against it. And they always
Yep.
say this dumb shit like, if you don't
Summoner
want to be
Yuna.
called a Nazi, stop being a Nazi.
You
Even a
have
congressman from
sworn
my
to
state, New York,
protect
was
the
like, oh, if
people
you
of
want to stop
Yevon.
being called a
True.
fascist, you should stop being a fascist.
Yes.
Imbecile.
Then
Yeah, that's great.
consider.
Except you've called everyone and
Exactly.
their
You have
mother
inflicted
fascists
dire
for the
injury
past,
upon
15
Maester
years.
Seymour
And I see a
Guado.
lot of progressives in my audience like,
Conspired with
shoot,
the
you're not like
Albert
Charlie
and
Kirk.
joined in their
You're not a
insurrection.
fascist. Here are all the things
These are
I have
traitorous
been
and
told
unforgivable
Nazi
crimes that
reactionary
disturb the
for over
order
the
of
last
Yevon.
few years. Would you like to see?
They call the alt-right as well. The
Tell
left
this
called
court what
alt-right.
possessed you
I have
to
been making this
participate
list
in such
since
violence.
2023. Let's go. Let's
Please.
just read this together real quick.
Your Grace.
Mocking / criticizing pop feminism. Believing
The real
adults
traitor
can do whatever they want.
is Maester
being
Seymour.
Pro free speech. Being liberal.
He killed
Talking to people I disagree
his
with.
father
Being
Gisco
friends
with his
people I
own
disagree
hands.
with. Following people on Twitter I disagree with.
What is this?
Supporting Bernie Sanders. That one came from the right. Being registered independent.
Happened to
Criticizing
her.
Joe Biden, criticizing the Democratic Party, not being
Not only
attracted
that,
to feminine men, not hating men in
Maester
general,
Seymour
criticizing Canada's
is
maid
already
program,
dead.
not
She's classy. She skipped
It is a
the
summoner's
being not
sacred
ugly.
duty to send the
taking
souls of the
COVID
departed to the
vaccine,
far plane.
criticizing the FBI, criticizing the CIA.
Yuna was only
believing the
doing her
CIA
job
killed
as a
JFK,
summoner.
using an American flag backdrop for my videos, saying
Grandmaster
elites,
Micah.
saying
I wanna
working
put
class,
one.
Please
saying
send
based,
Seymour now.
making a joke about Joe Biden eating ice
Send
cream,
the
making a joke about
unspent to
people
where they belong?
being born in a test tube, making jokes in general,
Yes.
being cis, being white, being a woman, being a cis white woman, telling someone to take a shower, not
Maester?
being anti-gun, not being fat,
Send
being
the
monogamous,
dead.
liking Huey Long, celebrating the 4th of July, supporting Assange, criticizing the movie Cuties, praising the movie Sound of Freedom, being against pedophilia,
You
being
would
against the
have to send
destigmatization
me
of pedophilia, being against children watching porn, being critical of kink at Pride, being against
Grand
children
Maester
performing at
Micah
drag
is
shows,
a
not
wise
being
leader.
racist.
Even in
Swear to
death,
God,
he's
being a class
invaluable to
reductionist,
Spira.
saying biological sex, mocking people for
Enlightened
debating
rule
the
by
ethics
the
of
dead is
necrophilia.
preferable to
My
the
username,
misguided
owning
failures
a
of
pet
the
rabbit,
living.
questioning the Bush administration's involvement in 9/11,
Life is but a
growing
passing
up
dream,
in a Catholic
but the
family,
death that
eating
follows
meat,
is
wanting to get
eternal.
married, wanting to have children, being married,
Men
having
die,
children, being
beasts
at January
die,
6th to
trees
interview
die,
people, saying it's
even
okay if someone
continents
doesn't want to
perish.
date a porn star, not wanting to do OnlyFans,
Only the
criticizing
power of
Kanye
death
West,
truly
criticizing
commands
late-stage
in spirit.
capitalism, criticizing the billionaire class, criticizing
Resisting its
Israel,
power
criticizing
is
eating the bug,
futile.
criticizing a fashion company for
But
being creepy.
what a
There's that
sin.
one. Supporting nuclear energy. Parentheses.
I
It's
am a
toxic
summoner, my lord.
masculinity. Supporting
my father
TikTok
before
trad
me.
wives, supporting one-income households,
I am
supporting
on a
UBI,
pilgrimage to
supporting
stop the
farmers,
death that
supporting
sin
truckers,
brings.
not celebrating October 7th,
Are you-
supporting Palestine.
Are you telling
not
me
liking
that too is
brutalism,
futile?
saying colorblind anti-racism was good, wanting to date someone who has a good
Grand
relationship
Maester
with their
Micah.
parents, not liking
I am
Indian
not
food,
alone.
saying men and women are different but complement
All the
each other,
people
being
who
followed
have
by
opposed
JD
sin,
Vance on Twitter, saying Hillary
their
Duff is
battles,
cool,
their
making fun
sacrifices.
of Reddit, and
Were
for
they
as
all
those
in
who
vain?
acted to me, criticizing American imperialism, wearing a bow in my hair,
Not in
liking VTubers, and now
No matter how
being
many
anti-death.
summoners
Charlie
give
Kirk
their
was a fucking
lives,
Nazi.
sin
He was a
cannot
fucking
be
Nazi.
truly defeated.
And you know what kind of Nazi is the best Nazi?
The
A dead
rebirth
one.
cannot
I am a better
be stopped.
person.
That is incredible.
Yet the courage of those who
Man,
fight
didn't
gives
you guys
the
hear
people
that?
hope.
Wasn't that like didn't it sound like
There
man?
is nothing
Benito
futile
Mussolini
in the
would have been
life and
trapped.
death of a summoner.
That is about. It almost sounded like
Never futile,
the list was written by
but
Giovanni
never
Gentile
ending.
himself. Giovanni
Hmm.
Gentile.
Indeed, that
She's
is
gonna
the
go
essence
with
of
another
heaven.
series of these demons. Oh, just two. Just two. Okay, let me check that. Because I can't
Heaven
take more than
is embodied by eternal,
two. She's a better person
unchanging
because
continuity.
Nazi
Summoner.
and
No. That
Scum.
can't be right.
You for celebrating the death of a Nazi.
Those who
and
question
actually, it's
these
pretty weird that you're
truths,
not, and
they are
simultaneously
traitors.
proudly so. Sue me.
Lord
asking people to have empathy for the Nazis.
Nazis have children and families, right? But Nazis also get shot.
Get me out of here! I want out
in the
now!
neck.
They don't kill you because
hear
you're
me?
a Nazi. They call you
You
a
waste
Nazi
your breath.
so they can kill you.
Based Blair White.
Now, I'm going to talk about my personal feelings of the situation because I know a lot of you can relate.
I hope
know a
Yuna's
lot of you
okay.
have been feeling the exact same way. So I will try and put it into words for you. I have
She's
friends
strong.
who were friends with
She'll
Charlie
make
Kirk,
it.
but I didn't personally know him.
She'll
we
make
follow
it?
each other on Twitter. I've been to
What,
the
so she can
TPUSA
die?
Amerifest in 2021. I actually went there planning to make a video making fun of
Why
it,
is it
but I had so much fun and
everything
so
in
many friends
Spira
that I'm still friends with
seems
this
to
day.
revolve around people
So
dying.
that video never happened. I disagreed with him all the
The
time.
spiral
You can
of
literally
death.
go to our Twitter interactions.
Huh?
I was always correcting him
Summoners
about
challenge the bringer of
Bernie
death, sin,
Sanders.
and die
I made
doing
an
so.
egg look like his face. It is
Guardians
safe to
give
say
their
I was
lives to
no
protect their
fan.
summoner.
But this has really shaken
The
me
faith
in a
are
way
the souls
that
of the
I
dead.
absolutely did
Even
not
the
expect.
maesters of
These-
Yevon are
Because you're a good
unsent.
person. Because you're
Spira
humane.
is full of death.
Because you're decent.
Only sin is reborn,
And
then
unfortunately
only to
now,
bring more death.
You're right.
It is a cycle of death, spiraling endlessly.
And I want to thank her. I want to thank her for being respectful, for calling out evil, for calling out this absolute endemic disease that is afflicting this country, that is spreading at an
Come out.
unprecedented rate.
Your sentence has
and that
been
absolutely
decided.
needs to be stopped.
Sentence?
And the way you stop
Don't
it
you mean
first and
execution?
foremost is prevent
Really now,
the teaching
what
class
person would execute a dear
to
friend?
indoctrinate the kids.
You would.
You would. Shank.
Hey, noble ones, welcome back to my channel.
Shank
This is
yogurt.
Metatron speaking, and this is a big one. This is a big one, guys, because today we're talking about Cenk. What the heck is his name again? Uyghur. Cenk Uyghur. Now, if you
Looks
don't
like
know, I
you're
imagine you
next.
do. Political commentator, host
Next for
of
what?
The Young Turks, which is a left-wing channel and whatnot. Okay, now, I usually don't particularly like to watch Cenk because he screams like a maniac, and every time I watch and I'm trying to see if the point he's making is solid or not, I end up
Where's
forgetting
everybody
about
else?
the point because I'm rather concerned that it looks like he's gonna have a heart attack.
Floating
in the
down
middle
there
of the stuff, or that it
somewhere,
looks like
maybe?
a freaking vein is gonna explode or something. But regardless of the delivery method, after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, he had gained quite a few points with me because he made some statements that I have to say were actually pretty decent. He was condemning the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you know, since my
you
bar
made
has now gone so low since that assassination, whenever I see that someone is not being an absolute total maniac,
What's our
and
sentence?
laughing at the death of Charlie Kirk
Think
and
they
wanting
expect
his
us to give
children
up
to
and
be
die
next,
down here?
when I see that, you're like slightly
Oh,
above that
well, that's a
line.
lame
I'm
way to
already
kill
like, oh,
someone.
okay. But
Where's
he
Uni?
lost me. He lost me with
I don't
this.
know.
It looks like Cenk
Wonder
has
if we
something
should
to
wait
say
for her.
about Asmongold. Now we're gonna watch this. I may scream.
The Young
Let's wait at
Turks,
the exit.
Cenk Uyghur,
there is
had
an exit.
had an Asmongold-related meltdown. So this is the title of the video here. Asmongold says protesters should be used for slave
fast
labor.
they're on
Now,
so
this isn't completely wrong, but it's certainly
my
not
father's
completely
murder
right.
troubles
And
him.
so anyway, let's go back. We're going to watch the clip, and we're going to see how they approach it, okay? How
Okay.
about that? Let's go ahead and let's listen to it and see what was said. That's not defamation? Well, no, I'll watch it. It's okay.
Criticizing the right wing.
Yes.
Now think about it if the shoe was on the other foot. Now this brother comes along. I don't know who Assman is. I mean, people say maybe that he's got a following, but I've never heard of him.
Daughter to
Okay.
High Summoner Braska.
Yeah, no, just Twitch #1 streamer on the planet.
She
But
has
fine,
disturbed
maybe as a
the
follower.
order
Come
of
on.
Yevon.
Okay, look, it's either he
cannot
did it on
be allowed
purpose
to
to be
live.
disrespectful, which if he did, hey, I
I
appreciate the
understand.
trolling. But no, I'm actually more
Let it
concerned.
go, Seymour.
I'm more concerned that he actually doesn't know.
No one thrown
But if
into
you
the
don't
Via
know, why are you
Purifico
opening
has ever
your mouth?
survived.
Am I right? If you're doing journalism,
Yet
the
there
basis
is
of
always a
journalism
small
is
chance
research.
that they
So you
might.
should know who this person is.
Place guards at the
Asmongold,
exit.
Zach,
Kill Penny
before
who
you
emerge.
comment on what he says, because this way you have
Sir,
a background. Not to
leave that
mention
to
the
me.
context in which he says it. Not to mention the actual words he said.
First
So
your
we're
father,
already not starting strong
now your
unless
bride.
that was trolling.
And his,
Allow me
and
to do
his,
this
co-
because she is my
conspirator,
bride.
Jägermeister or whatever, right?
Yeah, I don't even know
Wait,
who's I don't even
I
know
will
who
go too.
Jägermeister is. Actually,
Well, I do know it's
You
a
do not
digestive
trust me?
from Germany. You can drink it.
Would
after
you
have
trust a
yeah, I
man
do.
who
He was a guy
murdered
in my
his
guild. He was
father?
a Death Knight in my guild in World of Warcraft.
Very well.
And you definitely don't know
As
who
you
he
wish.
is. So I don't know who
Huh?
I don't know which Jägermeister
Creepy.
he's talking about.
The drink.
This guy's talking about, oh yeah, run over protesters.
Will
I don't
you
mind it, he said.
forgive me?
Yes.
So you don't mind extreme violence, running over somebody with a car.
Unbelievable. Well, of course, I'm gonna let Asmongold defend himself. He's pretty good at that. But I watched the clip. I know exactly what this is. Asmongold did not say that he would be okay with ICE agents running over protesters. He did not say that. So this is, what are you doing, Cenk? What are you doing? Well, you're doing what people do to me. and to Asmongold all the time, twisting the words.
Okay.
Well, yeah, if they block your road, yeah, absolutely. If they don't let you try to get by and they crowd your car, I think you absolutely should be able to run them over. And you can see how, and this is what I think is very funny about this, is that people like this always like misrepresenting. This is why I don't debate with people. It's because they're just liars.
Yeah.
Like, you can't debate and argue and, you know, have a conversation with a person whenever they're not operating on the same wavelength as you are.
Absolutely.
So when you have somebody like Jink who's saying like, oh, well, you know, you're just trying to run over protesters, etc., you're not even trying to engage with the conversation. You're not even trying to understand the point of view that I'm putting forward. You're intentionally misunderstanding it in order to make an argument, which is like, that's fine. You want to do that, go ahead and do that, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to take it seriously.
Yeah, excellent comeback. So let's address that very quickly. And I do have something to say about this little slave labor statement over here. I absolutely have something to say. We'll talk about it later. I do want to say one thing. I watched Asmongold was not saying, I don't care if ICE runs over the protesters, because whenever you think of protesters, which is the word that Cenk is intentionally using here, you're imagining people that are exercising their First Amendment right of free speech and free of assembly and free of protesting peacefully, right? So imagine these people are standing on the streets and they're like saying, stop ICE, or Trump is a muppet, whatever it is that they're saying. And then ICE arrives and just runs them all over just because they are protesting. Yeah, that would be an insane statement to make, and that would be a basically totalitarian regime action. However, what Asmongold was first of all, which is different, is the violent arm of the radical left. Sometimes they protest in a way that is legal, other times they protest in a way that it isn't. For instance, the ones that are trying to plant bombs, right? Those are not protesters. Those are not protesters, those are terrorists. Now, with that being said, what he was talking about specifically was a scenario in which you are driving, and at this point, whether you be ICE, law enforcement, or a civilian, if you are trying to drive, imagine you have your family in your car, your children, your wife, whatever, you're trying to drive, and then you have these violent people, these rioters, these not protesters, rioters, and they crowd around, they start throwing rocks, they start breaking the car, they start to get into the car, they want to harm you, then it's self-defense at that point. If you try to run away and they are using weapons to break into your car, they start smashing it. This does happen. It has happened. You know, trying to burn the car with your family inside. You know, so this is why things need to be in context. He was talking specifically about the violent ones. He was not talking about just people who were protesting. But the way he is representing, goodness gracious, those tabs, Zach. Holy moly. Man, and I thought I had a lot of tabs, never mind. So anyways, already the way he's representing is completely wrong, because he's misrepresenting it, he's twisting it and making it sound like Zach is an authoritarian maniac. Now, I do think that Zach is a little bit on the authoritarian side by some of the statements he has made, but I'll be honest with you, I'm starting to get a little further up myself on some issues in response to violence.
Okay. So let's go back, moving goalposts. Yeah, I clearly was not talking about any protester. Why would I think that? I mean, like, what is the logic here?
Yeah.
But you know what? Why don't we instead arrest them for exercising one of the most fundamental American rights, freedom of speech? The one, remember, that you guys pretended you were in favor of?
Yes. The freedom of speech, you know, like it's about, you know, religion, you know, being able to assemble, freedom of association, freedom of the press, and also the really important one that Jink is obviously reminding me of is freedom of rocks.
GG, brother. Freedom of rocks.
That's right. So in the First Amendment, it says that, you know, you can say whatever you want, believe whatever you want, and also throw rocks at whoever you want.
In the face.
That's what the First Amendment says very clearly. And
Clown.
And I don't know really what to say about this, but that's where things go. Freedom of rocks, yeah. Rocks of speech.
I know some of them meant it.
Yes.
But apparently a lot of them, including Assman and Jägermeister, didn't mean it. They thought, oh, freedom of speech for me, to say that maybe you should be murdered or be made my slave. My freedom of speech, good.
I think I might go get some milk.
This is such a contentious topic.
Gotta get heat up too.
You should... Cenk. Freedom to be murdered, freedom to be... You know, who you should tell that? You know who you should tell that, please? To your fucking nephew! You hypocrite! Maybe you don't know that. You wanna know who? Maybe you don't know that. You know who Chang's nephew is? Or you're gonna love this. If you don't know, if you know this, you're already laughing. You're already. I can see your grin. I can see your grin. But if you don't, you wanna see who Chang Yogurt nephew is? In 3, 2, 1.
Zon Piker.
Freedom for Kaya. Freedom for Kaya.
Yeah.
This is Chang's nephew, ladies and gentlemen. So, Chang,
There must be
rather
an
than making an episode twisting Asmongold's words, while at the same time doing this sort of frigging virtuous signal, doctrinational, moral superiority, holier than thou position, whereby all you were about freedom of speech and though what you want is violence to a man who's just saying, in the context of an assault and an attack, and your life is in jeopardy, you should be able to defend yourself, is what he's actually saying. You're twisting his word to say you want violence on the street. No, it's your nephew that wants violence on the street, you absolute hypocrite. Call out your nephew. He doesn't do it. He doesn't do it. His nephew said he wants red capitalist blood on the street. His nephew wants conservatives to be dead on the streets as we have demonstrated, and is an animal a word? Not a word. Not a word. Nobody but Asmongold is the problem, guys. Me, I am the problem. I'm the dangerous one, they say. They do. My rhetoric is the dangerous one. Asmongold's rhetoric is the dangerous one. Hassan Piker, Destiny? No.
Hassan.
Like, wouldn't it be good if we could have prisoners that are in jail and they're fucking in prison for 20 years doing some work so we can
We already do.
save money?
We already
Like,
do.
how's this even how is this even a debate? Like, we used to do this for years. Like, why are we even debating this at all? It's obviously a good idea.
13th Amendment, like, it's a thing. It's a thing. That's why people say, yes, slavery was technically abolished, but it wasn't. In the sense that in the 13th Amendment, there is an exception. And the exception is, except, I have it here, except as a punishment, so the 13th Amendment abolished slavery, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted. Okay? And what this means, and just for clarity, what this means, Mr. Cheng, is that incarcerated people can be compelled to work, often for extremely low pay. I'm talking like cents to the dollar, or no pay at all, 0 wages, which in a way, we could say that even though slavery is technically abolished, in reality, there is a form of legal slavery, and that is indeed imprisonment. So, whether you agree or not, and clearly, all Asmongold is saying, even though I understand that the word slave makes it sound, oh, he's pro-slavery, does it make him a racist? I know that idiots will think that, but in reality, he's just being objective. Yes, prisoners do forced labor, and that's what it is. So it is a form of slavery. Now, you can call them convicts if it makes you feel better and sleep at night, but really, once again, even though Zach's choice of vocabulary makes it sound, ooh, slavery, he wants to enslave people, he wants to put people in. Yeah, it's already happening, it is happening, it is a form of slavery. Now, whether or not that crosses the exact legal boundary of the definition or the dictionary definition, in other words, we can debate and discuss the validity of calling these type of convicts and enforced labor in prisons slavery. That's debatable, but it is a phenomenon that is happening, and that's all really Asmongold was talking about here, and it's clear as day. Clear as day.
What are we even talking about? And so anyway, did he call you ass man? He did. He did call me that. And so I am Jägermeister. I don't know who Jägermeister is at all, but let me go back. I'll see if I can listen.
You should be murdered or be made my slave.
So yes, if I, and this is again what my perspective is, I think that if you initiate deadly force against somebody, that person should be allowed to respond with deadly force against you.
Absolutely. I mean, that's common sense. That's logics. What do we do to active mass shooters? We take them down. We neutralize the threat for the sake of the innocents and the weak. It is justice to take them down. No nonsense such as, but the cops could have shot them in the leg. No, double tap center of mass is the minimum. In fact, mag dump to one of these people, particularly the ones that go into the schools, or those particularly, but in general, when it's a mass shooter, mags amp. And if they, until the threat is neutralized, which oftentimes means they don't breathe anymore. And some of these, by the way, are on drugs. And when your body's on drugs, you can get shot a few times, and unless you shoot them in the head or through the heart, they can still shoot. They're still a threat. This is a medical reality. It's a biological fact. When they have like cocaine or methamphetamine, I think there are a few. I don't remember exactly the substances that do this, but yes, and in combination with adrenaline, it's not easy. Just because you shoot the person a couple of times, they're not going to go down, and never mind shooting them in the leg, they're not even going to feel it. And also, I've seen, because I do watch a lot of police camera and stuff like that, I've seen people taking several shots, they fall on the ground, they do not drop the weapon, and sometimes so they could still technically return fire, which is why law enforcement has to continue. They tell them, drop the weapon. They don't, they get shot again until they comply.
Do I want to continue playing Final Fantasy? I don't know.
Similar situation. If someone wants to take your life or take the life of your family, you have to
Let's save at least.
Stand the ground and defend yourself. Absolutely. That's a civilized society.
So I view throwing a rock at a person as deadly force.
Take all my medicine, every single last one, but
I think that if you throw a rock at a police officer
help me
should
get
be
to
able to
sleep.
respond with deadly force by shooting.
Tylenol.
That's my logic. That's my
Don't
reasoning,
take the
and that's
Tylenol.
also
It's bad
Florida's
for you.
logic and Florida's reasoning.
I can agree with that to a certain extent, and the reason why I say up to a certain extent is, and I'm expanding, not necessarily disagreeing, is that I would still look at case by case, because of course we
Ibuprofen.
know that cases of police brutality and
I take
overuse of
everything.
force are a thing, so that's also something that needs to be taken into consideration. So, but yes, in the most extreme cases where you can clearly see that whoever is using a rock or a knife or a firearm or whatever it is that they're using to try and inflict bodily harm and actually try to take the life and risk the life of that police officer, well, that police officer has a family, wants to
my
go
foot.
home, and so it's normal that they have to respond in kind. If the person in question is trying to actually attend at their life, it is what it is.
It's exactly what Florida does. So if you're mad at me for saying this, that's totally okay.
Yeah.
But you also have to understand that there is an entire state in our country
more on
that
this one
has
for the
the
morning.
exact same viewpoint on this than I do. Don't try to act like I'm some extreme radical or some crazy person when there are states with millions of people in it that agree with this. And I think that most people agree with this too.
4, 6, 8, 10, 11 pills.
I would say that if you wanted to shoot that guy, go
no.
ahead. Like, if somebody's trying to hit you in the head with a rock, I mean, what are we talking about here? Why are we trying to rationalize and justify violent, aggressive behavior from people that are trying to destroy property and actively trying to subvert the law? That's it. Nobody wants to have rocks thrown at them. Nobody wants to have anything like this happen to them.
Or bomb, or sniper rifles.
It's insane that we should expect police officers to be punching bags. It's unfair to them, it's entitled to the people who are angry, and it's also just the wrong thing to do.
Yes.
I think I kind of remember doing this with you when I was a kid. I don't actually remember this area though.
But a lot of other people don't. It's
Trying to get back to where it was. I know it was in the mountains.
Based.
Somewhere.
Bottom left, based.
Somewhere in the mountains.
Top right, angel.
My freedom of speech, good. And by the way, I wouldn't cancel that. I don't mind him saying the terrible things that he says. Now we know who he is.
Sure.
So, and I'm not afraid of his speech.
Yes.
I'm not afraid that the majority of Americans are going to look at that and go, oh yeah, well, I think we should, instead of having freedom of speech, if anyone exercises...
They did. That's why they voted for Trump. They did. They did agree with me. That's why they voted for him. He was saying this himself.
Freedom of speech in a way that I don't like politically, we should arrest them, take...
Yours is the side that doesn't want freedom of speech. Yours is the side that shot Charlie, you absolute hypocrite clown.
Mm-hmm.
away all their rights, make sure they can't
And
vote.
you can see how, I don't know why there's so much obfuscation that goes around with this topic. And actually I'm saying that, but that's not true. I do know exactly why. So basically, every time that I talk about how police should deal with any sort of rioter or somebody being violent towards them, everybody that is against this always tries to shift the conversation about protesting.
Yeah.
As if protesting includes violence, as if protesting includes destroying property and throwing rocks at people and, throwing fireworks
Burning.
at them.
Yep.
The fact is that that's never what protesting was. That's never what it has been, and that's not what it should be, and it's never what it will be. And the fact is
Play for
that
15 more
whenever
minutes
people
and
do
see how
this,
far we
they
can get.
intentionally try to misunderstand an argument. And you have to understand, why are they misunderstanding the argument? The reason why they're misunderstanding it is because they don't want to understand it, because they can't argue against the actual argument. They can only argue against the straw man of the argument. Because any reasonable person would come to the very obvious conclusion that yes, if somebody is initiating deadly force against you, you should be able to defend yourself with deadly force.
You see, he only talks about deadly force. He's not saying if someone slaps you in the wrist, you can shoot them, which is how... No, he's even misrepresenting. He didn't even... He's just saying if someone speaks, if someone is protesting lawfully, and then Asmongold wants them dead, he's misrepresenting. And honesty and logics in these kind of debates. If you were decent, Cenk, one, you would first condemn your damn name. Two, you would steelman your opponent's argument. Steelman. Give him the highest benefit of the doubt. Approach this in good faith. You did not. You lied, you twisted. Shame on you. GG Asmongold.
This is obviously the case, but for whatever reason, you know, they're not willing to accept that. And the reason why they don't want to accept that is because they want rocks thrown at police officers.
Precisely.
It's because they want property to be destroyed. It's because they want this chaos, because this chaos feeds into the narrative that Trump is creating the chaos, when it's in fact not the case. Trump is not creating the chaos. People are creating the chaos because they don't like what Trump is doing, which is a very different thing. And so that's why they want to silence him, exactly. And this is where I find to be so interesting, and I'm not saying that Jinx says this at all, but this is a very common thing that, you know, left-wing people do, is that they say that certain types of words are violent rhetoric and violent speech and should be spoken down about, but also whenever they're actually being violent, well, they think that's just freedom of speech, and it's like...
Exactly, so it's like words are violence, the idiots say on the left, but then they do the actual violence, because due to the fact that they think the words are violence, then they think that the actual physical violence they do is self-defense. That's the logic.
This weird inversion of logic that you see happen everywhere, where you have some people that are talking about freedom of speech, but then they're being violent. They think that violence is speech, and they also think that speech is violence. It's like a complete inversion of logic, reality, rationality, and priorities. And again, you would think that this doesn't make sense, but whenever you look at it from the perspective of these people are only saying these things because these things are beneficial to them and their worldview or their point of view, then everything else about it makes perfect sense.
It's the justification. It's the layer of justification of those who've been brainwashed by propaganda, by extreme propaganda. Once your brain is on propaganda, and I'm saying it that way on purpose, you always have a layer of justification, which means when other people do, X is wrong, but when I do it, it's okay because add justification. We have seen it in 20th century European totalitarian regimes and Russia.
Because it's not actually about any sort of principle. It's not about any logic. It's not about being rational. It's about creating and, you know, having a conclusion and then reverse engineering a justification in order to make it to where the conclusion that you got to is okay. And
perfect. Now, yeah, I think, I mean, it's kind of late, to be honest with you. It's late at night. I'm going to leave it at this. But it's Zach completely annihilated him with reason and logic. And if you notice, he didn't even stop. He even...
the DMV area. Take a look. This is video of dozens of reporters turning in access badges. They exited the Pentagon today, choosing not to agree to new government-imposed restrictions on their work. The federal government is calling the new rules, quote, common sense to help regulate a, quote, very disruptive press. Here's a look at a post from Tara Kopp. She's a Pentagon correspondent with the Washington Post. She says, "Today, the Pentagon press corps handed over our badges and walked out in unison in defense of the First Amendment. It's an unprecedented attack on the public's right to know and the end of one of the most professional press relationships in D.C." We have Tara here standing by with me. Tara, help the audience understand what kind of access the press has had in the Pentagon up until today.
Sure, and thank you for the opportunity to clarify and clean up a couple of misrepresentations that the Pentagon has made recently. We are all credentialed press. We've been there for decades. We go to war with these troops. All of us have been all over the world with these service members. To even have a badge in the Pentagon, we all undergo just a very basic background check. It does not allow us any access to classified spaces. We have no more access to the building than, say, the people that work at the CVS or some of the food outlets that serve everybody who work in the Pentagon. And at its height, there's more than 26,000 people that go in and out of that building every single day. The benefit to the public for having us in the building on key days, on days like when we have struck Iran with our B-2 stealth bombers, or when 13 service members were killed in Afghanistan, we're in the hallways because we can be there to talk to people, to get a sense of things, to understand what the ground truth is, and not just get the one official narrative from an email or from a video posted to X or from a tweet. And that's an invaluable service to the public. Our ability to talk to multiple people, to build those relationships, to be in the hallways, to really get a sense for where we think the military is headed and what they're thinking is a great responsibility and one we take very seriously.
This is the statement today from the Pentagon Press Association. They say today, the Defense Department confiscated the badges of the Pentagon reporters from virtually every major media organization in America. It did this because reporters would not sign on to a new media policy over its implicit threat of criminalizing national security reporting and exposing those who sign it to potential prosecution. The Pentagon Press Association's members are still committed to reporting on the U.S. military, but make no mistake, today, October 15th, 2025, is a dark day for press freedom that raises concerns about a weakening U.S. commitment to transparency in governance, to public accountability at the Pentagon, and to free speech for all. You mentioned this briefly, but I would love if you could expand on how being physically in the Pentagon helps to supplement your reporting.
So absolutely, and Pentagon reporters have been in the building since Eisenhower. There are secretaries of defense that I've covered in more than the last decade that I've been in the building where they didn't like what I wrote, or they didn't like what my colleagues wrote, or they didn't like what they saw on TV. And it's not just a Republican administration or a Democratic administration. This crosses the whole spectrum. The colleagues who joined us today as we walked out included members of the conservative outlets and outlets that would be considered left-leaning, because everybody knows that you need all voices and you need all eyes on to provide transparency to the American public. So this isn't about, protecting information or protecting classified information or any of some of the falsehoods that have come out that somehow we have been soliciting classified information. We have not. This is about making sure that there are enough eyes and voices out there to make sure there's not just the official narrative that the American public receives.
So right now, the folks are seeing on our screen some video that you took earlier today. This is as you and the press corps were walking out of the Pentagon. How did it feel walking out?
It was very sad, and even watching the video now, you can hear it in my voice. I mean, these are people that I have worked alongside in outlets across, it's all the TV networks. It's the small trade publications that look maybe just at the Navy or look just at the Air Force. It's international outlets that report for the Middle East or report for Asia. And it's just, these are people that you come to know because everyone gets into the building. You know the press officers, you see them every single day, and you know that every single one of those people has had a great story uncovering something that they have specialized in. Whether it's talking about just our new fighter jets, or it's talking about an attack in the Middle East, or it's talking about where our carriers are sailing. Everybody has kind of their niche that they have become experts in, and having all of those different voices and all of those different eyes on the building is really important.
Many outlets agreed to the new rules, and if you could expand on this as well, what exactly did they agree to?
Sure. So initially, the document that we've signed for years is a single page, and it's literally just kind of the rules of the road. Here's your badge. Your badge is a government ID. It doesn't belong to you. You need to take care of it. If you lose it, you need to report it, because of course you don't want that badge to fall into the wrong hands. And we took that seriously as well. There was nothing about, you can't talk to this person, or you can only report what has been approved. It's simply about the common sense, here's how you operate in the building, and even had something like, if you see something suspicious, say something, because we're all working in there together, and our safety is all, kind of a joint effort in that way. The document that this administration decided they needed was 21 pages long. It has just pages and pages of rules and regulations talking about we can only report on what is authorized or what has been approved, or that we understand that if we, kind of go past that and report on what has not been authorized or approved, we could be considered a security risk. We could lose our badge or be subject to investigations or worse. So this is all about silencing anything anything that's not the official narrative.
So what is the Pentagon saying is the operational or security justifications for wanting tighter control over what journalists can report from within military facilities? What's their justification?
Most of their justification has been in tweets. It has been, kind of spreading this narrative that we somehow solicit classified information by walking the halls, which we don't. They've tried to say that this is about protecting sensitive areas and protecting information, and that we don't have a right to walk the halls. I mean, the sheer number of different contractors and people that work at the Subway, or people that work at the Panera, or people that work at the CVS, or the hair salon, or the cupcake shop, the Pentagon is a massive administrative building. There are, yes, interior offices that are secured. They're SCIFs. You cannot get in there. They are locked. So I'm not quite sure what they thought was such a threat. And there have been many administrations that have come before them who have been unhappy with the stories that have come out or their coverage, but none of them, thought that they just couldn't handle it, and the only response was to kick us out of the building.
This is what Secretary Hegseth put on social media. Pentagon access is a privilege, not a right. So here is the Department of War's press credentialing for dummies, he says. Press no longer roams free. Press must wear visible badge. Credentialed press no longer permitted to solicit criminal acts. Done. Pentagon now has the same rules as every U.S. military installation. Is it clear to us what practical impact the new rules will have? News organizations like the Washington Post are vowing to continue robust coverage of the military no matter the vantage point. Does it feel like this will have a tangible impact on what the public does and doesn't know?
It's absolutely going to make it more difficult. Part of being able to get information, to get a straight story, is built on building trust with sources and showing that you're a trustworthy person, and for them to show you that they are credible, and vice versa. And having, at 10 years in my most recent stint in the Pentagon, I was still one of the more junior reporters in the Pentagon. There are reporters who have been in the building for 2 decades, for 3 decades. My colleague Tom Bowman at NPR, I think he got his first badge 28 years ago. So that is generations of young lieutenants who then become captains and majors, and then colonels and generals. And when you know them that long, when they're assigned to the Pentagon and then they go out in the field, or you end up going into a conflict zone with them and they come back, you can't replicate that. And so that's, that is going to be one of the toughest losses, is the ability to introduce ourselves to the next generation of people who will come through the Pentagon. And we're just going to have to adjust. We'll have to be out in the field more. All of us, in this new world, definitely use Signal more. We're definitely on our phones more. And the people who talk to us are, you know, especially with the threat of polygraphs and other things, have been more nervous to talk to us. But it just means we keep doing our job and we adapt.
Are you guys going to be invited to Pentagon press briefings?
It's yet to be seen.
All right. Tara Kopp joining us today. She's the Pentagon correspondent with the Washington Post. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello Noble Ones, welcome back to my channel. This is the Metatron speaking, and there is a massive breaking news that I would like to cover. So apparently, for what I could gather, that's what I'm seeing here on my other screen, Congress in the US, specifically House Oversight and Government Reform Committee, has
this might be a big surprise, but even after the ceasefire was started in Gaza, that doesn't matter, because the people that are going, oh, here we go, Hamas holding public executions. Can you believe, wait a minute, guys.
I can believe it.
Can you believe that the terrorists are killing people? I can't believe it.
Hostages have been released from Hamas custody and have been identified, but the bodies of 21 people, including 2 American citizens, are still in Hamas hands, and President Trump is demanding the terror group release them and permanently disarm. The president, writing on Truth Social, all 20 hostages are back and feeling as good as can be expected. A big burden has been lifted, but the job is not done. The dead have not been returned as promised. Phase 2 begins right now. Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus is a former IDF spokesperson and now a senior fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, and he joins me now. Lieutenant Colonel, thank you so much for being here. We understand that you're standing in front of Kibbutz Nir Oz, which is the site of such devastation and destruction at the hands of Hamas on October 7th. And because Hamas has not released all of the bodies yet, yesterday Israel reduced the amount of aid flowing into Gaza and decided not to reopen the Rafah border crossing. So with that in mind, do you believe that this ceasefire will hold?
Yeah, good morning, and thank you for having me on. Just following on the previous item, as an Israeli civilian, I would strongly endorse that effort by Speaker Johnson on behalf of millions of Israelis, ordinary people.
Hamas are shooting splinter groups and rivals who are trying to take over from them? Yeah, because they're a terrorist occupying force. Of course.
They definitely believe that President Trump should be rewarded that prize and many others, because what we enjoyed 2 days ago was getting our brothers and sisters back. That was a tremendous achievement, and we're now in a ceasefire. That would not have happened without President Trump and his team. We understand that, we recognize it, and I hope that the truth and justice will be served and President Trump will be awarded that. Now to the situation on the ground, I think we are at the first test of how strong the metal is in terms of Israel and the US, and Hamas is testing the waters here. They're trying to not to release all the bodies of the hostages. Israel so far has responded very softly, and Israel threatened not to open Rafah, but actually the latest news
I wouldn't really trust everything this guy's saying. He used to be an IDF spokesperson. It's hard to say. I wouldn't listen to what he's saying as an objective testimony.
Israel is going to open the Rafah gate.
It's probably like there's some degree of truth to this, but, you know, like in terms of the specifics and the, you know, in terms of like the spin on it, like I can maybe trust like a lot of these facts might kind of be true, but the spin, I you know, you've got to keep your guard up with something like this, right?
Under American guidance and pressure.
It's just about being smart,
because
you know?
I don't think that Israel wants to really disrupt the ceasefire quite yet. What Hamas is doing is playing for time, and I think that President Trump's tweet saying that, you know, I'm not going to tolerate any games is exactly the type of leadership that is needed, because if Hamas, if they're given an inch, they will take the whole yard and they will...
He's right about that. You have to deal with terrorists like they're terrorists. You can't talk to these people or deal with these people like you would be negotiating, like, you know, buying a car.
Drag out this stage, and they will try to make an inevitable situation where they are de facto rulers on the ground, and that cannot be allowed to happen if we want peace and if we want something
that's
positive.
the problem. That's why they want the war to continue. It's because right now they're living high on the hog. They're the leaders. Everybody is listening to them. They're controlling the area. They have a lot of power and authority. And so if peace truly comes to the area and the people are able to vote and choose for a peaceful rule, well, their, you know, reign is going to be over. They're not going to be able to do that anymore. So of course they're not going to want to have the peace happen, because then peace means that they no longer have power. This is the same reason why, like, fundamentally, conflict is the genesis of their power and is the genesis of their control and influence. This is, on a fundamental level, the same as why weirdos on the internet like SJW, like fucking constantly hyper-offended virtue signalers, are never happy. Is because by being happy, they effectively cede their power. They're saying, well, I'm happy now, so you don't have to pay attention to me anymore. Their entire power structure is wielded through grievance. And this is fundamentally, it's a very different concept, but it's the same idea. It's a different methodology, but it's the same idea. That's it. Rise Arabs, Turks don't want peace, they want to kill and occupy. There's plenty of countries that are Arab countries that don't have this bullshit. All of the other Arab countries even agreed that they don't want this bullshit.
Here for the future, then Hamas needs to be disarmed and control over the Gaza Strip needs to be taken out of the hands of Hamas.
Yeah, of course.
By the way, for the better interest of Palestinians as well.
And on that front, the Times of Israel is reporting that since the ceasefire took effect, Hamas gunmen have actually tightened their grip over Gaza.
Of course.
And have killed at least 33 Palestinians who are accused of working, collaborating with Israel. And some of these videos that have been released, these are public executions that we're talking about. This doesn't appear to be the behavior of a group of people who are planning to relinquish power and authority over the Strip.
It's expected? Yeah, it's insane. Like, people could have easily expected that.
Are 100% correct, and what Hamas is doing is settling scores. It isn't against people that have cooperated with Israel. It's against various critics in Gaza. It's against people who are trying to rise up against Hamas's oppression. These are Palestinian Muslims. Yes, nothing Jewish here, and no Mossad agent are being executed, just ordinary Palestinians from rival factions and rival clans, and Hamas is doing what they do best. They are thugs.
Mostly peaceful executions, yes, clearly. And it's insane, man.
They're executing people in town squares in broad daylight, in typical Hamas fashion. Now, I don't know if
these public executions have been happening the entire time, not just for Gazans that are pro-Israel. The question should be, why is mainstream media, after all these years of it happening, when we talk about it now? I mean, the mainstream media is corrupt and they are biased, and you can say everything, and I'd agree with you. But I do want to say that, you know, for me, I can only speak for myself. I have covered this. And I have talked about it whenever they had protests against Hamas in Palestine, and then the leader of those protests was killed. I was one of the only people who put out a video about it. These people have already, they've always been terrorists. They'll always be terrorists, and there will be no peace until they're gone. Now, I don't think you might not need to kill them. If you can just get them to leave, that's good enough. And I think that really, if you take the utilitarian approach, maybe that will save more lives. But one way or another, they can't be there.
You've seen it on other
Something according to you? It's obvious. It's obvious that's what's happening.
Networks. I have not seen this reported in any significant way across most of mainstream media. And I wonder why. Isn't it news when 35 and more Palestinians are executed in cold blood? Or is it not news because it's not Israel's doing? But the fact is that Hamas is not looking like an organization that is ready to disarm, as they have committed to President Trump, and they're not looking as if they're going to hand over peacefully the control over the Gaza Strip. That spells trouble for the continuation of this deal. I hope that Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey, the main three sponsors of Hamas, will be told by whoever needs to tell them that the time for games and the time for this type of behavior is long gone. Hamas has lost, and they must concede. I hope that will happen for the interest of...
Well, that's the reason. I think that's the smartest thing about, I think, the way that Trump approached this, is that he approached it with the backing of a lot of the other Middle Eastern countries. So they can't claim that this is somehow like just Israel that's against them. This has been an agreement that a lot of other people have also been involved with as well. And so now it puts them in opposition with everybody else also.
Well, in the short time we have remaining, a big question for you, because these Hamas terror tunnels are another major issue, and the eradication of them is part of the 20-point plan. Logistically, though, Lieutenant Colonel, how do you do that?
It'll take a long time, lots of effort, lots of explosives, and lots of soldiers that do it. This is not something that is going to be done in a short time. Imagine if a contractor was given the assignment of demolishing the New York City metro or subway system. That's the scope of what we're talking about here. These are hundreds of miles of tunnels, and it's going to take time. I hope that it'll be done in the most peaceful and benign way without involving any other casualties. But I fear that it will include fighting. If Hamas is disarmed, it can be done in a peaceful way. If not, then it'll have to be done in a different way, which I hope that we can prevent.
Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Your pilgrimage
is very much.
There it is. And I don't know how anybody would support that. There's, what do you see here? There's videos of Hamas executing civilians on the street of Gaza after the peace deal. Yeah, they're psycho terrorists. I mean, like, I don't know why anybody wouldn't have expected that. Like, it's so obvious that's what's going on. It's so obvious that's what they are. People think that it's not happening. Is this the same? Yeah, this is the other one right here. And obviously it's going to happen. It shows who they are. They're cannibalizing their own people. They've always been doing that. They use them as human shields. They kill them whenever they fight back. This is a complete military
That's enough of this game for tonight.
Like, control. Like, it's a military occupation by a terrorist group. This is the reason why I hope
pretty far in it, though.
Seeing this now can see the reason why I've been very empathetic towards, like, the actual Palestinian citizens, is that they're like, this is happening to them in their own backyard. Like, not only are they dealing with, like, the existential problem of Israel or the United States helping Israel, but on top of that, it's their own fucking, like, you know, they got, like, the Hamas got elected like 20 years ago, right? Like, by the way, so just let's use a little bit of logic here, okay? Just 3 seconds of logic. So the majority of the people in Gaza are under 18 because a lot of the older people have been killed. So if the majority of people are under 18 and Hamas got elected 20 years ago, that means, just very simply, most people didn't fucking vote for them.
True.
They voted
Most
for
of
this.
the people that are in
the
there
people
now.
that voted for this are dead. They're dead.
Yep.
Think about it. Think about it for 3
Blown
seconds.
up or whatnot.
Do the math.
Well, President Trump is now threatening Hamas with major consequences if they fail to disarm and hand over the remaining deceased hostages.
It comes as the Israeli military releases the names of those returned so far.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yinks joins us now from Israel. Good morning, Trey.
Yeah, hey, Lawrence, good morning. Overnight, Hamas released the bodies of 3 additional hostages. The total number still in Hamas.
My point is that Hamas does not represent the will of the Palestinian people, and it hasn't for a very long time. I think that Hamas, their main goal and priority is proliferating and continuing their own power structure rather than any sort of benefit for the people that live there. I think that they use the benefit, like the benefit there, they will use this as a political tool, but their real goal is to maintain power inside of that environment. That is their that is their prime directive. Everything else is subservient to that directive. You're being naive? I'm being naive by thinking that the people that are in charge of this are actually just power-hungry psychopaths that are killing anybody that disagrees with them, after we've seen videos of them being power-hungry psychopaths that kill people that disagree with them? Yes.
Captivity stands at 21.
I love being able to vote on community notes.
May be a sticking point before entering into phase 2 of the agreement. Regional media reports that Egyptian teams will enter Gaza to help Hamas locate the remains. One of the bodies that was released earlier this week was that of Yossi Sharabi. His brother Eli was held hostage for nearly 500 days. He spoke last hour with Fox and Friends, saying this.
It was mixed feelings for our family. We got closer with Yossi's body after 2 years. Very sad closure, but it gave us the opportunity to have a grave to cry on.
Yeah, it's awful. It sucks. I mean, especially with all those people. They're arguing a little bit naive about population support. Well, I mean, like, so if the population of Palestine supported Hamas, that would not change my viewpoint on it. Because the population of Palestine, there's two reasons why. Number one, a lot of those people probably view Hamas as the devil you know and the lesser of two evils. They probably don't like Hamas, but they dislike Israel more. So they accept Hamas's tyrannical and abusive behavior because they consider it better than Israel, because Israel is a foreign occupying force and Hamas is a domestic occupying force. So both are bad, but one is the lesser evil. That's number one. The second reason why I don't really care that much about it is because the people that are supporting them, if they openly state that they don't support them, they could be killed. So I think that any sort of polling or opinion, survey or anything like that, whenever you're asking somebody a question that if one of the answers could lead to your death, I don't think that you're really going to get a very accurate sample size. It's just logical. Like, I don't know why, like, how could somebody not think like this? It's common sense that obviously whenever you have an occupying force that will kill you if you go against them, you're going to have a lot of people saying that they're not going against them. How could you possibly think otherwise?
Inside Gaza, reaction continues to the ceasefire deal. There's also an incredibly dangerous environment for Palestinian civilians, as Hamas has executed a number of people accused of stealing aid and working with Israel. President Trump was asked about Hamas yesterday and their commitment to disarm as part of the broader peace plan.
We have told them we want to disarm, and they will disarm. And if they don't disarm, we will disarm them. And it'll happen quickly and perhaps violently. But they will disarm. And I spoke to Hamas.
Yeah.
And I said, you're going to disarm, right? Yes, sir, we're going to disarm. That's what they told me. They will disarm or we will disarm them. Got it?
Yeah, this was a very orange day for him.
A spokesperson for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is set to brief the media later today with an update on the state of the ceasefire. Guys, back to you.
So when he says we'll disarm them, Trey, do you believe the president means we as in the IDF? He doesn't plan on sending American troops in there to disarm them,
Of course
right?
not. No, they're just going to empower Israel to do it. Why the fuck would we send people in there?
Right.
My sense is in the region right now is anything is possible if the ceasefire doesn't
not going to
move
send American troops in there. Nobody's going to support them.
forward, but it's tough
Send
to get ahead of
bombers
what
in.
we know right now. The current plan, as laid out by the president in this 20-point peace deal, is to have Hamas lay down their arms, the leadership leave Gaza, and some Hamas members who commit to a peaceful future for the enclave be granted amnesty. And so it's a
that could somebody brought up a good point. He could just fly a B-52 over the area. Just fly it over Hamas. Doesn't drop anything. Maybe have it drop confetti. Just let them know. There it is. Yeah.
deal that actually benefits Hamas if they follow through with it. If they do not,
have it drop Trump 2028 hats.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his country would go back to war against the terrorist organization. The question now is what this timeline will look like, understanding that these images we see from inside Gaza show Hamas taking back to the streets of the enclave and executing their opponents.
Trey, isn't it fair to say it's hard to rebuild Gaza? It's hard to give food and water and other resources if you have a terrorist organization that's running the street. No one wants to go in there with that happening, right?
Obviously not.
Absolutely, and that's why this broader peace plan presented by the Americans does two things. First, it has an international stabilization force. Other countries will be committing soldiers to help stabilize the situation inside Gaza. And second, there will be an influx of aid to the enclave as broader coalitions of countries, including Israel and the United States, work to usher in a technocratic government for the Gaza Strip, a more moderate government that is focused on rebuilding and focused on prosperity for the Palestinian people rather than war and trying to fight Israel. And so if these things move forward as planned, it would give an opportunity to the Palestinian people in Gaza to stay there while rebuilding efforts are underway. But you would have to have that moderate government in place to ensure that an organization like Hamas isn't stealing the resources, digging tunnels, and creating terrorism.
Yeah, obviously. And somebody in chat, these are always good. Somebody in chat is asking the question, why are you watching Zionist propaganda? What about this do you think is propaganda or Zionist propaganda? What is it? Because I want to know. What part of this do you think is problematic?
Like that.
Where's the Palestinian Authority on all this? Mahmoud
Using
Abbas
everything
made
being
some statement
Zionist.
on 67 borders, but there is a Palestinian Authority that Yasser Arafat once led. What's their role?
It's a great question. And look, inside Gaza, even before October 7th, there was a divide among the civilian population. Many people supported Hamas, but many others supported Fatah, the second largest political party. The party of the Palestinian president,
the other
Mahmoud
terrorist
Abbas,
organization.
the Palestinian Authority that controls the West Bank.
How are they doing?
And so Mahmoud Abbas has actually been very supportive of President Trump's efforts because he understands, as a lifelong diplomat, someone who has participated in previous peace accords, that the Americans have the cards here. They have the power to implement this agreement, and you're either on board or you're not. And so we could see more involvement from the Palestinian Authority in the future of Gaza. There would certainly have to be a number of agenda items worked out with the Israelis, understanding that they would like to see a completely new government within the enclave. But to answer your question, Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas has been supportive of President Trump's efforts because they're the only real efforts in recent decades that could lead to peace here in the Middle East.
Trey, we have some newspapers from that area, from Israel. We have the Jerusalem Post. It says the nation is elated as living hostages return home. At the bottom, it says the hostages are back. It feels so good to say it.
Yes, great.
We have some other newspapers as well with pictures of people returning and being reunited. What's the feeling there, and what are you hearing on the streets?
Weights have been lifted off the shoulders of the Israeli people. 20 living hostages were released as part of this ceasefire. And people here have been waiting for more than 2 years for this moment to happen. And we saw those videos, the reunification of families at local hospitals. Overnight, Lishai Miran putting out a video of her husband Omri and 2 young daughters playing at the hospital. And it's heartwarming for the Israeli people, but you feel it in the streets here. Last night was the end of a week-long holiday in Israel. It was called Simchat Torah, and you saw people in the streets of Tel Aviv dancing and holding Torahs. It's a celebration here in Israel, understanding that the people of Israel are now feeling the peace for the first time in more than 2 years.
Yeah, one of our friends here who works on our staff, she went to synagogue here in America, in New York. She said the whole synagogue stood up and cheered for Donald Trump when these hostages came home during the holiday.
It's obviously
good.
Thank
you so much, Trey. Excellent job.
That's great.
Thanks, Trey.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable that they're chanting that in Gaza as well as in Tel Aviv.
That's why Trump said dancing Israelis. I assume
Meanwhile, they
that's
got
the
a long
reason why.
recovery. The hostages do.
Yeah.
And Eli Sharabi,
Clearly.
he was on the program last week, and he talked about how he lost half of his weight. And today he talked about the recovery for the other hostages that are now back in Israel. Watch.
It's gonna be tough road.
It's going to be a process. He has to give to himself time to recover, physically and especially mentally.
Yeah, I
It
bet.
will
Yeah,
take
mental
more than a
recovery
few
should be hard.
months to do it. He had
Strong
severe
people,
trauma from 2 years in captivity. So it's not going to end in 2 days. I don't know why all the rest of the world surprised what he's seeing now from Hamas. We are the Israelis knows
Yeah, they've been
this
saying what they do.
organization. It's terror organization. It will do anything, to get control on Gaza again and use his power and use his weapon. And he
I
has
think
no
that's true.
boundaries for this goal.
Absolutely. So he said Hamas, and then his second one was the
course.
follow-up to how do you feel about Hamas killing 33 people who are members of clans that we...
Well, that's just the ones that they know about. It's probably more.
The IDF
Yeah.
aligned and identified, and he said it doesn't
I'm sure
surprise
it's
him.
more.
So unless someone disarms them, they're not going to disarm themselves.
No,
He also
absolutely
talked
not.
about how some of them are so indoctrinated that some of the captors were one was a first-grade school teacher.
Professors,
Professors,
doctors.
lecturers, doctors.
Oh,
I'm Steve Ducey.
that's
I'm Brian.
nuts, man. How do you, as a civilian, believe any of the intel information? Could the U.S. government or Hamas government not decide when info is getting out there? It's just common sense. You just think about it. It's obviously true. Like you don't have to go through. So what is this here? It's literally all Israelis' talking points. So which talking point do you disagree with?
Yeah.
Hamas stealing aid? Nobody said that. That wasn't even being discussed.
Oh, yeah, that was not
Stop
discussed.
being a bot.
Yeah, literal bot.
What are we talking about? That really wasn't even that's
And
not
on
even
top of
being
it all, it's been
discussed. Like,
proven.
just stay on the topic. What does that even have to do with this? It's a completely different topic. Question LOL. Okay. So this is a video, and we're talking about the topic of Hamas disarming and then doing public executions of their own people.
Yeah.
That's the topic.
Stupid people in chat.
That's what's being discussed. What are you thinking about? Okay, that's also false. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. What part of it is false? Yeah, okay. All right. Now we finally reached some sort of maybe a point here. Hamas is executing civilians in Gaza, and they're filming themselves doing it. But he hates Israel, and he calls it propaganda. I mean, I don't know. Like, this isn't even a debatable. Those civilians killed a journalist a few days ago. So you think that all 32 of the civilians that Hamas... You think that every single civilian that Hamas executed had killed a journalist?
What an idiot.
Is that your opinion? They are working. So you think that all... So wait a minute. Okay, so now you think that the people that Hamas executed are all working with the IDF and they're
killed the
killing
journalists.
journalists. So is that and where are you getting that
Stupid.
information from?
Stupid.
Not
stupid.
Fox News? I was asking where. I assumed that it wasn't Fox News, but where were you getting it? Somebody touched the journalist killed? So you think that 32 people collaborated together in order to kill one journalist? Actually, let me just ask you a better question. Because this is getting complicated. Do you think that Hamas's public executions of those 32 people were justified or not? Just really simple question, right? Do you think they were justified or were they not justified? Because we can talk about why or anything else, but that's really the bottom line, isn't it? They did more? Okay, so do you think that the public executions that Hamas did were all justified? Not in an ideal world. Were they justified or not?
Yes or no?
I think
Yeah, what?
You are arguing like a bot. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're unwilling to give a yes or no answer. This is a terrorist organization that's had a long history of killing people that protest against them. If you think that they're not killing their own people now,
What
after
a
the
whacked
ceasefire
up
is
these
over,
people
while there's
are.
a power vacuum,
I don't understand
you
how
are
they
delusional.
have fallen for
I'm not
all the
saying that,
conspiracy theory and
you know,
talking
every
points.
single person, maybe some of
That
them were
like
Israeli
every
spies.
anti-Israel
Maybe
person
maybe
has
one of
been
the
debunked. From.
executions made sense. Maybe there was this guy that was trying to, you know, like accidentally, like, you know, try to fucking subvert them. And so, you know, they killed this guy and it's like, yeah, of course they did that, right? Yeah, sure. But like, there's a bunch of them that it wasn't. Like, I don't know how you could even say this at all. I mean, it's insane. And you're believing terrorist propaganda. I don't have to make shit up about Hamas like Fox News. Well, I mean, that's
They're
what you're
not
doing
making
now,
anything up.
right? You're just saying that everything isn't true. And also, like, why would you listen to that? Do they deserve to live? What about innocent Palestinians? I don't know. Ask that to Hamas. They're the ones killing them right now. That's what they're doing. Yeah, it's insane. And so you're so focused on Fox News, you're not even like you're thinking about Fox News. Fox News. Think about the idea of what's being discussed. Why would you even be considering what Fox News is or not? It's just a lot of people get trapped and captured by this type of like binary, very, very surface level thinking. And I don't really see why. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense to me. And it's very odd. But I guess that's the way it is.
All right, gotta go down and paint that real quick, so I will be right back. Alright. I'm debating on painting the snowman light that I have. It's semi-painted. I did the eyes, and nose, and stuff. I gotta do the gloves yet. The hat and the scarf. And then it'll be done. I might save it. We'll see. See if we can get into some good videos or something. Correct. Tommy faces terror charges. That's ridiculous.
Today on the Matt Walsh Show, we have closely followed the case of child killer Ronald Exantis, who was released from prison and set free after less than 10 years in jail. Well, now we have a number of surprising updates to this story. You don't want to miss it. Also, Donald Trump says that he doesn't think he's bound for heaven. Some of his Christian supporters took exception to this comment, but I found it actually encouraging. I'll explain. And a man who killed a child predator who was kidnapping his daughter has been charged with murder. Now he's also running for sheriff. Plus, the Republican leader of the Senate decided to celebrate a Native American Day yesterday instead of Columbus Day. We'll talk about all that and more today on the Matt Walsh Show. Privacy isn't just some luxury. It's a big part of our individual freedom. But while the government hides behind classified documents, they're buying your data from brokers, tracking every move you make online. The NSA surveillance isn't a secret anymore. What is a secret? How to stop it. That's where ExpressVPN comes in. It's time to take back what is yours. ExpressVPN protects your privacy by routing all of your online activity through secure, encrypted servers, which means data brokers, tech companies, and government agencies can't see what you're doing online. What really sets them apart is their strict no-log policy. They literally don't collect or store your data. Last year alone, they received over 400,000 data requests from tech companies and governments, and they shared exactly zero customers' information because there was nothing to share. As someone who spends hours researching for each show, I rely on ExpressVPN constantly, whether I'm digging into sensitive topics or just browsing without my ISP, logging every search. I can't imagine doing research without that protection, especially when I have to connect to airport or public Wi-Fi on the go. Best part, it's incredibly easy to use. Just one click and you're protected. It works on everything from phones and tablets to smart TVs and desktops, and you can use it on up to 14 devices at once, so your whole family can stay private and secure online. Right now, get extra 4 months when you use my special link. Go to expressvpn.com/Walsh to get 4 extra months of ExpressVPN. That's expressvpn.com/Walsh. You'd be hard-pressed to find a map of any kind that's more infuriating than this one. This is the distance between a typical house on 43rd Terrace Road and Sunrise Elementary School in Marion County, Florida. And in case you're listening to the audio podcast, the house is directly on top of the school, basically. There's practically no distance separating the school from the house. They're very close together. There's a fence that covers some of the grounds. Anyone living in that house would easily be able to see the school children from any of his back windows. He'd also be able to access the school grounds in about 10 seconds. The problem with that is that this is the house that 42-year-old Ronald Exantis began living in immediately after he arrived in Florida at the beginning of this month. For privacy reasons, we aren't showing the exact address of the house, but this is the approximate distance and location according to multiple news reports. And this is remarkable because less than a decade ago, as we discussed at length last week, Ronald Exantis murdered a 6-year-old child in Kentucky named Logan Tipton. He also violated the child's father and siblings before police arrived. And yet, as of October 3rd of this year, Ronald Exantis was not in prison for killing that child, nor was he buried 6 feet under the ground where he belonged. Instead, because the state of Kentucky released him on good behavior after just a few years in prison, child killer Ronald Exantis was living in a home.
This stuff called liquid mask that I might use. Toothpick is. Alright, I think that's good. And we'll get our colors out and go.
Before police arrived. And yet, as of October 3rd of this year, Ronald Exantis was not in prison for killing that child, nor was he buried 6 feet under the ground where he belonged. Instead, because the state of Kentucky released him on good behavior after just a few years in prison, child killer Ronald Exantis was living in a home that's adjacent to an elementary school. This is the kind of development that doesn't need any further explanation. On its face, it's the greatest possible betrayal by the state of Kentucky and its judicial system. And I say judicial system with the maximum possible degree of contempt. No actual system of justice, no real system of justice could possibly produce this result, where a child killer ends up free out on the street living next to an elementary school. Now, we've talked before about the specifics of Ronald Exantis' case, how the jury somehow found him not guilty by reason of insanity for killing the 6-year-old child, but at the same time guilty for assaulting the boy's siblings and father, which makes no sense. We've discussed how Kentucky somehow classifies these assaults as nonviolent, allowing Exantis to serve less than half of his sentence. We've also discussed how ludicrous it is on its face to determine that someone who's supposedly insane, so insane that they would kill a child, can still be unleashed on the public ever again. But really, no discussion on these points is needed. The mere fact that a child killer ended up a free man living next to an elementary school, practically on the elementary school's property, is all the evidence you need that law and order do not exist in the state of Kentucky or, frankly, in much of the rest of the country. But there is one very important part of the story that hasn't really been discussed. When Ronald DeSantis moved into that home in Marion County, Florida, on October 3rd, he was not alone. He thought he was alone. He thought he could do whatever he wanted without anybody noticing. But that was not the case, because plainclothes officers were watching DeSantis along with his property as soon as he arrived at the home. There were also other surveillance tools that were being used, which I'm not allowed to discuss, but this was 24-hour surveillance by armed officers, which was directed by the Florida Attorney General's office. And I know that because I was told this directly by a high-level source in that office. I was also told that the reason the Florida State Attorney General's office became aware of this case in the first place and of DeSantis' presence in the state is that they saw my coverage of the case. Here's what I wrote on X at 1:16 p.m. on October 3rd. Quote, "This case should be getting a lot more attention. Should be massively viral. We need the White House on it. A man who broke into a house and stabbed a child to death is now walking free. One of the most heinous miscarriages of justice in American history."
I don't understand how that happened.
Now, I didn't know when I wrote that post that Ronald DeSantis had just acquired a Florida state driver's license and moved into his new home just hours earlier on the same day, right next to an elementary school, from the Unlimited L's account on X, which posted a news clip about the case. And I reposted it with my commentary, trying to get as much attention as I possibly could to it. And soon afterwards, the White House press secretary said that the Trump administration was going to be getting involved in some way in this case, was going to look into it. And in response, a lot of people were understandably cynical. You know, we're all familiar with how this kind of story usually plays out. There's a grave injustice. The government promises to address it, and then nothing happens. But in this case, something did happen. Florida officials saw what I wrote, and they ordered 24-hour surveillance immediately. That same day, they leapt into action. From a practical, tactical perspective, they had to make sure that DeSantis wouldn't murder any more children, and they had to do that as soon as possible. But from a legal perspective, they also had to find a way, legally, to put Ronald DeSantis back in prison for a very long time, as long as possible, anyway. And that's precisely what happened next. And that's why within a few days, as soon as they could, those Florida officers arrested DeSantis and charged him with a violation of the terms of his release. And we'll put the relevant portion of those terms up on the screen right now. You can see it. It reads, quote, "You shall not violate any law or city ordinance of this state or any other state or of the United States." Now, pretty simple. Obviously, this is kind of a boilerplate provision. It's likely that Ronald DeSantis, if he even read the terms of his release, which he probably didn't, wouldn't care about this. He's never demonstrated any concern for the law at any time in his life, so why would he start now? But the Florida Attorney General's office was very interested in this provision because they're familiar with the following provision in Florida law. It reads, quote, "Any person who has been convicted of a crime in any federal court or in any court of a state other than Florida, or of any foreign state or country, which crime if committed in Florida would be a felony, shall forthwith, within 48 hours after entering any county in the state, register with the sheriff of said county in the same manner as provided for in subsection 2. And subsection 2 describes the process of going to the sheriff, getting fingerprinted, getting photographed, doing all that. Now, violating this law, which is failing to register as a felon, is a low-level misdemeanor. But a low-level misdemeanor is a very big deal when you're out of prison on early release or parole or anything like it. In fact, a low-level misdemeanor can be the difference between going free and living near an elementary school full of potential victims and going to prison for another 10 years. And the state of Florida recognized that. They understood that under the law as it stands, this is the best way to protect the public from Ronald DeSantis. Now, he should not be out of prison in the first place. He should have been executed. He should at least be in prison for the rest of his life. But under the law as it currently stands, this is what they could do. They could take him into custody, which they did. And that's where he remains right now without bail. He's going to be sent back to Kentucky soon, and we're told that it's very likely that Kentucky officials will ultimately revoke his early release as a result, not because they want to, of course, but because of the PR disaster that's resulted from this case. They really have no choice. So, and that means he's going to go back to prison for another 10 years. So to be clear, a single post on social media led to a response from the White House, 24-hour surveillance, and ultimately the removal of a child killer from the streets. And there's a very good chance that the state of Florida saved lives here.
Right.
I mean, and I think it's almost certain that they did. And we're so used to government dysfunction that a rapid response like this seems kind of unthinkable. It can seem pointless to raise hell about anything on social media. But as we're often told, social media isn't real life. You know, Twitter isn't real life. X isn't real life. But this all seems pretty real to me. Now, if you're a bleeding heart type, you might object that Ronald DeSantis is the victim of lawfare, because if we're being honest, Ronald DeSantis probably wasn't even aware of this Florida law. Well, too bad, first of all. And second, that's not what lawfare is. Lawfare is when you apply existing laws in a clearly malicious, unequal, and novel way, far removed from their original intent, and you do it for often political reasons. For example, charging Donald Trump for storing classified material while letting Joe Biden hoard boxes of classified documents in his garage, that's lawfare. And every single Trump prosecution was like this. By contrast, the law in the state of Florida has a very clear purpose. It's to keep the people of Florida safe from out-of-state felons, and that law is working perfectly as intended right now. But there are deeper problems that need to be addressed here because, you know, the state of Florida cannot solve all of Kentucky's problems by itself. So take a look at this segment featuring Ronald DeSantis' former public defender, who's a woman named Bridget Hoffler. Hoffler has left the public defender's office since defending DeSantis and now serves as an assistant county attorney in Carroll County, Kentucky. So she's a prosecutor now. And specifically, she's a prosecutor focusing on neglect and abuse cases involving children. But she absolutely should not be. She should be fired immediately. And that's not because she represented Ronald DeSantis. Everybody, no matter how evil they are, is legally entitled to a criminal defense in this country. That's the law. That should be the law, and it is. That's not why she should be fired. She should be fired because Bridget Hoffler just gave the following interview after Ronald DeSantis' release. This is how she is talking about a man who murdered a child less than a decade ago. This is a report from a local news station. Quote, DeSantis' former attorney, Bridget Hoffler, said DeSantis called her after he was released. She said she was initially shocked that he was let out early because it was such a contentious case. Yeah, contentious is one way to put it. But, quote, it didn't really surprise me. If anybody deserved to get out early, it was Ron. He had accomplished so much while he was in prison. Now, to be clear, again, this is a prosecutor who says that a prosecutor now, who says that a child killer deserved an early release from prison because he accomplished so much while he was in prison.
Don't get off.
Now, this is the very definition of suicidal empathy, which is an overwhelmingly female problem, a liberal female problem. Once you
Yeah, I couldn't stand that. Sorry.
in that line. Like, for example, the Taliban in Venezuela is supposed to be secret, but now everybody knows about it. Also, the U.S. has declared a trade war against China, and Ukraine is warned of major Russian escalation in Belarus. And we have very big news tonight, and it's good to see you all once again. And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of significant developments from quite literally every single region around the globe again today. As we have been able to hear, the United States of America, through the Office of the President, has publicly stated that the super secret U.S. Special Operations campaign, which is now being launched as a part of the CIA and multiple other governmental agencies, is now being conducted inside of Venezuela, with multiple U.S. agencies conducting top secret infiltrations into the country that we now know about here in the public. We have also been able to hear at the exact same time that 3 U.S. B-52 Stratofortress bombers have been spotted off the coast of Venezuela today. This led to a significant stir inside of Venezuela, and also the scrambling of several F-16 fighter jets to attempt to conduct an interception of the B-52 Stratofortress bombers that were flying over the coast of Venezuela not too far away. We have also heard an additional statement that apparently at least one strike on a Colombian drug cartel boat has been conducted in the midst of the campaign, and either was mistaken for a Venezuelan narco vessel or was decided to be attacked nonetheless. We have also heard that the United States is looking at conducting strikes on land inside of Venezuela here soon, once again making it incredibly clear that the United States is moving towards attempting to provoke the Venezuelans as much as they possibly can. In the meantime, we have also been able to hear of other major developments inside of Europe. as the Ukrainian armed forces on the Pokrovsk battlefield have managed to push the Russian Federation back on the northern flank once again over the course of the day. This is coming at the same time as further unification efforts have been conducted by the Russian Federation and Belarus, and we've also seen that the Ukrainians have started to raise the alarm that significant actions are occurring that are considered escalatory. In the meantime, the United States of America has approved the sale of Tomahawk cruise missiles to the state of Ukraine and are stating that they're planning on those sales being conducted here within the very near future, while simultaneously the United States is also declaring an official trade war with the People's Republic of China as of today. The People's Republic of China has continued its escalatory actions against the Republic of the Philippines by setting up some form of buoys around the area of the Scarborough Shoal, while North Korea is getting assistance from the Russian Federation in building submarines, and South Korea has noted that multiple new defenses have been set up by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea along the demilitarized zone. Not only that, inside of the Taliban-Pakistan war, we have been able to hear that a ceasefire, a 48-hour long one at that, has finally been achieved by the two sides. However, it does appear that the Pakistanis have been able to deal some significant blows to the Taliban during that very period. And we've also heard that the Republic of India, as a side note, has given an assurance to the United States of America that they will not be conducting any further trade with the Russian Federation on the purchases of oils. The State of Israel has now insisted today that there are, as a matter of fact, more bodies that Hamas is in possession of than claimed, and that this may lead to some sort of a degradation of the peace deal and a continuation of the war, as we are also hearing that new war plans are already being prepared by the Israelis. What a coincidence. We have also heard outside of that the Russian Federation has taken another major hit today inside of Ufa at an oil refinery, and a Russian aircraft happened to drop a 1,000-pound bomb into the middle of Saratov that luckily did not go off as it had not been armed yet, but it just happened to fall right off the bottom of the aircraft. We have also heard that the Novorossiysk, the ill-fated submarine with the diesel leak, has somehow finally made it into the Baltics today, and we've also heard of an appearance of another Russian Kilo-class submarine in the area of the Baltic Sea as well, which is being observed heavily by the Swedish Navy. We have a huge amount of news to cover today, and these are just the largest stories of the day. This is not every single story from the largest to the smallest that we have, and of course, we're going to make sure to cover every single major story that we just talked about, and all of the smaller ones that we have in between. But suffice it to say, like largely every other day of the week these days, there was absolutely no shortage of major news coming out from around the entirety of the world, and we are going to be making sure to get into every single piece of it, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on through the news into the smaller stories through the night. So, with that in mind, we are going to be starting off inside of the Americas today, as we have been able to hear of significant developments and direct U.S. involvement on the ground inside of Venezuela, per the office of the President of the United States. This is something, for this reason, that we can confirm with 100% certainty. Many of y'all know that here on the Enforcer channel, we have been analyzing the possibility of U.S. ground operations being conducted inside of Venezuela by special forces and other governmental agencies of the United States, including the CIA. The last time we analyzed this on air, we actually stated that U.S. forces based out of Trinidad and Tobago, most likely using the 160th SOAR, Special Operations Aviation Regiment of the U.S. Army, would be able to conduct deep penetration raids into the nation of Venezuela, dropping off special forces operatives and possibly other operatives, including those of the CIA, to be able to conduct actions inside of Venezuela to either attempt to destabilize the government or to set up some sort of a attempted uprising or coup d'etat against the current existent government. It actually appears that that is highly likely the case at this point, as the President of the United States today, in a press conference, actually stated that they are officially conducting covert CIA actions at a minimum inside of Venezuela, per the New York Times. An additional statement was also made when asked by the press whether or not the CIA had the authorization to kill Maduro. The president then stated, "I don't want to answer a question like that," largely cutting the question off and then moving on to further ones. Nevertheless, this is a full-scale confirmation at this point that the United States of America has been, at least for some time, involved directly on the ground inside of the nation of Venezuela. And there are a wide myriad of operations that the CIA and Special Operations Forces could be conducting inside of the country at this point that is supposed to be super secret, but now everyone in the public knows about it because of the statements by the President of the United States today. Still, the statement doesn't really give away a great deal, at least in terms of operational security, about where exactly these Special Forces teams are and what they are doing inside of the nation of Venezuela, or for that matter, the CIA operatives, which were officially stated as of today. But one thing is quite clear: the United States is not looking to de-escalate the situation, but is looking to further escalate the situation with the Venezuelans, as the President of the United States also stated that he is currently looking at strikes against Venezuelan cartels on land. To lay out the lay of the land, at least on the strategic and diplomatic level, let me explain to you all what we are seeing right now. So, with this in mind, here's what we know. One, we claim that Maduro and his government are an extension of the cartel. There is currently a $50 million bounty out on Maduro, issued by the United States of America for his capture alive due to his involvement in narco-terrorist operations. So largely, we do view the Venezuelan government as an official extension of the cartels within this region. This largely means that when we speak, at least on a U.S. official level at this point, about curbing cartel operations inside of Venezuela, the government is not out of reach, as we do consider it an extension of the cartel and largely a sub-department or an agency of the existing cartels within the country. Secondly, with the existence of the CIA operatives inside of Venezuela being confirmed, and also the general confirmation along with that multiple special forces, including those agents of the CIA, are currently involved on the ground in Venezuela, we are very clearly understanding at this point that there are preparatory operations being made. Either they're collecting intelligence, a preparation or a preparatory operation to ensure that U.S. strikes will be as successful as possible when they are conducted, or they are currently trying to conduct assassinations against high-level officials inside of the Venezuelan government, and while we have not been able to see any of those being conducted yet, they still could be either actively attempting to assassinate those officials, or gathering enough intelligence and information to allow for the United States Armed Forces or for some sort of a special operations team to conduct the assassination hit directly against those Venezuelan government officials. We also understand that listing posts, general photography and pictures, and also multiple other operations could be made, along with stirring up public dissent against the government and possibly trying to buy off support in the opposition against the Maduro government by buying them outright with hard cash, a similar tactic that was seen inside of Afghanistan in the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan in 2001, where CIA operatives conducted the very same operations to buy off support against the existent Taliban government in Afghanistan, and a similar sort of a tactic could be conducted by the CIA against the Maduro regime inside of Venezuela. We have also been able to hear additionally that there is a large amount of U.S. forces within the area, including the USS Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group, multiple Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, along with a Ticonderoga-class missile cruiser, the USS Lake Erie, a littoral combat ship, a Freedom-class littoral combat ship, along with several F-35Bs of the United States Marine Corps, an entire air wing of them, 10 F-35s, and the entire 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit, the 22nd MU, which is currently based out of Puerto Rico. We also understand that the 160th Special Operation Aviation Regiment of the U.S. Army is currently based somewhere out of Trinidad and Tobago, and the United States is still exploring the opportunity of basing U.S. forces to some extent inside of the island of Grenada, which is also incredibly close to Venezuela. We have also heard today that the United States of America has conducted significant flights of B-52 Stratofortresses near to the area of the coastline of Venezuela and their airspace, as several B-52Hs were seen around the area and were conducting orbits, including Bunny 1, Bunny 2, and Bunny number 3. It does appear that those some deadly bunnies right there. I'll tell you what an interesting name for those aircraft. But also, it took a little flyby by Cuba too. Notice that it sort of went right by the side of Cuba on the way to Venezuela. It really did, actually. That was an interesting note that they did take a little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump right through this area, this strait between the Yucatan Peninsula and the most western area of Cuba, which was a little bit interesting note, and they pretty much skirted all the way along Cuba on their way down, possibly trying to either avoid Cuban airspace, and this was the easiest path to take, or trying to send some sort of a message to the Cubans about what could be coming their way, considering they really have no way to even defend against a B-52 if it was carpet bombing them, which most people would actually have a defense to these days. Still, the United States of America has conducted a large air presence in the area today as a result of the flights of B-52H Stratofortresses. And also, really quickly, folks, I do want to say this. That was probably the quickest and easiest flight path to take, considering that those B-52 bombers did take off from Barksdale Air Force Base here in Shreveport, Louisiana, which is where most of the current operational B-52H Stratofortresses are currently based based out of. So it's highly likely that that path was taken and it ended up skirting along a large part of the coastline of Cuba, because that would have been the most opportune route to take and the shortest one, instead of conducting a longer flight around Cuba and also Haiti and the Dominican Republic to the north, and then having to skirt directly across Puerto Rico and then down into the Eastern Caribbean. So it may have been, and of course there's two options here, there's never a clear answer to anything. It may have been to save on the amount of flight hours that these aircraft would be involved in, or it may have also been an additional show of force against the Cubans, one way or the other. We have also heard that as a response to this, the Venezuelans did panic and did mobilize F-16s, which were airborne, to respond to the B-52 flights that were outside of the country. According to information that we had gotten earlier in the day, Venezuelan F-16s were reportedly airborne from the El Libertador Air Base inside of Aragua. We were then later able to see one of these F-16s taking off from the air base in Aragua in this clip right here. Kind of interesting they're using F-16s to go after our aircraft, considering that the F-16 is an American-made fighter jet. That's sort of a strange thing that Venezuela is anti-U.S., but yet they use our fighter. Yeah, I would have to say it is a fairly interesting deal. Funnily enough, they actually have a decent amount of F-16s in the Venezuelan Air Force, because before they went the whole Maduro route, they were actually largely somewhat American aligned. And then after they went the Maduro path, that's when we started to see that the Venezuelans started to get access to a larger amount of Chinese and Russian equipment like they have today. But if we take a look at the Venezuelan Air Force, just to show you all this right here really quickly, we can actually see, if we go down to the list of operational aircraft, they actually have only 3 F-16s. Only 3 of them. Oh, wow. I bet they're having a hard time getting replacement parts for them, too, considering the U.S. is not on good terms with them. I would have to assume probably so. I mean, it is interesting, folks, because I remember that they actually had a larger number of F-16s than this, at least in the past. I guess they retired a lot of them, because the last time I looked at these figures, it was a couple of years ago. But they also have 21 Su-30s, which is their most numerous multi-role aircraft that they have in their Air Force, although it's more so of an air superiority fighter than a true multi-role like we would have inside the United States. Still, it does appear that at least at the moment, the Venezuelans did respond with the limited number of F-16s that they had, flying them out towards the area of the B-52 bombers and generally conducting either some sort of an interdiction flight or a combat air patrol as a result of the arrival of the B-52s off of their coastline. A lot of people are looking at the situation at this moment, in the entire lens that we have at this point, and they're starting to wonder, what is the actual U.S. goal? And I also have to put out there a couple of additional facts that we already know of, so that we can get all the information in one spot tonight and then make a decision off of this. The U.S. government has suspended all diplomatic talks with the Venezuelans, even with the proposed offer that is rumored that the Venezuelans are pretty much going to cut all ties with the Chinese and the Russians and pretty much become an American satellite economically. We have also seen that the Venezuelan government has continued to state that they will defend themselves to the last man, and they've been conducting significant mobilization and defensive operations in their country for the past few months as a result of these actions. The United States has been attacking and bombing narco-terrorist boats that are Venezuelan off of the coast of Venezuela, and are now stating, as a result of the lack of response by the Venezuelans, that they're now going to be moving on to direct airstrikes and attacks on land inside of Venezuela. With all of these facts considered at the base level, along with everything else that we've told you all about so far today, a lot of people are talking about what the United States is planning on doing inside of Venezuela. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well? All right, so y'all might recall, we actually predicted this about a week ago, or actually a little over a week ago, actually. We had said and speculated that the CIA probably already has operatives well inside of Venezuela, and they're probably all over the place, either softening up the Venezuelans for invasion, or doing some type of operations like that for reconnaissance. So it turns out we were actually right, because they've apparently been there, and they have been authorized officially by U.S. officials. So it's supposed to be a super secret operation that we've been told about, so that's a little bit interesting. But what is the objective? And 62% said to oust the Maduro regime by force, covertly that is, and 19% said to scare Maduro into compliance, and 13% said is to soften Venezuela for invasion. So I gotta admit, not a really good strategy here. We're basically blowing the lid on the covert CIA operation, at least the U.S. officials are, by saying that our goons are currently running around in Venezuela. That's a little bit of an interesting strategy. I've never really seen that one employed before, to tell people that a covert operation is underway on their soil. Seems a little bit interesting. Also, quite a bad decision. But nonetheless, though, it's known about. It's an open secret now. So I would say ousting the Maduro regime by force, that is probably their main objective right now, and I would not be shocked if they're trying to cash in on that $50 million bounty that's currently on Maduro. So I think they're going after him. I'm with the 62%. I'm not sure about the invasion option. Still a little bit shaky on that one, but I am confident they're probably trying to oust Maduro and his buddies. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, one, it's a little bit interesting, like Matthew did say, that the super secret operation to infiltrate Venezuela and use our special forces as well as our CIA agents, which could be largely true to special forces as well, to slowly shift the situation in our favor in Venezuela and then announce that to the public is probably not the best idea, and generally goes against the whole idea of the entire situation being covert, or the entire operation being covert. Nevertheless, one thing I will say is that the admittance of this sort of an operation in Venezuela would generally lead us to believe that the objective is to oust the Maduro regime by force. We generally have already been working off of that premise for a while here on the channel, and not only that, we predicted the arrival of special forces, whether they be CIA operatives or special forces themselves inside the country, for quite some time now. As a matter of fact, it was a good while ago when the 160th SOAR was spotted conducting helicopter flights near to Trinidad and Tobago that we largely stated that it was highly likely that insertion operations were being conducted by the Special Operations Forces of different forms of U.S. operatives and agents into the country to allow for either a gathering of critical intelligence and data directly from the ground, or to get people in place that can point a laser at a target and let a JDAM smack down right on top of that laser. There's also a load of other things that they could be doing. There's a million different things that CIA agents and the special forces could be conducting inside of Venezuela at the moment, but this pretty much confirms our analysis from about a week or two ago that that's exactly what's going on inside the country. With that in mind, we do not undertake significant operations like these without some sort of an end goal. And considering that we're making it incredibly clear that we're going to be escalating the direct armed actions against Venezuela and now conducting strikes on land, along with the fact that there are special forces operatives inside of the country at this point, it is becoming wildly clear, based on the picture that's forming in the public, that we are planning on ousting the Maduro regime or conducting a significant armed action against Venezuela, with or without overthrowing Maduro, one or the other, and that is incredibly clear. I would have to say that at this point, we're pretty much just ticking down the clock to seeing that a full-blown war between the United States and Venezuela kicks off. And I have a feeling that that cannot be that much longer from this point. Venezuela is pretty much backed into a corner. There isn't really any way for them to get any form of foreign support, and the United States has continued to escalate the situation to where they either have to respond or the end result will generally end up being the same. We're either going to keep escalating until we get to the point that we conduct an armed invasion in Venezuela and overthrow the Maduro regime, or conduct some sort of a CIA coup to overthrow the Maduro regime, or the Venezuelans are going to attempt to defend themselves by firing at the United States, which will give us the proper diplomatic justification to state that the Maduro regime is definitely connected to the narco-terrorist groups that we are attacking inside of the country, because they are now conducting an armed defense, not of Venezuela, but of those cartels that we are attempting to attack. Therefore, for that reason, we are now able to go after Venezuela as a sponsor of terrorism, as an international diplomatic stance, and that's one that largely would stand incredibly well, at least for Western aligned countries and those that generally find themselves down the middle. Not necessarily Western aligned, but not Chinese aligned either. I would say that that's a very high likelihood at this point, and I'd also have to add to you, all of y'all, that if you start to see further increases of U.S. military activities within this area, that's not going to be unexpected at this point, without a doubt. It is going to be guaranteed that there will be increased U.S. military operations in the Eastern Caribbean as a result of this, and directly against Venezuela as well. I would also say to y'all that it's probably going to be within the next 2 weeks that we see the first direct ground strikes or airstrikes in Venezuela happen on land, as that will be the next step in escalations. It doesn't really appear that the boat attacks are getting a response from the Venezuelans, at least at this point. point, so they're going to escalate and conduct ground attacks on Venezuela, and then hope that eventually the Venezuelans will respond to that instead. It does appear that a lot of people are also talking about the U.S. sending the B-52 bombers off the coast of Venezuela today, and what the United States largely meant by those actions as well. And Matthew, what are people thinking about those, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so we did see the B-52 bombers go right next to Caracas, the capital of Venezuela, which is a very symbolic thing to do from the U.S. perspective. And also, Venezuela responded by sending their F-16s airborne, at least one of them of their fleet of 3. So what was the goal for the U.S. to do this? And it looks like the poll is almost evenly split. 42% said it was a test run for an aerial assault against Venezuela, while 42% also said it was merely for intimidation, and 11% said they were just sightseeing. That's all they were doing, was going down there for a nice look at the coast. And I would say personally, I think it was merely for intimidation. I think it's very clearly that reason. These things took off from Shreveport inside of Louisiana, and they flew all the way down past Cuba and all the way down 100 miles away from Caracas, merely to let Maduro know that he is within reach of the United States. So I'm with the 43%. I think it was merely for intimidation. And granted, this was a very expensive intimidation tactic, because they had to fly all the way from Louisiana down there to Venezuela, and then they're going to fly, I assume, all the way back. So it was intimidation, but at what cost? And also, we already have a ton of boats and ships around the area, so I would say Maduro's already scared enough, but I guess the B-52s were a little added cherry on top, I guess you could say. But Enforcer, what say you?
The B-52s are what we call the spice of life, in the fact that they make living very spicy and very hard to achieve. But beyond that, I would have to say that I would be with the 45%. It clearly was for intimidation. I would not expect that U.S. B-52 bombers would be used in any heavy form to conduct strikes against Venezuela. The B-52s, if they were used to conduct strikes against Venezuela, would pretty much leverage the same sort of firepower that any of the U.S. naval vessels within the region currently have as well, which is pretty much just cruise missiles. B-52s do not conduct carpet bombing operations any longer. B-52s, in their modern air war doctrine, use only standoff weapons, meaning that these B-52s, a lot like the Russian bombers you see in Russia, would fly several hundred miles or, nearly 1,000 miles away from their target, and they would just start dropping off cruise missiles out there. Those cruise missiles would then fly to their targets and slam right into them. Generally, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to send B-52s on that sort of an operation, as the U.S. Navy could generally conduct those operations on their own with the amount of Tomahawks that they'll have available at any given moment inside the region. So I have a feeling that that was most likely for intimidation, because it seems that the current administration considers aircraft to be the most intimidating sort of a symbol that we have against other countries. The B-2 flyover over Putin in Alaska, the B-2 flyover here, there, and everywhere else, including the one over Iran where we actually bombed them, and now this one with the B-52s flying off the coast visibly seen. So I'd have a feeling that this is most likely some sort of an intimidation tactic rather than anything, as I would highly doubt that they would ever use a B-52 bomber in any sort of a bombing operation against the Venezuelans, and that would most likely be left up to the Navy alone. But
I wonder why they didn't send the B-2 stealth bombers down there, because that seems to be the president's favorite right now, is to send the B-2s around. That's like the big bad boogeyman of the bomber fleet right now, is the B-2s, which is a pretty old aircraft actually, but that seems to be the favorite. But I guess they wanted to switch it up a little bit. I guess they've overused the B-2, so they sent the B-52 down there instead to go intimidate them. Honestly, I would say between the two, I think the B-52 is probably as intimidating, if not a slightly more intimidating than even the B-2, at least in my opinion.
I'll be honest with you, the B-52 is a pretty scary aircraft, especially when you consider that it can carry, I think, over a dozen ALCMs on a single aircraft. That's a fairly intimidating sort of a thing to think about on the conventional side of things. None of our B-52s, by the way, folks, are nuclear capable any longer. All of them have lost their nuclear capable status, so they can only use conventional standoff weaponry. So just to put that out there, these do not pose a nuclear threat to the Venezuelans by any degree. And I also see a lot of people talking about what we are doing in Venezuela. And many of y'all will know, and of course I've got to speak about it as far as American interests go. Many of y'all know that we're not really a big fan of the U.S. conducting any actions against Venezuela currently. And while I definitely do see a strong case for U.S. military intervention in Venezuela, I do not see it at this present day and moment right now. Once again, like I've said multiple times, this is something that we could deal with 5 to 7 years in the future, and the situation would end up the same as it is right now. However, when speaking about the Venezuelans, we do have to understand something, and this is something that a lot of people do not get when they talk about foreign policy. foreign policy is inherently unfair. We do not give the same sort of leeway to our enemies that we give to ourselves. I see some people saying that the Russian invasion of Ukraine is the same thing that the US is doing to Venezuela. One, that's just generally not even true on the face of things. Two, if it is true, even if it is, I have to tell you all, unfortunately, that's how foreign policy works. If you think it's fair, then you're doing foreign policy all wrong. We are supposed to be, in foreign policy, saying that every action that the United States of America does is justified for our national defense. And whenever our enemies do something that is justified for their national defense, we denounce it and say that it's absolutely heinous and they're equivalent to the devil. That's how foreign policy works. You never really get anywhere being fair in foreign policy, and historically that's always been the case. But generally with what we're doing in Venezuela, a lot of people have been saying that it has to do with the oil that is existing in Venezuela, and I have to tell you that that's not necessarily the case. Currently, Venezuela is not a large producer of crude oil. They do, however, have massive underground deposits of oil that have not been accessed yet, which does have a large energy potential within them. However, that energy potential has never been tapped. And when we're speaking about the United States trying to control the current flow of oil, unrealized oil deposits that are not being extracted do not really play into the strategic picture all that much and generally play second fiddle to the oil that's already flowing and being extracted from the oil fields. When we are talking about the price of crude oil per barrel around the world right now, the only thing that matters is the amount of available crude oil that's being pumped out of the ground and shipped by ship or by pipeline every single day. So the unrealized oil fields that are not being extracted from have no impact on the flow of oil or the price that matter anywhere around the world. So it generally is not for that fact, as we have very little trade with the Venezuelans on their crude, and hardly anyone does because their crude oil is high sulfur content. High sulfur content crude oil is incredibly difficult to refine and process, and for that reason, a lot of countries would like to go with even other methods like oil sands, shale, and so on to be able to try and get their crude oil instead of having to deal with the extremely convoluted and difficult process of refining high sulfur content Venezuelan oil. However, what we're really trying to do in Venezuela is we are trying to curb Chinese influence. As many of you all have seen, the United States of America has been on an endless campaign since the new administration came into office on trying to curb or completely delete Chinese influence through Central and South America. Many of y'all will remember that the United States threatened to annex the Panama Canal Zone in Panama because of the rising Chinese influence inside the country, which actually was true. There is a large presence, at least at the time, economically, inside of the Republic of Panama. That actually forced the Panamanians to pretty much sever all economic relations with the People's Republic of China and largely shift pretty much entirely economically back towards the United States of America, ensuring that the country is economically tethered to us, and for that reason will have indefinite access to the Panama Canal in every situation. Now with Venezuela, we do know that while those unrealized oil fields that are not being extracted from do not affect the price of oil or the flow of oil on a day-to-day basis, we do know that the Chinese are currently investing and do have a drilling rig in Lake Maracaibo here on the western side of Venezuela that is attempting to drill into one of those unrealized oil deposits and start extraction. That not only gets China access to this crappy high sulfur crude, but it also allows the Venezuelans to make money. And the more money that Venezuela makes as a result of Chinese financial ventures in their country, the more connected Venezuela becomes to the Chinese. Growing Chinese influence inside of South America is the end result. For that reason, that's why the United States is doing what we're doing right now. It has nothing to do necessarily with the cartels. Saying that we are going to try and deal with the cartels by taking over Venezuela or overthrowing Maduro is like saying my entire foot is frostbitten and has turned black and is falling off right now. So to fix that, we're going to take my pinky toe on that frostbitten foot and chop it off and hope that that fixes the frostbite. The cartels exist beyond the pinky toe. They exist in the whole foot that is Central and Northern South America, and because of that, there's no way to deal with the cartels just by dealing with Venezuela. You would have to deal with the entirety of Central and South America to even cause a dent, and still, they would just rise back out of the criminal underworld, which is where they exist, after the United States left. So there really isn't any way to deal with them in that form, and for that reason, the current publicly announced reasons for our actions against Venezuela do not really stand up to scrutiny, and the more plausible explanation would be the continued curbing of Chinese influence, a lot like we did with Panama earlier in the year. On top of that, we also were able to hear that apparently there was either some form of collateral or an intentional attack that was conducted against a Colombian vessel, as at least one U.S. military strike in the Caribbean over the last 2 months targeted Colombian nationals on a boat that it left from Colombia, according to 2 people briefed by the Pentagon about the strikes. So it appears that there may have been a Colombian vessel attacked in prior strikes that we've heard of and seen so far on the channel. We are just not sure which one is the Colombian vessel and why in the world it was hit by the United States. Whether or not the intelligence was faulty and we hit the wrong boat, or whether the intelligence was accurate and we decided to hit the boat anyways, is unclear. But one thing we can confirm is that apparently there is some sort of a Colombian boat that has now been involved in the situation over the prior months and has been hit and destroyed by U.S. forces in the past, now that we're getting that information today. A lot of people have also been talking about the continued claims that the U.S. will strike, that the United States striking a Venezuelan drug boat was actually not Venezuelan. It was, as a matter of fact, Colombian. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so this is a pretty interesting claim right here, and it's got people a little bit concerned that maybe the U.S. is not doing proper due process before they target and strike these drug boats, these alleged drug boats that are currently off the coast of Venezuela. Because we heard today the allegation, that is, that a U.S. strike apparently struck a Colombian drug boat instead of a Venezuelan cartel drug boat in one of these strikes. So what are your thoughts about that? And 32% said it sounds likely to be true, while 26% said it sounds like a false story, and 28% said it could be a 50-50 chance it could go either way. So right now, this is according to anonymous sources, according to the article that we currently have, so take it with a grain of salt. We don't have anybody on the record saying this is the case, but what we're hearing so far is apparently the boat that was struck, or at least one of them, was carrying Colombians affiliated with a Colombian terrorist organization, and according to the allegation, the Pentagon was unable to determine the individual identities of each person on the boat before they struck them. So if that's true, that's a little bit concerning, because right now, apparently they did not have a positive identification before they struck those vessels, or at least one of the vessels, and it could have been people that were not identified properly. So that's a little bit concerning. But at the same time, though, if it was still a drug boat, I would say, it's within their right to strike it, but we don't really know all the details right now, and it sounds like it's a little bit more murky than previously thought, which sort of lends credibility to the idea that some people had in the chat that they're not properly identifying these people. So I'm going to say I'm with the 28%. It sounds like a 50-50 chance, and without somebody being on the record for it, it's kind of hard to say if this is true for a concrete fact, but it's a little bit concerning. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would also have to say that it's a 50-50 chance. We really don't know who the source was for this, and it could be that this is true information, or it could have been just a rumor that was passed around and then quickly dismissed due to an additional corroboration of intelligence that was had later that we haven't heard about. So I would generally have to say I'm also unsure on this one as well. I do see a lot of people talking about the current actions that the United States are conducting against the cartel boats in Venezuela, and I also see some people continuing to state that the actions are illegal. And generally, I have to say this to a lot of people that do not know this or do not understand this, possibly because they've never heard of this. Terrorist groups get the same protections that a group of pirates gets, which is none. If a group is suspected to be involved in terrorist operations, and there is some reasonable suspicion that that group is involved in terrorist activities, it is generally legal by international law to engage and destroy those terrorist forces without any further delay. Terrorist forces are not treated as domestic citizens in international law, to where you have to go up with a boat on a megaphone and tell them to turn off the boat, hand over the keys, and give a driver's license and proof of insurance. If they are suspected of being involved in some sort of terrorist operations, as the cartels have been declared terrorists by the United States of America, they can be engaged with and destroyed by any measures that the United States deems necessary, as that is how terrorist groups are dealt with, a lot like piracy is also dealt with in the same way. If you do not know, the Somalian pirates of the early 2000s and the late 2010s were dealt with in the same way. A Somalian fishing boat could be seen off of the coast, and if you all don't know, generally pirates and terrorists, or like the cartels, for example, use fishing boats because why the hell would they be transporting drugs on a yacht? That wouldn't really make too much sense. They're trying to make a profit on this stuff, so it's obviously going to be cheap, so they're going to use the most cheap thing available, which is a fishing boat. If you see any evidence of weapons in that boat, or if you see any evidence of any sort of illegal contraband in the vessel, that pretty much gives you the reasonable suspicion to say this is either a pirate or it's a terrorist, and you can open fire without any regard for the safety or health of the persons on board the vessel, or for the sake of the vessel for that matter either. If you don't really want to see this sort of a thing happening, it's best generally to not be a terrorist or involved in any sort of piracy or illegal cartel operations. That's really the best way to go about it. I know a lot of people like to say that it's wrong to do this, but at the same time, I haven't seen anyone having any issues with the United States of America in the past conducting airstrikes against the Houthis, which also use fishing boats to attempt to board and seize commercial shipping inside the southern Red Sea. I've seen nobody make any exceptions to the Houthis, and if you watch the footage of us blowing up their fishing boats, it is pretty much impossible to tell if any of those guys are involved in Houthi forces or operations, because the guns are sitting at the bottom of the boat where you can hardly see them, and you just see a whole bunch of guys standing around in a fishing boat going towards a larger shipping vessel out in the middle of the Red Sea. So once again, you can make the same claim there. Should the U.S. Navy go up to every single Houthi terrorist inside the southern Red Sea with a rib and a giant megaphone out going, "Stop, we need to ensure that you're terrorists before we fire on you," because we would be very sad if you weren't a terrorist. Generally, that's not going to happen. Probable cause would say that they're terrorists involved in terroristic operations, and as long as U.S. intelligence is able to say that with some reasonable suspicion, the strike will most likely be approved.
Well, I think what people's problem is with it, and honestly, I would say I personally have a problem with it myself, is we're not really getting a very clear answer from the government as to how they're choosing which boats to strike that are leaving Venezuela. Right now, we really don't know anything. It could be as simple as the U.S. is targeting any vessel that's heading out into open international waters from Venezuela and assuming that it's a drug boat, and then they're saying, let's strike it. Right now, we don't know if that's the case. It could be that simple, the method of engagement. It could be that simple. Or it could be that maybe the intelligence agencies had some type of pre-warning or pre-knowledge that that vessel was leaving port with drugs, and they already had it in their sights, and once it entered international waters, then they strike it. But it seems a little bit concerning that there are allegations being lobbed around that the U.S. does not have positive identifications on the individuals in the boat before they actually strike it. Because let's say for hypothetically, let's say this. Let's say a Venezuelan fisherman, which, you know, I'll get into some details about that in a second, but let's say a Venezuelan fisherman's heading out into international waters and the U.S. mistakes them for a cartel member and then accidentally strikes them with no due process. That would be obviously not good whatsoever. But to the U.S.'s credit, though, I will say this. Most of the boats that have been struck, they obviously have large outboard motors, multiple large outboard motors, which is not normal for a fishing vessel. Also, they do appear to be carrying some sort of brick-like style payload, like kilos, I guess you could say. So that's also a giveaway that they could be hauling some illicit substances. So it's a little bit tricky, I will admit. It's not as straightforward as I think some are making it out to be, and I do see the concern from several.
I would have to say, though, that at the same time, if there's any reasonable suspicion that some vessel is involved in terrorist operations like the transportation of drugs, we don't have to verify the individuals on board that vessel. Every single Somali pirate boat may have not had every single person on board that vessel as a pirate involved in piracy. Someone might have just been along for the ride. That still didn't stop them from getting obliterated by any Navy that was patrolling the area during the anti-piracy patrols that we had in the late 2000s and the early 2010s. If reasonable suspicion is involved that the boat is involved in some sort of terroristic or illegal contraband activities, generally the deference is given that they are most likely all on board, assumed to be a part of terroristic operations or piracy, and they're given generally no quarter.
Yeah, but the problem with that is they're taking the lives of the people on the boat. So I would say having a suspicion is not enough, in my personal opinion. That's just simply not enough. Obviously, Venezuela has people that are within their country, within their borders, conducting narco-terrorism. But at the same time, we can't say that every single boat leaving Venezuela is a narco-terror boat. That's a little bit too far, in my opinion. So typically, the U.S. has had very, very strong rules of engagement. But right now, we're not getting any publicly stated knowledge right now from the U.S. officials about what the current engagement rules even are. It seems like it's either they're keeping it secret or they want to keep it away from the public's eye, one or the other. So the U.S. would probably be wise to at least explain how they're targeting these people, because, I mean, the argument's being made by a lot of people that they're not doing enough due diligence before they're taking these lives out on these boats. And the public deserves an answer to that, since the U.S. military and tax dollars are funding potentially the execution of people on these boats leaving Venezuela. So I can see the argument personally.
I can see the argument, but also just to really quickly, folks, to present a counter and be a bit of a devil's advocate to this. If they go through the efforts to prove to the public that everyone on that vessel or the vessel itself and its crew were involved in some sort of operations as a part of the cartel, which are designated terrorists and therefore are provided no protections under international law, or at least according to the United States, if they were to do that, they would have to show exactly where that boat was loaded with drugs, so they would have to compromise how they got that information in some way, shape, or form, and also show exactly where that is, which could lead to that entire operation within that specific building or that specific part of a port being upended and sent elsewhere, meaning that the U.S. would have to then try and find out where they are again, making interdiction a lot more difficult. They would also have to start saying the exact names and people who were involved, which, if there is an informant on the ground which is involved in gathering that information, that might start to single down who an informant may be, as obviously they will have survived the strike and they wouldn't have been on board the boat. Another thing that we would have to also add is the path that the boat took, which also might be a heavily trafficked cartel boat path, which then would start to make the cartel change their courses, and then the United States would have to conduct significant intelligence gathering to figure out where the courses have been changed and where their new shipping routes have been spotted or have started to form. And all of those sorts of things could start to cause heavier issues with interdiction of the cartels if we were to assume that all of these vessels that have been hit so far are a part of the cartel, and could also start to compromise the safety and health of the informants and operatives on the ground that might be providing us with this information that is helping us to be able to confirm that these strikes are 100% verified and can be conducted.
I would say personally, like I see where you're coming from, but all I'm asking the U.S. to simply do on this is to basically to satisfy the critics of this whole operation is to simply release a simple statement about how the engagement is currently taking place. Simply tell the people the way they're targeting. They don't have to go into names. They don't have to go into details. All they can simply say is they had information about who was on the boat before they even got on the boat. They knew they were heading out to the open waters, and they had planned the strike properly. And simply reassure people that they're not wildly firing at any boat that's leaving Venezuela, because right now they've not really made that clarification. They've not even bothered to even try to clarify the situation, and I think that's leading to a lot of people to assume or speculate that the U.S. is being careless here when we really don't even know the answer.
Yeah, I would say that that's definitely the case. Still, folks, I'm just trying to make sure, folks, to give a counter to this. I see some people going off in the chat. I'm just trying to give a counter so that way we have two sides to this thing and we consider all options. But I generally would say that it's fairly questionable to be conducting strikes and give the public practically no information on why these strikes are being conducted to any degree rather than their cartel boats and just take that at face value. That is a little bit odd. You would think that they would at least go through the effort, like, say, the Ukrainians do, to confirm with some sort of video evidence by a drone that there are contraband on board and to show that at least some of the operators are involved with the cartels to some extent or some degree, so that way there is some sort of probable cause to conduct the strikes. But still, it is a little bit interesting, and also with the rumor floating around that one of these boats may have not even been Venezuelan, it may have been Colombian. That is also a fairly interesting sort of a development in its own degree. But moving on out of the Venezuelan situation and on into the rest of the news that we've been able to get for the night, we have also been able to confirm that the Russians have been in a bit of a pickle today in many ways than one. One, I want to bring y'all to this one. This story is actually a little bit crazy. The Novorossiysk, which was spotted several days ago on Sunday near to the area of Brittany in France, has actually ended up passing through the English Channel, the North Sea, and has finally made it into the Baltic. We were able to confirm that today, as this picture did show a Swedish Gripen off of the southern coast of Sweden, as well as a Swedish Styrsov class MCM following along the Novorossiysk, as it's been surfaced apparently the entire time through the transit, and it's now made its way finally into the Baltic. We also got additional pictures of this as well, including this one right here, which is a closer up picture of that Kilo class submarine. And it does appear that the Novorossiysk has actually started to pick up speed, and now it looks like we're getting a better timetable of what has been going on with the Novorossiysk. So let me give you all a quick breakdown of what we know so far. First off, the Novorossiysk was spotted servicing several miles off of the Strait of Gibraltar, apparently with a significant diesel leak on board, and called for the tugboat to be able to come to its rescue. The tugboat then attached to the submarine, pulled it through the Strait of Gibraltar, and apparently out into the coastlines on the eastern Atlantic. here, the submarine sat for apparently around a week or so. It doesn't appear that its propulsion or speed has greatly been affected at this point, and it affected repairs as best as they could. Finally, the submarine went underway about a week or a week and a half after the original report, and that was when it was first spotted by the French Navy near to the area of Brittany, this peninsula here on the west coast of France. Since then, several days later, from Sunday to today, which is, if I'm not mistaken, a Wednesday, if I'm not wrong with that, I think it is a Wednesday, Matthew.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes, it's Wednesday.
So from Sunday to Wednesday, it has now made it all the way around the English Channel, the North Sea, and around Denmark, and has now made it into the very entrance of the Baltic Sea, which is where we are seeing it right now. So at the moment, it appears that the submarine has finally been able to pick up some speed and is making its way back to Kronstadt, where it'll most likely get repairs near St. Petersburg. This has probably been one of the most interesting stories of a submarine that we've seen so far, because we have never heard.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. I am your host, Matt Morris. Folks, today it is Wednesday, October 15th, and we're doing a little...
Hello Noble Ones, welcome back to my channel. This is the Metatron speaking, and the other day we had actually a really good time reviewing some myths, like it was an article debunking some history myths that you still believe. And I found another one, and I haven't checked it because I enjoy to do this reaction directly with you, so that if it's complete nonsense, it makes for great content. But if it's like good, then it's a good way to, to debunk and maybe add some interesting information. So without further ado, let's see what we've got today. Okay, slideshow. Wait, so let me see. So this is what it's called. 15 famous historical myths that people still believe today. People! What are people doing? And then we got a ninja here. I don't know, whatever. So, and an ad, starting strong with the ad. So, some widely accepted historical facts turn out to be myths. Yeah, tell me about it. Yet many still believe them. Okay, history is full of myths that sound true but are completely wrong. Some spread because they make great stories, while others stick around because no one questions them or does freaking research ever. These myths have lasted for years, but it is time to set the record straight. Boom. Let's see what they chose. What did you choose? Boom. Number one. Let's go. The Titanic sank due to an iceberg alone. Huh. The Titanic's collision with an iceberg was a major factor in its sinking, but it was not the only cause. Weak rivets, poor quality steel, and design flaws also contributed to the disaster. If the ship had been built with better materials, it might have stayed afloat longer. You know, I don't know. This is a little bit outside of my area of expertise, so it's not like I have any idea really, so I'm not gonna... But I'm just gonna say, still, if the iceberg wasn't there, though, you know what I mean? It's still there. You didn't hit the freaking iceberg.
If they didn't hit the iceberg,
the size
it
of
probably
freaking,
wouldn't have sank.
whatever the size was. So I would say it is the, yeah, whatever. I'm not going to be too pedantic. It's just number one. Fine. Okay. They should have used better nails, but maybe, whatever. I appreciate the pedantry. The moon landing was faked. Oh yeah, no, I know people believe this. I don't. I think I know, let me phrase it right. I do believe that we did indeed land on the moon. I understand that there are people that don't believe it, that think it's a big conspiracy. You're free to believe whatever you want. In fact, let me know in the comments. No, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna say why, and also why would everyone, like with the amount of people that hate America, okay? Why the heck would China and Russia and the Soviet Union say, get along with it? Like, if this was faked, wouldn't they use it immediately to damage America's reputation? Why is everyone playing along, is what I say. To me, that already makes me feel like, nah, I think it did happen. Absolutely. Anyways, some still believe that 1969 moon landing was staged, but overwhelming evidence proves otherwise. Moon rocks, independent tracking, and modern high-resolution images confirm it happened. Yeah. The hoax theory ignores the sheer number of people involved who would have had to keep involved. Yeah, to keep it... Oh, goodness gracious, it's a lot of keep. Even my dogs got annoyed by that. Keep it a secret for decades. But yeah, I mean, I agree. That's the thing. So, like, I haven't been there. I cannot confirm physically, but I just don't see it. I just don't see. Plus, I mean, in 1969, it's we would have debunked it by now with the tech we have. And again, it's not the American. Even if it's like, well, but the American government doesn't want you to know. Okay, what about the freaking Chinese? Do you think they wouldn't say it? They would say it. Julius Caesar was born by C-section. I never heard that one before. The term Caesarean section, is often linked to Julius Caesar, but he was not born this way, and this time C-sections were performed only when the mother did not survive childbirth. His mother, Aurelia, she did live long after his birth, proving this myth false. Okay, cool, thank you. Aha, we've got the Great Wall in Mandarin.
Great Wall,
Changcheng. Thank you. Many believe the Great Wall is the only man-made structure visible from space, but that is not true. I did hear that one. Astronauts have confirmed that it's difficult to see with the naked eye. But is the myth that you can see it with the naked eye, or is the myth that you can see it? Because if it's just that you can see it, maybe if some kind of magnification involved. Other structures like cities and airport are much more visible from orbit. I can see, of course, cities being more visible. An airport, well, I don't know. I hope they go into something medieval McAfee. Oh, no, I do like this one though. The Statue of Liberty was not a gift from Liberty. While France played a huge role in designing and funding the State of Liberty, it was not a gift, contrary to what people know. Yeah, they had to fund it. They did have to fund it though. The US had to raise money, there you go, for the pedestal, and French citizen, not the government, funded the statue. Oh, it was the French. It was the French all along. It was a joint effort rather than a simple gift. Pretty cool. Now, let me tell you something that I think is even cooler. You know how it looks green? That is because the majority...
because it's copper. It's made out of copper. What kind of copper?
Of the body is made of pretty much copper. But it has this color because copper, just like brass and sometimes bronze, they develop a patina over time. They don't rust, but technically, because they don't oxidize. But they do tarnish a little bit, particularly brass. But when it comes to pure copper, it will turn green, depending on what type of copper it is. And develop this patina,
I like that color green too on top of it all.
And that's why it's green now. Because it rained.
Green always my favorite color. So is little kid.
If you look at original pictures of the Statue of Liberty, it was the original color that is more like let me show you, a reddish. It's more reddish. I'm going to show you. Check this out. Man, my videos are so fun. Please click like. Please click like. Boom. So, which one do you prefer? The original, and it would have been glittering. Don't imagine it like a woodenish.
It would have been shiny.
Imagine a metal. So it would have been glittery. Like, look at this. Exactly. Like this. This is the original man. It looks so old school. But this is the original color of the Statue of Liberty when it was put on the pedestal. I still prefer green because I love
the hat painted red. Gloves are painted.
I don't know why this one is pink. But I have to say that this is gorgeous. And sometimes you see it in paintings.
Get
from the
that,
period,
and then I
and
got
of
a
course
picture from White
photography
Spot
and whatnot.
after
Look,
I'm all done.
yeah, 1886.
I'll do another coat of
and
red
then
in a little
today,
bit. Let
the
that really
resolution is
dry.
horrible. But yeah, that's what I wanted to share. Pyramids. The pyramids were built by slaves. Uh-oh. You know that I say,
No, they
uh-oh, the
weren't.
reason I'm
Built
using
by
my throttle to
engineers.
stop. Many believe the Egyptian pyramids were built by slaves, but evidence suggests otherwise. Archaeologists have found the tombs of workers who were well-fed and respected, not treated as slaves. The builders
Yeah,
were likely
they're
skilled
engineers.
laborers who took pride in their work. No. Okay, so this is... I have a whole dedicated video.
I'm sure they
where anything I'm
directed
gonna say
some
now
slaves,
in 1
but
minute is going to be full with all the sources and all the mentions and everything you want. I'll put a link in the description. If I don't remember, just write where the pyramids built by slaves Metatron on the search engine and you'll find it. The reality is, yes, we used to think that only slaves were employed to build the pyramids. And then some kind of like master or whatever chieftain that was like giving them engineers. The reality is that even though, yes, they have found that a certain level of specialized workforce was indeed paid, possibly well, and of course well fed and all that, and they had their own lodgings, yet they existed. But that doesn't mean that that it would represent the totality of the entirety of the workforce that built the pyramids. Because again, we know for a fact that Egyptians did have slaves, and you think they wouldn't have used them? So here is how it is. There are 3 types of workers that built the pyramids. Slaves, most likely for unskilled labor and down in the quarries. Indentured servants, or people that mostly they were citizens, they were free, but they had to do it as a form of required work for a certain set period of time. So they would come to your house, be like, "Where is Tom?" And they're like, "Here's Tom," and well, Tom needs to work for a year in the pyramid. So he would do that, and then he would be free. If he didn't do that, there are specific regulations that tell you if you don't do this and we catch you, then we turn you into a slave, and you'll be forced to do this anyways. So, yeah. And then you had the specialized force, so people that were doing labor that required a certain skill. Those, of course, were not forced. They were paid well, and all the rest. That's how it is. So people that, it's true they weren't all slaves, but people don't actually read. They hear this, they don't look at the sources, and then they turn it into another myth. If you're enjoying this video so far, please take a moment to check out my Patreon page. With as little as a $5 support, you can help us ensure that we can continue to produce high quality and high researched content. And at the same time, you get access to classical image of Vivang. Yeah, they didn't do that. Horned helmets are a Bronze Age thing. Like if you look at some Mycenaean helmets, they are horned and they look pretty cool.
I thought
We
horn
did
helmets
this the other
were
time.
not a thing at all.
Newton discovered gravity when an apple hit his head. No, he just saw an apple fall from a tree in his garden. Thanksgiving turkey makes you sleepy. I
That's
never heard of this
false.
one, but then again, it sounds very American. Have you ever heard of this one? Let me know in the comments.
Yes.
Turkey contains tryptophan, but not enough to make you instantly sleepy.
Overeating and
Overeating
drinking,
and
yep.
drinking at Thanksgiving are more likely to make people tired. I can see how that could become a myth, yeah. Blaming the turkey is just an easy excuse for a post-meal nap. I 100% agree. Thank you. Maybe it's the wine as well. You're drinking a lot, huh? Then Mount Everest is the tallest mountain
I
in the
don't
world.
drink at all anymore.
Mount
I've got
Everest
rid of
is
that
the
habit.
highest peak above the sea level, but it is not the tallest mountain overall.
I haven't touched alcohol
Mauna
for
Kea in Hawaii
3.5
is
years
taller
now.
when
4.
measured from its base underwater.
Somewhere around there.
see. Everest
I
gets
can't
all the
remember when I
attention, but
actually
does not
quit.
hold
My
the
wife
record
does.
in every way. Yeah, I mean, cool. I appreciate that. I did not know that, so thank you for teaching me that. Pretty good, pretty good. People only use 10% of their brains. Oh yeah, this is nonsense. The idea that humans only use 10% of their brains is a complete myth. Brain scans show that most of the brain is active, even when doing simple tasks. The brain is always working, not just a tiny portion of it. Yeah, I
Yep.
think it's the way they measured it that created the myth, and it's kind of funny because several movies,
Certain percentage
entire
of your
TV
brain is
series were
working
built on this.
cognitively,
Which
and
then
then I'm
again, I
sure
mean,
a
it's
certain
fine, and you
percentage
could
is
use it as a
working
form of, I don't know, they inspired their
unconsciously.
fantasy, their imagination, and that's
Like
okay.
breathing
but
and
yeah, this
thinking
idea that,
and
oh my gosh,
nerves
we
and
only use
muscles
10%
and
of our
heartbeats
brains.
and all that.
I think they calculated that you use 10% at a given time. So like depending on what tasks you're doing, there will be parts of the brains that are not activated in that specific moment. I think that's how I read it. But the reality is the way they made it sound, particularly the myth, is that 90% is inactive. But if you activate it, you become a freaking flying god. And No, sorry, that's not how it works. Columbus proved the Earth is round. No, people already knew that. People already knew the Earth was round long before Columbus set sail. Absolutely, ancient Greece at least. Ancient Greeks had figured it out using simple observations. I
Egyptians, I
wouldn't say
thought.
simple, though, because what they managed to figure out with a level of precision almost correct. It messed up a little bit. Almost correct. It's impressive how they did it. The myth that people thought the Earth was flat comes from later storytellers, not history. Yeah, it's a very recent thing. The flat Earth thing is very modern.
Global warming got Atlantis.
Were once thought to be poisonous. Some Europeans hesitated to eat tomatoes, but not because they thought they were poisonous. The real issue was that acidic tomatoes reacted with pewter plates, making people sick. The fruit itself was never the problem. Right, but it is true that there are some mentions whereby some Europeans were a little iffy in the Middle Ages, as these are brought back, also because they didn't look like this at first. They were smaller, a bit like dates, some were yellow. Anyways, they were a little hesitant. That is true. That is mentioned in the sources. I mean, you would be hesitant about anything that is brought from another new area of the world, distant.
I don't know how people eat tomatoes just like apples. That's disgusting. I could do an onion, though. I could eat an onion like an apple if I wanted to.
Oh, they don't? Wolves howl for communication, not because of the moon. Their owls help them find pack. But, well, yeah, of course, when you look at it that way. Pack members warn rivals and coordinate hunts. The idea that they howl at the moon is just a dramatic addition to the story. It is a cool one, though. I'll give him that. It's epic. 15 cavemen lived in caves full time. I don't think cavemen lived in caves. And that's what people normally believe, which is fine. I don't think people would actually add full time. Oh, I'm actually covering it. I realize now. Apologies for that. Early humans did not spend all their time in caves. They built shelters and moved around based on the seasons. Caves were more like temporary homes, not permanent residences, I guess. Although it depends on the period, but yeah. Next. Oh, that's it. It's a completely different one about animals. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I appreciated it. There were a couple that pissed me off, but in general, this was...
All right. Let's see what we got.
He's mad about me. Oh, sorry. Hassan is mad about me. What is this?
It's pretty wild for him to say that. I mean, it's a wild position for him in particular to say,
Say
that,
what?
considering, you know.
What is he saying?
The org that he was a part of and how many people had to leave the organization.
Do you know why they had to leave? It's because I was one of the people that made that decision. And at the time that I had to decide whether I was going to support something like that or not, I made the best decision possible. At least at the time. That's why a lot of them aren't part of it anymore. I think this argument defeats itself.
You want the best of the best. You don't want the mediocre troublemakers and everything to work for you.
So it's appropriate.
There's no reason why any... Who got convicted of rape? Oh, that's right. Nobody. Oh, right. Okay, so this is a comparison with something that didn't happen. Okay. Anybody should be supporting that. I think, yeah, that...
Like, Guy's biggest dick rider is... Guy's biggest dick rider and only remaining bestie is Rape Tone.
Yeah, that's not right. That's messed up.
I can understand why Tectone and Hassan don't like each other. They tweet about each other a lot. They say a lot of negative stuff about each other. Hassan has said a lot of bad stuff about Tectone. Tectone said a lot of bad stuff about Hassan. Here's the difference. The things that Hassan is criticizing Tectone for are in a tweet longer, and the things that Tectone is criticizing Hassan for are on camera.
Is seemingly a generational rapist. Like, not even...
That's right, because Tectone's dad had some sort of, like, weird fucking thing happen. By the way, what the fuck does his dad have to do with any of this?
Nothing. Pushing the sins of the
I don't
father
even
on the
understand
child.
the
That's not
logic.
right.
Why are we even talking about Tectone's dad? It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Generational, literal, original sin. Yeah, like Tectone was it's what a weird thing to say.
Even has he been credibly accused by former partner?
Well, I didn't say credibly accused. I said convicted.
Mm-hmm.
Has he been convicted? Has he even gone to trial?
No.
The answer to both of those questions are no. Which is one of the reasons why I don't know why. See, this is what I find to be funny. Is that, and I get that Tectone and Hassan are way more aggro at each other than I am, right? I'm not really very, I'm critical of Hassan, but I'm not like as aggro as he is with Tectone. But the difference is that you probably shouldn't have been calling him a rapist before he got convicted to be a rapist. Unless you have some sort of, like, you know, insider information that nobody else knows about that proves it, and in which case, please provide that to the authorities so appropriate action can be taken. But I don't think that you do. So whenever you're reading something like this and you automatically make a decision and you're telling your viewers, you have a lot of viewers, okay? He does. A lot of people watch Hassan. You should not be telling all these people that a person who was accused of this is a rapist. You shouldn't be doing this. It's a mistake. I don't know why you do this. Now, I don't want to get involved because I know Tectone has said a lot of bad stuff about Hassan. I get it. But all I'm saying is that I think it's pretty unfair, if you look at it from my perspective, that all of these allegations and everything, you're trying to compare them with a conviction. It's just not the same thing. That's it. That's all there is to it. It's literally just not the same thing.
Partners. But also, his dad apparently was such a prolific sexual assaulter that his sexual...
Why the fuck are you talking about his dad?
Yeah,
what does this have to do with anything? Really? Like, what is this? Like, why are we even talking about his dad?
Sexual assaults were codified in the American Congress, in the American congressional records. Like, it's just...
What is this? What does Tectone's dad have to do with this? I don't get this at all.
Crazy. And that's, I mean, what should be done in that situation? I am not an advocate for capital punishment. It's just wild to me that, like, he has this kind of attitude here for some reason, but he doesn't have the same energy for people that he knows.
Because they weren't convicted, and you shouldn't be calling them as if they did the things that they're being accused of.
All right, let's see. Bernie and AOC lose their minds on TV.
But are you saying that Senator Schumer should not be worried about a primary challenge from you?
I mean,
all right.
no.
Let me
jump in on this one. This is what we're talking about.
That's exactly what we're talking about.
This is what we're
You have a
talking
country
about.
that is falling apart. We had a housing crisis, a healthcare crisis, an education crisis, massive income and wealth inequality, a corrupt campaign finance system, and the media says, "Oh, you're going to run? What are you going to run for?" Nobody cares. She'll run more.
Nobody cares. It's the House Speaker and President Trump and the Vice President saying it.
Right.
Pardon?
Well, of course, they're saying it to deflect attention away from the real issue.
Exactly.
And here, let me tell you what the real issue is. Let's see if CNN talks about it. We're living in the richest country in the history of the world, right?
Okay,
All
campaign
right,
show
you tell
still
me
is
we're
Bernie.
the only nation not to guarantee health care to all people. The only nation not to guarantee paid
capitalist
family and
country.
medical leave. Why we have a
Socialist.
$7.25 an hour minimum wage. Why we have 800,000 people sleeping out on the street. Why we have a president
you have
who
Democrats
denies the
running
reality
cities.
of climate change.
With
Why
some
we have
money.
oligarchs on top who have more and more power every day. Let's talk about that issue, not her own political future. She'll decide that.
Hey, Bernie. You're kind of an idiot. Never been a fan of Bernie whatsoever. Bernie the Bird Sanders.
I think he's really like, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, this is honest advice to Hassan. The fact is, and this is the case with me too, we are getting into a position where he and I are both very, very successful in our careers. He is very successful, and I think that I am too. That is also a problem, because people will see people like us say something, and they will try to dissect it and figure out a way that they can sue us. Hassan needs to watch out by saying this random stuff and going off and coming up with these names about people and saying this stuff, because eventually you're going to run yourself into a defamation lawsuit. And it doesn't matter how many Twitter orbiters you have and how many people you ban in chat. Whenever you're sitting there in the courtroom being accused of defamation or lying about somebody, it's not going to matter whether there's a genocide going on. It's not going to matter whether, what his dad did. It's not going to matter any of these other bullshit accusations. What's going to matter really is Zionist. Is this person took money from Israel or something. It's ridiculous. And you're going to like, and I think really he should look at, like, really, I mean, he will not admit this publicly, but take a step back and think about it, Do you think that you handled the dog collar thing very well? I think the answer to that probably is no, you really didn't. And I think that the way that you've dragged it on and everything else, you've brought other people into it as well. This has not helped you. And it's been bad. And I think that one of the reasons why is because it seems very clear to me that Hassan is unable to accept any degree of fault, ill behavior, mistake, even a very small one. And I think that what that's going to do in a long enough timeline is it's going to get him into a lot of trouble. Right now, it's just some bullshit internet drama. He shocked his dog, memes. The memes are funny. He knows they're funny. Everybody knows they're funny. If you keep doing this and saying this stuff about people, eventually you're going to run into a problem legally. I think it's obvious, and he should know that. I don't know why he's doing this. He's setting himself up to fail for no reason. And it will happen. It will eventually happen for sure. Given
I think Knox is trying to
You've got to stop making shit up about people. His platform is too big. There's too many people that watch him. You live in a multi-million-dollar house. You've got a big target on your back, man. And I'm not talking about weirdos trying to, like, attack you. Nobody supports that. It's disgusting. I ban people in my chat for even implying that.
Yep.
But what I am saying is that there is a monetary, legal target on your back. You need to watch out for that. You're setting yourself up to fail for no reason. There's no reason you need to do this. I don't know why he does this.
Do you think he's cool doing it?
I really don't.
He thinks he's like awesome,
What do
untouchable.
you care about so much? I mean, I'm not caring about it. I'm
He's
listening
being realistic.
to it. I hear what he's saying. Like, we have a lot of mutual friends. And also, like, the thing is that there's a number of things with Hassan that I agree with Hassan on. Like, with a lot of economic things, I agree with him on. It's disappointing to see these, like, weird partisan wedge issues effectively turn people that have, in a lot of cases, symbiotic goals into enemies.
Yeah.
It didn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to be like this. There's no reason for it to be like this. It's unnecessary. It's counterproductive, and it's destructive. And eventually, it will destroy him. And I think that's a sad thing.
It is. That's where I'm at. I don't have anything negative to say about him personally. I mean, I will say this about Hassan, right? I do not think that Hassan is a horrible person. Dog thing is separate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that he is. The reason why, Hassan has been making content for 10 years. Over 10 years. There have never been a lot of really, really bad controversies about him. There have never been a lot of really bad leaks about bad things that he's done.
Yeah.
Most of the bad things that he's done on camera.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm coming at this from the perspective of a content creator. And I think that a lot of content creators, over time, will eventually get exposed. They will eventually have somebody say that this
Pokemon.
person said this thing that was bad behind closed doors. Hassan has been in this space for about as long as I have, give or take. And in the same way that I say, look at me, look at the amount of bad interactions that I've had with other people, other twit-longers that people have had, etc. On a personal level, I'm not talking about his viewpoints and his politics. I'm talking about on a personal level how he interacts with other people. I don't think that Hassan is a bad person. I do not think that. I just wish he wouldn't act this way.
My finger randomly triggers.
It's unnecessary. It doesn't have.
Stand
It does
all the
not
time.
have to be like this. That's my viewpoint. I know that you guys might not see it the way that I do, but my perspective on this is probably a little bit different because the way that I see it is through the lens of a content creator. And so I'm contrasting this with other content creators. Does that make sense? Boys Bound Streams audience, boy, I'm off audience, be shit, we all know it. Sure, right? But I'm just saying, like, in terms of personal, like, interpersonal problems. That's something that that's something that I have a very, very... One thing that I've learned is that people that have problems everywhere they go,
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why. So yeah.
The problem.
All I'm saying is that I don't need to criticize a person's opinions and then turn that into a personal attack.
Yeah.
There's no need for me to do that. It's unnecessary. It's destructive. It's not productive. And I think it's off message. I try to stay on message as much as I can. I think that I make mistakes. Everybody does. But you're going to keep making mistakes until you realize it. So that's it. You think Hassan will use this to twist your words? He can say whatever he wants. It doesn't matter. Like it's still, that's still what I think. He's called for blood innocent people many times. It's different. Well, I'm talking about like, and I just I don't know. Like I think people just get on the internet and they just say things. They get gassed up by their fucking audience and they just say stupid stuff. Like I understand that people might not like that answer, and it doesn't. I'm not hand waving it and saying it's okay, but I'm not taking it seriously because I think that's the way that people do. I think Frogan is like that, for example. I don't think Frogan is a horrible person. I just think that she gets in her fucking room, sitting there getting gassed up by her 60 or 50 or 100 viewers, and it just turns people into the worst versions of themselves. That's what I think. I genuinely believe that. I think that most people can generally get along. And whenever you sit inside of an echo chamber of people that tell you that you're right about everything and you never listen to anybody else's perspective, all of your friends are exactly the same, everybody says the same things that you do, I think that is a radicalizing force and it makes people more extreme. But that's not a default. And I think that you can move people away from that default very quickly. What's the next clip? Is there another one? I don't know if there's another one. Come out against me. Oh my God. Is it another one against me? This is the same thing that I can guarantee you already. This is absolutely every single thing that he's going to say about me, people are also going to say about him. And you know what? They're all right. They're right when they say it about me, and they're right when they say it about you. Let's listen and find out.
Zach is always copying your language, always using the words in the wrong places, but it won't matter until someone like a big streamer said, take 1 minute to go and undermine the streamer right now, and 10x more people would nip it in the bud than the few starting it. Every smear has a potential to slow down or stagger progression. What do you mean? Yeah, no big streamer is ever going to come out and be like, Asmongold is ridiculous for saying these sorts of things.
I don't know. I mean, people have criticized plenty of things that I've said.
I'm going to tell you exactly why they won't.
This is going to be the exact reason why people won't criticize him, by the way. Get ready.
I think you already know. Because every fucking big streamer who actually opposes his worldview are utterly fucking terrified of his audience. Okay? That's it. They're 100% terrified of his audience because his fan base does not have any fucking, they don't have any restraint. They've realized.
You didn't have to do this to yourself.
So I'm on break at work right now, so I look kind of chopped, but Hassan Piker fans are actually rabid animals.
Yep.
My DMs are full of people threatening to
You didn't have to do this. Why would you do this to yourself?
Calling me Amber Heard as an insult, saying that I am
Why
using
would you do this?
propaganda and I'm being paid by YouTubers that I also hate. Yeah, it's crazy that I called out Hassan for...
And she's obviously talking about me, by the way. She's
Yeah.
obviously talking about probably me and Ethan. And maybe also Baldy.
tourism and misogyny
Tectone.
and being basically a
Tectone
passport
Baldy.
bro. And I've got people calling me like a conservative in my DMs and just saying I'm spreading
Yes.
propaganda and that even if he did these things, we still need him as the face of the left. But yeah, Hassan fans straight up got me demonetized. And this is coming from someone that used to be subbed to Hassan. I was giving that millionaire
Sick.
money because I was an idiot. So, yeah, maybe let's cool it with the threats because I don't really think that's helping with the misogyny allegations. That would be great if you could stop threatening to murder me.
And for the most part,
Wow.
Hassan is not necessarily responsible for what his audience does. Unless he's telling them to do this, this is an outcome of having a community built around talking about extremely volatile, extremely serious issues. And the reason why I don't want to blame Hassan is because I don't want people to blame me. Because anything you can say about him, you can say about me too. This is the thing, is that he's right about this, but this is the pot calling the kettle black. This is the same thing.
because his fan base does not have any fucking, they don't have any restraint. They've realized that they can just like go after anyone and everyone and name them, shame them, smear them, take clips out of context, constantly yell.
An example of this not happening, by the way, recently was with Ray. I was not rude to her at all. I'm sure that there were people in my audience that were rude, and I find that to be disappointing. And if I find out that they were doing that in a way that was ungentlemanly, you might end up getting permabanned because it's just it's not something that I want to see people do. But I think that's a good example right off the bat. Like, I mean, that was literally a few days ago. I don't take it personally at all.
In their chats, go to every other chat and demand that the other streamers talk about this this new victim in the crosshairs. You know, so that is the reason.
That
is the reason why no one will actually come out and oppose any of his viewpoints, even if they quietly oppose it.
That's the same thing with him.
And it's not just Asmongold, to be fair. It's not just Asmongold at
Yes.
all. There are plenty of other, like there's a bunch of kick streamers that do the same shit too. It just doesn't really matter. And I mean, look, I'm one of the very few people out there who does actually oppose a lot of streamers when they do fuck shit.
And that's good. I think that's totally fine.
I don't have a single problem with Hassan giving his take and giving his opinion and disagreeing with what I'm saying or what anybody else is saying. I think that's his right, and I think that's a good thing. And it's important to have people that disagree with you in spaces so that way it keeps you sharp as well. I don't have a problem with people disagreeing with me at all.
And look how much I eat it on a daily fucking basis.
I am one of the only people that has not gone out and like hyper condemned Hassan for the fucking dog thing. I haven't. And if you go back through all the VODs and everything, I have never gone out and like gone and been like, oh, he's such a horrible person. I can't believe he's done this. He's using his friends. I never have done that. Now, I've laughed at the jokes and I've covered the controversy, but I've never really condemned him. And the reason why is because I don't really know what's going on. I'm not 100% sure, and I don't want to do that. Censorship betrays enough the opposite. No, it's okay. It's not a big deal. But I do farm people. I do absolutely do that. And I'm sure he might be a little bit upset about the dog stuff. And listen, if he can go back to what I said, and I even predicted what was going to happen to him before he went live the first day of this controversy. I said that it would not matter what he did and what he said, people would have already made up their mind that he was guilty. And I was right. I mean, it sure seems like there's some other clips that look kind of bad, right? But at the same time, people already made up their mind. They did. They had already made up their mind. It didn't matter what he had shown on that stream. It would have still been something else. So, yeah, and he's guilty. I mean, some of the clips do definitely look bad now, right? But at the time, I didn't know that, and nobody knew that.
Yeah,
so,
I mean,
he's
they
made up his
all
mind
look
about
pretty
technical
bad.
allegations. I mean, I
think it's
obviously
dumb
know
that
more
he's
about it,
doing
right?
what he's doing
He's
to
about
Tech Tony.
disagreeing
He's
with
going to get
animal
himself
abuse, or is he trying to
sued
dissuade
for
people to make up
defamation.
other shit without the genocide? I don't know about that. So yeah, and the fake care about the dog is so forced. People act like he beat the dog, and shock collars used regularly for dog training. I think that
I don't have an
think that what
issue
people really
using
don't-
shock collars for training as long as they're set right and you're not using it to make the dog stay in one place for 6 hours of the day. Like, we used to have an electric fence and we had to train the dog on the dog collar. Eventually, we just set it to vibrate, but sometimes she would run through and we'd have to turn it back on. And she'd be scared because she got shocked once. She doesn't want to go through it again. That's kind of the point of the fence. But if she really wanted to get through, she would. She would charge her way through. And it burned just one too many times. The last time she went through the fence, she pinned another dog down. So we have been using a lead outside instead of the fence. Until one day she's so strong that she broke the lead and got our neighbor's dog. Didn't kill it, but shredded it up pretty bad. Just because that little mutt was coming into our yard, approaching on her territory, antagonizing the heck out of her. It actually wasn't her lead, it was her collar. She snapped her collar off. So now she's got like a full-on harness on, a lead on. And this lady, she doesn't keep her dog on a leash. So that dog comes into our yard all the time and like gets 5-6 feet away from our dog, and that little dog's gonna get killed. I've warned her so many times not to let the dog off a leash. It's chased the mailman before. It's went up to other people's dogs, scared the heck out of other people walking down the street. She does not keep it on a leash, and she doesn't keep it fenced in. It's not allowed. It's not legal around here. You need to have your dog on the leash at all times, unless you have like a barrier or it's in your yard or something like that. But you should have a barrier and you should have control of that dog. She has no control over that. It's a corgi. It's a cute little corgi. I mean, it's an ankle biter for sure, but she doesn't have control over the dog whatsoever.
Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, it's I don't want to get into like all of them. I'm not a big moralizer. I'm not a big moralizer. It's not the it's not I'm just not. Sorry, I'm not a big guy like that. Now, if you want to do that, that's totally fine, but it's just not my that's not my personality. Somebody Magate being deleted. I don't know if it's people attacking you or talking about Hassan. Either way, W mods. Well, it's not that big of a deal, right? Do you think it would have been better if it just admitted shocking a dog and say meant to press the vibrate, not the shock? I don't know. I mean, like, I think you should. I mean, I don't know what happened, so it's impossible to know. So it's YouTube comments. Oh yeah. A lot of people are spamming about YouTube, etc. But yeah, that's at least the way I feel about it. Chat's being a little bit stupid about not saying your point as a content creator. That's okay. I mean, it's a unique perspective that I think that only I and a few of other people would have. I can't. All I can do is express how I think. I can't tell other people what to think. So that's it. That's all I can do. And so, like, I don't really try to worry about it or get upset about it or fight about it or anything like that. It's just really not a big deal. Reactive was on big streamers are afraid of your audience. Oh yeah. I just got done watching it. I think it's partially true. I think that obviously a lot of people don't want to come out and say negative things about me because a lot of people in my audience will be mean to them. And I think that also a lot of people view disagreement as harassment. Like, for example, whenever I disagree with a person and somebody else disagrees with you, that's not necessarily harassment. Somebody telling you that you're wrong or you don't know what you're talking about, this isn't really harassment. It's just simply people talking about stuff for whatever reason. That's it. You'd be okay for not wanting to moralize or high ground over things, even over Hassan? Well, no, I mean, it's not that I don't like moralizing over things in general. And the reason why is that I think that I do have a very strong moral compass. It just doesn't necessarily point north. Maybe northeast, maybe northwest, maybe even west, maybe even east. But it definitely doesn't point directly north. Like my perspective on these things is a little bit off, right? And I'm yeah, not south. I didn't say south, okay? But not all the time. But yeah. And that's the reason why is I don't necessarily think that I'm a very good moral authority for certain things. Like my moral like foundation for things is a little bit, I think kind of off in some cases. But I think that it being off also gives me insight in ways that other people that are on don't have. So I think I'm just different, right, in a way. And this isn't like I'm not like everybody else. I'm like, it's like an anime thing. But like I think that the way that I think is different than other people, and there's positives and negatives to that, right? And so yeah.
Okay. Well, I think I'm going to call it on the stream tonight. I'm ready to go to sleep. It's 2 o'clock. That's good enough to call it tonight. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining and coming out. God bless, and have a good night.